Chapter 1. First Meeting. If someone were to visit Konoha, they would think it was probably like any other shinobi village, but Konoha had a dark secret, a very dark secret. That secret was a young boy named Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto didn't lead a charmed life. In fact, the young boy's life was a veritable hell. The young child was beaten constantly by the other villagers and lived in a one-room apartment barely big enough for himself. Parents wouldn't allow their children to play with him, so Naruto also had no friends either. But the truly sad thing about this situation was not only was he 6 years old, but that he had no idea why so many people hated him. Great morning already. These thoughts came from the mind of a groggy Uzumaki Naruto waking up on his lumpy mattress. Naruto slowly looked around his apartment only to see empty ramen cups and blank scrolls littering the floor. I should really clean this place up. As he was thinking this, he hoisted himself out of bed and headed to the bathroom. Konoha. I wonder who's looking after me today. Naruto was looking from building to building while walking down the streets of Konoha. Maybe it's dog, he's always fun to be with. Nico-chan, she's always nice to me. Then again, Bear always buys me a bowl of ramen when he's watching me. As Naruto was contemplating on which ANBU was assigned to watch him today, he didn't notice himself entering the park. Sakura Haruno was not having a good day. She was being picked on by the other girls because of her slightly larger forehead. Her best friend Ino Yamanaka was at home sick and Sasuke Uchiha refused to even acknowledge her existence. She really needed a friend right now. As Naruto was walking by, he noticed a little girl around his age wearing a red dress and with pink hair was currently curled up under a tree crying. I wonder why she's crying? Naruto thought as he was watching her. Hey, why are you crying? Sakura looked up and saw a boy looking at her with concern in his eyes. She was observing the strange boy. He was dressed in shinobi sandals, orange shorts, a white t-shirt with a red spiral in the middle. He had a pair of sapphire blue eyes, tan skin, spiky blonde hair, and 3 whisker marks on each cheek. Hello? Did you hear me? Sakura suddenly snapped out of her daze and answered the boy back. Why do you care why I'm crying? She answered back with a scowl. Naruto was taken back with her answer and replied, well, I don't like it when people cry, so I wanted to know if there was anything I could do to make you feel better. Sakura was truly touched that this boy who didn't even know who she was actually cared about what she felt. Well, I'm upset because the other kids are always picking on me and my best friend is sick. As Sakura told the boy why she was upset, she noticed him coming over to where she was and sitting himself down next to her and continued to listen. Why would the other kids pick on you? Sakura just looked at him as if he just said the dumbest thing ever heard. Are you serious? Can't you see my forehead? It's huge. Sakura was continuing her rant while removing her bangs to show him a better view of her head. Naruto just looked at her and simply stated, why would anyone make fun of your forehead? It makes you look really cute. Sakura just looked at him with an amazed look on her face. Did he just call me cute? Fortunately, Naruto didn't notice Sakura blushing at his comment because at that moment 2 villagers noticed Naruto sitting with her and decided to do something about it. Hey! Get your filth away from her, you demon! Naruto heard this statement and started to run away from them as fast as he could. Sakura saw this and was extremely confused. One minute that boy was trying to comfort her and calling her cute. Next minute a couple of adults were chasing him away calling him a demon. She continued watching the boy running away when she realized something. She didn't know the boy's name. She forgot to ask him, so she promised herself that the next time she saw him she would ask him his name and thank him. Later that night, a group of people were gathering around a table in a dark room trying to find a solution to a certain problem. That thing is now talking to our children. I'm telling you we need to do something now. A chorus of yells erupted in agreement after the man had that little outburst. What should we do? Let's go to the demon's house and kill him where it sleeps. No, we should poison its food and watch it suffer. Burn the demon. Everybody shut up. Everyone turned around to see a man standing up on a chair. None of those things would work. The demon is protected by ANBU constantly and the Hokage has his eyes on him like a hawk. The man stated this if it were as a fact, which it was. So what do we do? Simple. We wait. Wait. What the hell kind of plan is that? The man just simply ignored the other man's comment and continued as if nothing happened. We wait until both the ANBU and the Hokage are distracted long enough for us to strike at the demon child. Everyone was dumbfounded. That plan was brilliant. None of them had even considered anything close to that. It was simple, yet at the same time no one would see that coming. There was just one problem. What could possibly distract both ANBU and the Hokage long enough for this to work? The man just looked at them with an evil smirk and stated, "Don't worry. When the time comes, the opportunity will present itself. We just need to keep our eyes open." Everyone just looked at the man with skeptical look in their faces. This plan was really only based on chance and luck, but it was the best one they had, so they decided to go for it. Little did they know, said opportunity was closer than any of them could have imagined. Several months later, Naruto was sound asleep thinking about the girl that he met in the park and was wishing that he could have asked her name before he was chased away, that he was unaware that he was currently being watched by a pair of eyes. Down on the street, little demon, sleeping as if it did nothing wrong. I say screw the plan and strike now. No. Not yet, we need to wait for the right moment or you'll ruin everything we waited for. As the two men were arguing themselves, they didn't hear a third man running towards as fast as he could. Hugh. Gee. Guys, you're not going to believe this. The two men stopped their little quarrel to listen to the messenger with hopefully good news. What's happening? Asked the man on the left. At the Uchiha compound. Itachi, he's killing everyone for no reason. The men were speechless upon hearing this. Sweet Kami. How is this possible? I don't know, but both the ANBU and Hokage are going over there right now. He said now's the time to strike at the demon. Once that was said, all the men suddenly became as serious as they could. All right, we just need to wait for the rest of the members. About 30 minutes later, a small group of villagers gathered around a decrepit building, getting ready to finally get rid of the demon child. All right, everyone ready? Good. Now once we get inside, we kill the demon. Then one of us will have to dump its body in the river so they won't ever find the body. Got it? Naruto's apartment. Once everyone understood, they proceeded to enter the building to rid the village of their burden. Naruto was suddenly woken to a sound of people banging on doors and angry voices. Oh no! Why can't they leave me alone? Naruto instinctively ripped up a piece of loose floorboard and reached in to grab a small black leather book and ran to his closet and sat down as quietly as he could. Several minutes later, a group of masked villagers smashed open his door and proceeded to trash his apartment. Come out wherever you are. You can't hide forever, demon. The men proceeded to search for Naruto. Suddenly the closet doors opened and several pairs of hands grabbed Naruto and started to beat him to death. The men continued to beat the small boy, breaking his arms, left kneecap, 3 ribs, and numerous gashes oozing blood. The pain was too much for Naruto's little body, and his brain simply was overloaded with the pain it was receiving that it simply shut his body down, and Naruto slipped into unconsciousness. When the men were finished, they knew they had to get rid of the body. I'll take the body to the river while the rest of you clean this place up and get out of here before the ANBU come back. The rest of men agreed and started to straight out the place while one man put the boy's body into a sack and started to travel out of the village towards a river to drop his load. Outside of Konoha, the man simply stared at the raging river in front of him and simply smirked as he started to speak to no one in particular. Now, you filthy beast, you get what's coming to you. You'll never bother anyone ever again. Now I condemn you to the sea and hope that you rot in hell. With that said, the man mustered as much strength as he could and tossed the sack into the river and watched the current take the beast away. After watching this, the man simply nodded in approval and proceeded walking back home, happy now that the deed was done and rid this world of another demon. The man had no idea as of how wrong he was. Chapter 2. Hello, Sensei. This is a total disaster. Said thoughts were coming from none other than the Sandaime Hokage. It had been several days since the Uchiha massacre, as the villagers so dubbed it, and also Naruto hasn't been seen since then. He asked Kakashi, Dog, Yugogo, Nico, and Yamato Bear to look for him, but so far they came up empty-handed. It seemed as though he just disappeared off the face of the earth. Hokage-sama, I believe I know what happened to Naruto-kun. After hearing this, Sarutobi looked up to see none other than Kakashi standing right in front of him. Though Kakashi had his mask on, but anyone could tell that he had a truly depressing look on him. Please continue, Kakashi. Yes, Hokage-sama. Kakashi took in a deep breath and sighed, getting himself mentally prepared to tell the Hokage what he found out from the villagers not even an hour ago. Hokage-sama, I noticed that some of the villagers were acting a tad unusual due to the fact of what happened a few nights ago. As Kakashi was telling the Hokage this, he noticed that he had a darkening look around him. I was intrigued by this behavior and decided to follow a few of them and see what they were up to, and discovered something shocking. Kakashi really didn't want to continue talking about this, but he knew he had to, but that didn't help with how sick this was. I heard them talking about what a group of villagers did during that night, and it seems during the time Anbu and you yourself were busy, they entered into Naruto-kun's apartment and proceeded to beat him to death. The Hokage was so shocked that his pipe fell out of his mouth and was completely stunned. After that, one of them put his body in a sack and proceeded to travel out of the village and threw it into a river. It killed Kakashi to say those words out loud, but it had to be done, though that didn't make it any better. Kakashi went to the door, and before exiting he whispered something to himself, but Sarutobi heard him loud and clear. I'm so sorry, Sensei. I failed again. With Sakura. Sakura was in a bad mood. She and Ino got into a fight about Sasuke again, and she just felt lonely. Then she remembered that strange boy who comforted her in the park and how she promised herself to find out his name. A few hours later. Sakura was getting extremely frustrated at this point. It seemed wherever she looked she couldn't find this boy anywhere. She even asked a couple people if they knew him, but they either just walked away or just told her no in a rather rude manner. Maybe he isn't real. Maybe I just imagined him. This thought depressed her greatly and started to wander around in self-pity. Sakura was so depressed that she accidentally bumped into someone and fell straight on her ass. Ow. I'm sorry, mister, I didn't see you. Oh, that's quite all right. Sakura looked up to see that the man she bumped into. The man had white hair that seemed to defy gravity itself. He had a leaf headband covering his right eye and a mask covering his face except his left eye. He also had a Jonin vest over his blue shirt, blue ninja pants, and sandals. The man bent down and extended his hand to help Sakura up. Once she dusted herself off, she saw the man was walking away, and she started to run after him. Mister. Hey, mister, wait. The man turned around to face Sakura, trying to find out what she wanted. Mister, I was wondering if you could help me with something? Okay, I'll try. Sakura took a deep breath and sighed. Well, here goes nothing. Well, you see, I'm kinda looking for someone. Actually, a boy around my age, this tall, blue eyes, blonde spiky hair, whisker marks on each cheek. As Sakura finished her description, she saw the man look extremely depressed. Yeah. I know that boy. I know him very well, Kakashi answered the little girl in an extremely depressed manner. Well, could you tell me where he lives? I'm sorry, but that won't help you at all. Why? Because that boy was murdered a few nights ago. Sakura couldn't believe what she heard. Murdered. I am so sorry. After that being said, Kakashi proceeded to walk home, leaving Sakura to her thoughts. Haruno residence. Sakura was in her bedroom alone in her thoughts, trying to figure out what she was feeling. She barely knew the boy, but she felt so hurt that he was gone now. She was just extremely confused that as she pondered on her thoughts, she suddenly realized that she's sad because that boy made her feel better about herself in her time of need, and she really enjoyed that. That boy that she met only once probably knew her better than herself, and now he was gone. Kirigakure. A heavy fog rolled silently over a large calm lake that was truly the most serene and placid place anyone had ever seen. Suddenly a strange figure appeared out of the mist. A very large man around 6 feet 7 inches, dressed in a large navy blue coat which was opened completely, showing a shirt of chain link tightly against his chest. He had dark blue ninja pants on complete with sandals. But the man himself was probably the most interesting thing anyone's ever seen. The man had blue skin with small black eyes, with what looked like gills on his face and a set of shark-like teeth. The man had a mist headband around his blue hair, and on his back was a large sword wrapped up in white bandage. This man was Hoshigaki Kisame, former leader of the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. Scourge of Kirigakure no Sato. As Kisame continued walking across the lake's surface, he noticed something floating across on the lake. The closer Kisame got, he saw what the object was, in fact, the bloodied body of a 6-year-old boy. Poor kid. As Kisame was thinking this, he continued to observe the boy. The kid had blonde spiky hair, was filthy and looked underfed, and was dressed in rags. Well, not my problem, as Kisame continued forward only to stop after 2 steps. He didn't know why he stopped, but it seemed like his body wouldn't move, and he also had a strange feeling in his stomach. Kisame looked over his shoulder and just scowled at the unconscious body of the boy. Stupid kid. Why would I care if he died? I don't care. Even as he said this, he still was frozen in place. Kid would probably drown. Looks like he's been floating for days. After he thought this, the body started to slowly descend down into the water. Any second now, Kisame continued to watch, and the further the boy sank, the stronger the feeling in his gut became. Then something incredible happened. Just as the boy's hand disappeared beneath the lake surface, Kisame reached down and grabbed the arm of the boy and hoisted him into the air. Stupid brat. You better be grateful I saved your ass, Kisame growled into the face of the boy. With that said, he hung the boy over his shoulder and continued to walk across the lake, only to be swallowed into the fog, disappearing into the night. Several hours later, Naruto slowly began to awake and felt a massive headache. Oh, what happened? Where am I? What's going on? As these thoughts were going through his mind, he became aware of his surroundings and started to see where he was. What is this? Is this a cave? Indeed it was. Naruto was currently laying down in a cave. He also noticed a light fire with a couple of fish cooking over it. Naruto looked around to see if anyone was around. While not seeing anyone, he reached out and grabbed one of the fish and started to devour it. So you're finally awake, huh? Naruto nearly choked on the fish and spun around to see a giant shark man at the mouth of the cave and started to scramble backwards, trying to get away. Relax, brat, I ain't gonna hurt you. In fact, if it wasn't for me, you'd be at the bottom of a lake. Naruto was taking in this new information while Kisame sat down and started to eat the roasted fish. So brat, you got a name or what? Naruto simply looked at the shark man and stated, "En Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto." Kisame just looked at the boy and said, "Hoshigaki Kisame." 1 hour later, Kisame and Naruto were still eating when Kisame had a question for Naruto. So why were you floating in that lake, brat? Naruto then proceeded to tell Kisame his life at Konoha and how the villagers would beat him constantly, but also about the Hokage, ANBU, and the Ichiraku ramen stand, but he couldn't remember what happened to him. Holy shit, brat, that is probably the most seriously fucked up thing I have ever heard. Yeah, I know. I bet you must hate that place, huh? No, I don't hate that place at all. Kisame looked at the kid in disbelief. Are you serious? Yeah, I am. Besides, if I hated Konoha, I couldn't fulfill my dream. Kisame continued to look at the boy in disbelief. To fulfill his dream? What dream is worth all that crap and so damn important that you have to fulfill? Naruto just looked at Kisame with a grin and stated to the shark man, to be Hokage. That's my dream. Kisame simply stared at the kid. Ha 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 ha. You Hokage. PPFFFFFTTTTD. Ha 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 ha. Naruto was started to get pissed at Kisame. Hey, stop laughing, I am too gonna be Hokage. Believe it. Whatever, brat. After that being said, Kisame stood up and began to walk away until... Hey, wait. Where you going? I need to take a piss. How do I know you're not just gonna leave me here? I'm not okay? Prove it. Kisame simply stared at Naruto. The hell's wrong with this kid? I saved him, scrawny ass, isn't that enough? Okay, kid, what would make you trust me? Leave something precious of yours behind. Like what? How about your sword? All right, but you got to do the same. As Kisame leaned his sword against the cave wall, he saw the kid reach into his pocket and pulled out a small black book and gave it to him. Be careful with that, okay, and don't you dare lose it. Got it? Kisame just stared at the 6-year-old. This kid is actually threatening me? What a joke. Whatever, brat, and after that Kisame left. 5 minuets later. As Kisame was coming back, he decided to see what was so important about this book. So as he opened it, it turned to be a photo album with only 3 pictures in it. Is this really that important to him? Ow! Kisame looked to see that his sword was slightly unwrapped and the boy was holding his hand. Idiot! What's up with your sword? It scraped my hand. Idiot, that's what it does now, let me see your hand. Kisame bent down and looked at his hand only to see that it was already healing itself. Holy shit! I've never seen anyone heal that fast. What's up with this kid? Don't worry, you'll live. Yeah, I know. Naruto simply stared at Kisame, asked him a life-changing question. Kisame? Yeah, brat. I was wondering, you're a ninja, right? Yeah, I am. Could you train me? Kisame just looked at him with a questioning look. Him a sensei? Sure, he thought about every now and again but never really went through with it, but maybe this kid could prove a good challenge. Why the hell not? Sure, kid, but you better listen to what I tell or I won't teach you, got it? Hi, sensei. Hearing that actually brought a smile to the shark man's face. Well, this is going to be interesting. Several months later. It had been a couple months since Kisame decided to take Naruto as his pupil, and the kid was actually a pretty quick learner. He was teaching him the art of sword fighting and was pretty good already at it, though one thing is for sure, the brat was annoying. What are we gonna do today, Kisame-sensei? Brat, I already told you we are going into town. Why? Because we need money for food, that's why. How would going into town get us money? Well, actually, I'm going into town to pick something up, and hopefully the thing I'm getting will help with your training. Naruto simply looked up at the shark man with joy. Really? That's right, brat. After that being said, the duo continued down the road towards a small village. Ever since Kisame started training Naruto, he started to grow experientially. He now stood at 4 feet 7 inches, wearing a black shirt with a red spiral in the front, a pair of baggy black shinobi pants and black sandals, while on his back he carried a practice katana. Village. Soon they entered the small village, and almost immediately Naruto had a question for his sensei. So, Kisame-sensei, what are you looking for? Well, brat, I need to pick up this month's edition of the bingo book. Naruto was confused after hearing this. What the hell is a bingo book? Well, brat, the bingo book is full of ninjas with bounties on their heads, and those ninjas are ranked from D class to S class, and they are given these ranks based on skill. So, we're gonna be bounty hunters? Pretty much, yeah. Naruto looked ecstatic. That's so cool. Wait, how would that help with my training? Well, brat, sooner or later there comes a time when a ninja has to de-ice to kill or be killed, so I've decided the sooner you do the better. Wait. What? Naruto had a terrified look on his face. Why you want me to kill someone? Trust me, brat, some of these ninjas deserve to die. Rapists, blackmailers, or killers of women and children, they deserve to be killed. Naruto understood what Kisame was saying, but that didn't make it any easier. Him taking someone else's life away, that was big stuff. Kisame was watching him and saw the confused look on his face. Listen, Naruto. This caused Naruto to immediately snap out of his thoughts. Naruto? But he never calls me by my real name. I know it seems hard to even think about killing someone, but think of it like this. Instead of you taking someone's life but saving countless people from suffering. After hearing his sensei, Naruto had to admit that he felt a little better, but still it wasn't going to be easy. All right, brat, we're here. Naruto looked up to see that they were in front of the post office? That's right, brat, the post office. Why would the post office have the bingo book? Well, why wouldn't it? You got a point there. Outside the village. After they got the bingo book, Kisame decided to pick Naruto's first kill. Alright, let's see. Who to pick? Who to pick? Kisame kept flipping through the pages of the little red book until he came to a page that particularly disgusted him. Oh, this guy is so totally dead. Alright, this guy is so perfect that it's scary. Who is it? Mokoshi. Roko, he's a missing IWA nin, genin rank class D, wanted on several accounts of rape with an reward or 2,000 ryo. After Kisame said this, Naruto felt a sudden surge of rage towards this man. That's disgusting. How could anyone do that to women? Well, don't worry, brat, he's gonna get what's coming to him, and you're gonna give it to him. You got that right. Now let's go find that disgusting piece of filth. Kisame was smiling after hearing this. The kid had an incredible sense of morality. This kid is something else. Well, we better get going, brat. Couple weeks later. After searching through several towns and asking around, Kisame finally found out where Roko was. Turned out that the bastard was hiding out in a mining town several miles out of the border of the grass country. Well, brat, you ready for this? Totally. Good. Both Naruto and Kisame entered a small inn and almost immediately saw the man sitting down at a table with a cup of tea in front of him. Mokoshi Roko was a small man around 5 feet 4 inches. He was squat, fat, and barely had any neck to speak of. In fact, this man reminded Naruto of a toad. The man had on a traveler's cloak and a small leather vest underneath. He also had black gloves on his hands and a slashed IWA headband wrapped around where his neck would be. Kisame walked up to the man without him noticing. Mokoshi Roko? Yeah, what do you want? He answered in a croaking voice. As Roko looked up to see who he was talking to and started to panic. Who would have thought that a highly dangerous S-class nuke nin would be after him? Roko got up as fast as he could, knocking both people and furniture out of his way to the door. He started to run towards an abandoned mine and continued to travel down it for several hundred yards. Hugh, I think I lost him, he said to himself with a smile. Lost who? Roko nearly wet himself after hearing that voice and slowly turned around to see the shark man with a truly evil grin that promised pain and suffering. What do you want with me? I'm small stuff. I'm not worth your time. Oh, I know that, you idiot. No, the person here for you is him. Kisame stepped to the side to reveal a small boy with blue eyes that were filled with contempt for the small toad man. PFFFTT. Ha ha ha. You got to be kidding me? That little midget against me. Please. And to think I was actually scared for a moment. Roko lifted his hand to his face to wipe a tear from his face. You better not underestimate me, you filthy toad. Well, the midget's got quite the mouth on him. I better fix that. Roko reached into his cloak and pulled out a kunai and ran towards Naruto. He instinctively reached for his practice katana and blocked the kunai. Wow, this guy really is a toad. Naruto was thinking this because despite the man's size, he was surprisingly agile and nimble and had some difficulty blocking the blows. Roko was jumping all over the place and striking at the child, hoping to get a hit on him. Damn it, kid's better than I thought, might as well try something else. With that thought, Roko had an evil smirk and quickly reached into his pockets and pulled out a small black ball and threw it to the ground, covering the place with smoke. Shit, I can't see anything. Okay, just relax, Naruto. Close your eyes and listen. Naruto closed his eyes and started to listen for Roko's footsteps. He didn't have to wait long, for he heard the man's footsteps and tried to determine from which direction he was coming from. Hell, little idiot. He's scared stiff, he hasn't even moved a muscle. Well, might as well finish this now. Roko started to run forward to Naruto and began counting down in his head. 5. He was getting closer. 4. Almost over, you little shit. 3. Roko was almost there and Naruto hadn't even moved. 2. Roko pulled back his kunai, ready to strike a killing blow. 1. At that exact moment, Naruto quickly thrust open his eyes and charged his blade forward and heard the clang of metal on metal, and a sickening squelching noise quickly followed after that. Well, I wonder if the brat survived or not? Kisame was watching the whole fight from the exact same spot where Roko saw him and decided not to interfere. He figured that if the brat couldn't kill this guy on his own, then he wasn't worth the time. The smoke started to quickly fade away, and there stood the two ninjas. A few inches away from Naruto's left eye was a kunai blade, and there in front of him was Roko. The katana had actually pierced through the man's headband and continued until at least 2 inches of the blade came out through the back of his skull. "Well done, brat. You did good. How do you feel?" Naruto was confused. He felt happy, but not because that he killed a man, but because he knew what the man was wanted for and know he had stopped him from doing it again. I feel good knowing that nobody will be hurt by this man anymore. Kasame felt pride in the boy. Well, I was right. This boy is indeed interesting. Well, come on, brat, I'll buy you some ramen, my treat. Naruto quickly cheered up after hearing this. Kisame never bought him ramen. Ever. But once Naruto exited the mine shaft, he was quickly pushed to the side by his sensei. He was about to yell at him until he saw a kunai right where his head was with a note attached to it. Kisame was quickly looking around to see who had thrown the kunai to only find nobody there. He quickly turned his attention to the note and began to read it. "What's it say, Kisame-sensei?" Kisame finished reading the note and looked down to his student. "Sorry, brat, but looks like I'm gonna have to give you a rain check on the ramen." And with that, Kisame started to walk south towards the river country. Several days later. It had been days since Naruto's first kill and the kunai incident, and he still didn't know why they were heading towards the river country. "Why are we here, sensei?" Kisame didn't want to tell him what the note said, but he gave a somewhat truthful answer. "A few people want to meet me, that's all." "Why do they want to meet you, sensei?" "I don't know, brat, now just keep quiet, we're almost there." They continued to walk several miles until they came to a large lake with a mountainside on the other side. There they were greeted by a strange man. He was hunched over so he wasn't much bigger than Naruto. He was dressed in a black cloak with red clouds covering it, a mask covering his face so only his eyes showed, and finally a sacket with a chime hanging from the front was on his head. "Hashigaki Kisame, I presume?" The man spoke in a deep gravelly voice that the best way to describe it was mean. "Yeah, that's me. So what is it you guys want from me?" "Leader Sama shall tell you what we want from you and what you'll get in return." The strange man stared at Naruto with piercing eyes. "What with the shrimp over there?" "Hey, who you callin' shrimp? You hunchback?" "I watch my mouth if I were you, brat." "Well, you're not so. Nnwaag." Naruto stuck out his tongue while pulling down his lower eyelid at the hunchback. The man simply growled at the boy, muttering curses under his breath. Once they started walking on the lake, the man turned around to sneer at the boy on shore, only to find that he was walking on top of the lake. He can already dispense his chakra enough to walk on water, and at such a young age, impressive. The man continued forward and placed his hand on the mountainside, and they saw a giant boulder move out of the way to reveal a secret entrance. Naruto was about to follow them in until the strange man stopped him. "Sorry, no brats allowed in," the man said with a triumphant smirk under his mask. "What, that's bull. Wherever sensei goes I go, right, sensei?" "Sorry, brat, but this time you stay out here. Don't worry, I'll be back soon." And with that, Kisame went back inside the cave. "Stupid hunchbacked freak. Oh well, might as well train a bit." Kisame continued to follow the man until he stopped at what looked like a stone lantern. "Leader Sama, Hashigaki Kisame is here to see you." Out of nowhere, the shadowy outline of a man appeared in front of them. "Thank you, Sasori-san, that is all." Kisame looked at the shadow in disbelief. "Sasori? As in aka Suna no Sasori? What is this place?" "I see you got my message. Thank you for responding." "What is this place?" "This is the base of operations for a little organization that me and an associate of mine have created for a single purpose, and we would like you to join us." Kisame had a skeptical look on his face. "What happens if I do join?" Kisame could have sworn that the shadow had a smirk on his face. "Whatever you want, power, wealth, thrill of battle, or simply to cause as much damage and chaos as you desire." Kisame was intrigued to say the least. In fact, he almost agreed right there, but the kid came into mind. Better play it safe. Those are some impressive perks, but I got to ask, what is the purpose of this organization? Unfortunately, I can't tell you unless you join us. Kisame was about to give his answer when suddenly he was interrupted by what looked like a giant talking plant. Excuse me, Leader Sama, but there is something I think you should know. The figure turned to the plant. What is it, Zetsu? Apparently, there is a child at the main entrance. Why should I care about this? Well, the boy has seemed to have made a numerous amount of Mizubushin, water clone. Again, why should I care? The boy appears to be around the age of 6 and is fighting them on top of the lake. That got the man's attention, so young and yet so skilled that indeed is impressive. The figure turned to Kisame. Do you know anything about this? As a matter of fact, I do, and it's because of the brat out there is the reason why I must decline your offer. I understand, and please keep this meeting a secret. Kisame had already turned his back to the figure walking away to the exit. He rose his hand over his head. Can do, while not breaking his stride or turning around. As Kisame exited the cave, he witnessed the boy stab the last of the Mizubushin, water clone, through the abdomen. Hugh, ha. Kisame-sensei, you done already? Kisame looked at the boy and saw that he was panting heavily, drenched to the bone, and that his feet had already sunk beneath the water. He must have been training really hard for that to happen this quickly. Yeah, brat, I am. What they want? Just wanted to ask me a few questions, that's all. Well, all right, I guess. The two started to walk back to shore, and once they did, Kisame started talking. Hey brat, catch. Kisame then tossed Naruto a scroll. When Naruto opened the scroll, he saw it was filled with different types of Suitun jutsu. As Naruto looked up at his sensei in disbelief, he heard him say, Happy birthday, brat. Chapter 3. There's no place like home. Two figures were seen traveling down a dirt path, several miles from a small secluded village. The figure on the right was of a man around 6 feet 7 inches, dressed in a navy blue jacket that swayed down at his ankles, a shirt of chain link over his chest, a sacket on top of his blue hair hiding his slashed Kirigakure headband from sight. He was wearing a pair of baggy dark blue shinobi pants complete with sandals. The figure on the left was considerably smaller, around 4 feet 10 inches, and had a head of blonde hair that was so spiky that it looked as though he could impale someone with a single head, but he wore a smaller version of the coat that the man had, but instead of it being navy blue, it was orange with a black trimming. He also wore a set of chain link and had a strip of black fabric wrapped around his forehead. He wore a pair of baggy black shinobi pants with an orange strip traveling up the legs. And strapped on his back was a scroll labeled Zanbato. Well, brat, I can't believe it's been more than 3 years since I started to train you, and I have to admit you're doing better than I thought you would. Yeah, but I'm still not good enough. If I'm gonna be Hokage, I need to be the best. You know, if you're gonna be Hokage, you need to be a Konoha ninja, right? I know that, Kisame-sensei, but I'm not done training with you yet. Yeah, well, if you're gonna become a Konoha ninja, you should really become one with other brats your age. I guess so. At the village, Kisame and Naruto continued walking down the dirt road, talking to each other about today's activities. So, sensei, what are we going to do today? Well, brat, we're going to continue on your form with that blade of yours and do chakra control exercises. Chakra control, but I thought that's what the seal on my Zanbato was for? It is, but your control sucks. I swear, brat, you probably have more chakra than I do, but your control over it is complete shit. Yeah, whatever, fish face. Kisame smacked Naruto upside his head and proceeded to mumble under his breath about blonde-haired brats. A secluded area. Kisame and Naruto were facing off at each other, ready for a sparring match. Get ready, sensei, this time I'm gonna kick your ass. Ha 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 ha. Please, brat, you'll never beat me. Never. Yeah, we'll see. Kisame proceeded to unwrap his bundled sword, and Naruto once again saw it. His sensei's blade Samahata in all its glory. The blade was truly strange. It didn't slash or cut its victims. No, it shaved and cleaved the skin right off of person's bones, and it drained the chakra of his foes. Truly a terrifying weapon not to be taken lightly. Naruto unstrapped the scroll on his back, bit his thumb and swiped some blood on it, and in a puff of smoke Naruto reached out with both hands and grabbed his blade. His blade was nearly 7 feet long and resembled a giant saw blade that had an insurmountable amount of metal teeth that were each 2 inches long, and at the tip of the sword was a single spike used to impale his enemies. And if you looked closely, there was a small seal engraved into the hilt of the zanbato. Ready. I was born ready, sensei. Upon hearing this, Kisame proceeded to charge at Naruto, and several yards away from where Naruto was standing he leaped into the air and brought it down. Naruto brought his blade to block it, but the sheer power behind that swing was too much and knocked him down to the ground. If this is all you're going to do, then maybe we should just stop right here and you just accept defeat? Never. With that, Naruto pushed against Kisame with all his might and managed to push him back far enough to flip out of the way when Kisame slashed down exactly where Naruto was, causing a small crater to form. Naruto started to stare at Kisame, who just looked at him with a mocking smile. He then started to send a small amount of chakra into the seal on the blade, being careful upon how much of it he put in it. Naruto then swung the blade towards his sensei, but because of the chakra he put into the blade, it started to growing in size, causing the blade to go from 7 feet to 14 feet, but unfortunately increasing the amount the blade weighed. Kisame saw this coming and simply jumped over the blade, causing the momentum of the blade to carry Naruto into a complete circle and causing the zanbato to go halfway through a tree, becoming completely stuck. Naruto tried to pull the sword out of the tree, but after a few fruitless minutes of pulling he decided to fight without it. Kisame, watching this, decided to put Samahata away and fight with his fists as well. Naruto charged after Kisame, who was just bobbing and weaving each blow. Naruto launched his fist towards his sensei's chest, who simply crossed his arms into an X and was pushed back a foot. Damn, he's definitely gotten stronger since last time. My arms are going numb. Kisame then ducked down to dodge a punch to the face. But he's still slower than a dead sloth. After this thought, Kisame gave a swift kick to Naruto's gut, causing him to go flying backwards into a tree, and before he could get up he felt the blade of Samahata right under his chin, causing him to look straight into the smiling face of his sensei. Well, do you give up now? Naruto just gave him an evil glare and then gave a defeated sigh and slowly nodded. Good. You did better, but you're still slower than roadkill. At the village. Well, brat, you have definitely gotten better since last time, but you're still too slow. I think we're gonna have to increase you weights by at least another 20 pounds. Kisame was telling this to Naruto as they sat down at some little restaurant waiting for their orders to be filled. But Naruto had a question on his mind that he just had to ask. Sensei, I have a question. Yeah, what is it, brat? Where did Samahata come from? Kisame looked at the child with genuine surprise. He'd been expecting him to ask something else, but this was totally unexpected. Why do you want to know that? Well, it's like the strangest sword in the world, even stranger than your face skills. And with that comment, Naruto was rewarded with a smack upside of the head. Idiot. You should talk with those stupid whiskers on your face. What? My whiskers aren't stupid. In fact, that's what the ladies love most about me. Makes me even more adorable. Kisame had to agree with that. Over the years, Kisame had gotten many women just because he took care of Naruto, and it made him look a bit more sensitive in their eyes. Naruto was better than a dog when it came to picking up women. Whatever, brat. Well, you wanted to know where Samahata came from, right? Yeah, that's right. Well, in order to tell you that story, you got to answer me this. How much do you know about the Biju? What the hell are the Biju? Well, then this is going to take longer to tell then. Naruto braced himself for a long story, but he could tell that it was going to be good. There are 9 Biju in the world. Now the Biju are tailed beasts of great power. There was a time during the last great ninja war all of the Kages tried to harness their power in order to turn the tide in their favor. Naruto was completely enthralled in this story. It had everything: war, ninjas, demons. There was nothing missing, and he wanted to hear this so badly. Well, come on, don't leave me hanging, sensei. Hold your horses, brat. Now where was I? Oh yeah, I remember. When I was still working under that weakling of a Mizukage, he made me the leader of a team to capture one of these beasts. Which one, sensei? The Sanbai. So for weeks we went in search of the demon until finally we found it terrorizing a small fishing village. Wow. So what happened next? We attacked the creature. Funny thing was that I noticed that it seemed whenever we got too close to the beast it would drain our chakra. Well, anyway, one by one it killed my comrades until only I was left, so I proceeded to attack it. Naruto continued to stare at Kisame in amazement. To think that his sensei fought against a demon and survived, it made him look totally badass. I managed to carve a piece of flesh off the beast before it knocked me out. When I awoke several hours later, the village was completely destroyed and I was the only survivor. Then I noticed the skin of the demon and I remembered how during the battle the beast drained both mine and my fallen comrade's chakra, and the hide floating next to mine was doing the same, so I wrapped it around my blade and thus Samahata was born. Naruto was amazed at this story and he saw Samahata in a new light. It no longer was just a strange-looking blade anymore. No, it was a demonic weapon made from the flesh of a truly terrifying creature. What happened afterwards? Well, when I got back I was blamed for the mission being a failure and I wanted revenge, so I planned on killing the daimyo of Kiri, because without him the village wouldn't be able to receive any more mission and no longer be able to sustain itself and would eventually crumble. But I was stopped before I could kill him and did the next best thing. I stole some secret documents and sold them on the black market. Wow, sensei, I can't believe you were screwed over like that. Yeah, well, that's life for you, but there's nothing you can do about it. The two proceeded out of the restaurant and to the post office to send a letter. Now, are you sure you want to do this? I don't mind you hanging out with me that much, you know. I know, sensei, but I'll never fulfill my dream if I don't do this. All right, if you say so. And with that said, he dropped in the letter and the two left. Several days later at Konoha. Lord Hokage, you got a message that I think that you will want to read. The nervous Chunin handed the letter to the aged Hokage and proceeded to read it. Dear Ji-san, it's me, Naruto. I bet you're surprised I'm still alive, huh? So am I, and I wouldn't be if it weren't for my sensei saving me from drowning in a lake. You probably think that I hate the village, or you now that you know that I'm alive and that I want revenge. Well, you're wrong. I heard about what happened that night, and please tell the team that I'm sorry for his lose. You're probably wondering why I don't want revenge. It's because the future Hokage has to protect the village, and if I wanted revenge I couldn't protect it very well now, could I? Sarutobi was shocked upon reading this. So he still want to be Hokage? Even after all he's been through? This boy truly does have the will of fire burning within him. He is a true leaf shinobi. Sarutobi smiled to himself as he thought this, brimming with pride and joy for the blonde, and continued reading the letter. Even though I don't remember what happened to me that night, I naturally want to find the son of a bitch who did me wrong. Pardon my language, Sarutobi was confused when he read this passage. He doesn't remember anything from that night. I am currently training with my sensei, who I can't tell you who he is due to past events in his life that had made him into a nuke-nin and wanted criminal, but don't worry, I talked him out of killing everybody in the village, and I'm not joking. Sarutobi believed him when he was reading this and wasn't at all surprised that Naruto had befriended and changed an highly dangerous criminal who had to be at least ranked S-class if he thought he killed destroy the entire village. And long note, sorry, I'm writing to tell you that in 2 years I'm coming back to Konoha to graduate with the other kids my age from the academy in order to become a leaf shinobi and be one step closer to realizing my goal and become Hokage. So you better watch, you old wrinkly-ass Ji-san, because I'm after your job. From the one and only Uzumaki Naruto. After reading the letter, Sarutobi looked inside the envelope to find a picture. He gazed upon the picture and nearly cried out in joy. There he was, a picture of Naruto, smiling his usual foxy grin as wide as any human being could, shining blue eyes, whisker marks on each cheek, wearing an orange coat with black trimming, a chain-link shirt underneath, black pants with an orange strip going down the side of both legs with black shinobi sandals, and finally that unusually spiky blonde hair. He saw him holding his hand up in a victory sign, and on the bottom of the Polaroid he saw something scribbled, "Turn to back," doing as he was told. He flipped the picture around to find another message scribbled on the back. "See ya in 2 years. Can't wait. Oh, and Sensei says, hi." Sarutobi couldn't hold it in any longer and laughed as hard as he could and wept tears of joy. Is it true, Hokage-sama? Is Naruto-kun really returning to Konoha? Asked the Chunin with hope in his voice. Sarutobi simply looked up at the inquisitive Chunin and smiled. Tell Irika to expect a new student in his class 2 years from now. He's gonna need all the time he can get to be prepared for Naruto. The Chunin smiled at what he heard and replied, "Right away, Hokage-sama." He left in a puff of smoke. Sarutobi swiveled in his chair to look out the window in his office, looking upon the village, smiling like a madman, shaking his head to himself for believing that Naruto was dead for all these years. And as he lifted his favorite pipe to his mouth, he thought to himself, "Will you never cease to amaze me? Naruto. With Naruto and Kisame. So sensei, do you think they got my letter yet?" "Maybe, but we need to get to work. You only got 2 years before you get back, and we need to cover your form, and I want to teach you some of my own personal Suetun jutsus before you go back." "Hi, Kisame-sensei." 2 years later. A lone figure standing at a measurement of exactly 5 feet 0 inches in an orange coat with black trimmings and a scroll attached to his back and a sacket to hide his face from prying eyes was seen walking down a dirt road towards the village of Konoha. The 2 Chunin guards at the gate stood in front of the figure, stopping him from going any further. "Halt! What business do you have in Konoha?" Wordlessly, the figure reached into his pocket to produce a letter and handed it to one of the guards. The guard carefully read the letter and said, "All right, you can come in, and let me be the first to say welcome back." "Thanks," and with that being said, the figure entered the village to see the streets filled with people, bustling from street to street trying to get what they need for the day. Seeing this, the figure took off his sacket to release his blonde spiky hair, and with the light hitting his face, warming his whiskers and causing his blue eyes to sparkle, he said out loud to no one in particular, "It's great to be home again." Naruto Uzumaki was finally back. Chapter 4. School Days, Work, Friends, Revenge. Part 1, First Day. Sakura was currently walking through a park, looking at the wildflowers growing all over the place. As she was watching the sun setting across the sky, looking at the different hues of yellow, orange, and pink, when she noticed a lone tree in the middle of the field and what looked like the outlining of a small child. Sakura then proceeded to walk over to the tree to see that figure sitting down. Unfortunately, she couldn't see the figure's face or anything else. In fact, it looked as though it was just a shadow and nothing more. Excuse me, what are you doing here? Who are you?" The shadowy moved its head to look up at her. Even though Sakura couldn't see its face, she had the feeling that the figure was smiling at her, and not in a sinister way but in a warm and welcoming way. Sakura couldn't help but smile back at it. The figure stood up and began to run in the opposite direction, and Sakura began to run after it. But no matter how fast she ran, the figure kept becoming smaller and smaller as it got away from her. Wait, what's your name? Who are you? Wait for me. Wait for. End dream. Sakura awoke with a start, gasping as she looked around her room to find if anything was different. She was panting quite heavily, with a thin sheet of sweat was forming on her forehead. What was that? That dream. It felt so real, as if it actually happened. And that boy? Who was that boy? Sakura finally calmed herself down and looked at her alarm clock. 5:30 already. Sakura got herself out of bed and proceeded to do her morning warm-up with 30 minuets of sit-ups and 30 minuets of push-ups. Now Sakura didn't look like one of those girls who worked out. In fact, she looked like one of those girls who spent hours in front of the mirror brushing their hair, and she actually was once, but something happened to her, causing her to change that, but for the life of her, she couldn't remember what it was. After her warm-up exercises, she went into the shower. She stripped herself of her nightgown and stepped into the shower and let the hot water caress her skin. She stood there deep in thought, thinking about that dream she had. For some reason, she just couldn't forget about it. For some reason, she couldn't help but feel that she had seen that boy before, but it just wasn't coming to her. After she got out of the shower, dried herself off and got dressed, and then she looked at herself in the mirror. She had on a pair of black bicycle shorts and a red dress over it. She had long pink hair that went down to the middle of her back and was held back with a red ribbon. She wasn't as developed as some of the other girls, but she was only 12 years old. She had plenty of time. She had a nice flat stomach and long slender legs. Sakura. Sakura was on to the academy when she saw her friend, Ino Yamanaka. Hey Sakura. Hey Ino. What's wrong with you? Finally realized that Sasuke-kun will never go for a girl with a forehead as big as the Hokage monument. No, I just realized that you look more like a pig every day and it's rather depressing. What did you just say to me, billboard brow? You heard me, Ino pig. You're just jealous that Sasuke-kun will never love you. In your dreams. With that said, the two girls began to race each other to get to the academy before the other one. Naruto. Ah man, where the hell am I? Naruto was walking around the village trying to find the academy only to find himself lost. He felt alone, naked, and vulnerable. Man, I really wish Kisame-sensei was here with me. He was always good with directions. Flashback. Naruto and Kisame were currently 3 miles away from Konoha. It had been 2 years since Naruto had sent the letter telling the Hokage of his return to become a Konoha ninja. Well, Brad, it's been almost 6 years since I found you, and you've been a real pain in my ass since then. Wow, Sensei, thank you so much for that huge confidence booster. I feel so much better now, jackass. This remark was rewarded with a smack upside the head. But I can honestly say that it was fun while it lasted. Thanks, Sensei. I had fun too. Alright, enough of the touchy-feely crap. Now do you have everything you need? Yes. Did you seal your blade in its scroll? Yes. Do you have your money with you? Sweet Kami, what are you, my mother? Yes, I have everything. Kisame simply growled at the blonde child and smacked him upside the head again. End flashback. Naruto simply smiled as he remembered what happened a few hours ago and continued to walk through the village until he finally found the academy and entered through its doors. Well, here goes nothing. Naruto continued down the halls of the school until he reached room 237. Naruto took a deep breath to prepare himself because today was his first day of school. 5 miles from Konoha. Kisame was walking down a dirt path deep within his own thoughts. When out of habit he turned his head to the left. Hey brat, you seem rather quiet. Brat? Kisame looked down to find no one there. He then turned his head to the right to still find nobody. Then he turned around to look behind him. Brat, where are you? Where you? Oh, that's right. Kisame remembered that he had dropped him off at the village. How did I forget that? Kisame turned to face forward and said to himself, Bah, why do I care? The brat will be fine on his own. Even as he said this to himself, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Even if I wanted to, it would be suicide. I mean, breaking into a village full of highly trained ninjas just so I could see the brat's first day of school. It's simply idiotic. Kisame then looked up into the sky and gazed at a drifting cloud. Well, I better get going. Kisame then turned around completely and proceeded to run towards Konoha as fast as he could. Classroom. Sakura wasn't in the greatest of moods. Both she and Ino had tried to sit next to Sasuke only to have him glare at them, and also during their little race, she had gotten sweaty and got her clothes dirty. Well, this has definitely been a crappy day so far. Well, hopefully it will get better. Alright class, settle down. Settle down. I got some big news. Today we have a new student joining us. A loud murmur was heard going throughout the students. New student. What do you think this kid looks like? Maybe it's a really hot chick. Wouldn't that be great? Maybe it's a really cute boy. I just hope this kid isn't too troublesome. Who would they let in so late in the year? I mean, we only have a few months until the graduation tests. All of a sudden, there was a puff of smoke in front of the classroom, causing everyone's attention to reveal a Chunin walk up to whisper something to Irika. Yeah. MMMHM. Who? Okay. Yeah. Well, let him in then. Well, class, it seems our new student is standing right outside the door. Everybody then turned their attention to the class door. Even Sasuke was curious about the new student that he turned his attention to the door, though not as intently as the others. Kisame. Made with 2 minuets to spare. Kisame had perched himself across the academy and had a perfect view of Naruto's classroom. Well, brat, let the show begin. Classroom. The door slid open and Naruto walked through to meet his classmates. Everyone saw the new student walk through and each had different reactions. The boy wore a long coat that went down to his ankles. The coat was orange with black trimmings. He wore what looked like a shirt made of tiny metal rings that were all connected. baggy black pants with an orange stripe running up them, black sandals, a strip of black fabric tied around his forehead, and a small scroll strapped on his back. The boy had sapphire eyes that seemed to sparkle as if they really were made out of jewels, ridiculously spiky blonde hair, and 3 whisker marks on each cheek. Wow, who is that? He is so totally hot. I wonder what that scroll's for? That kid sure likes orange. And that cloud looks like a shogi piece, and that one. When Sakura saw the strange boy enter the room, she was suddenly hit with the greatest feeling of déjà vu. That boy. Why does he look so familiar? Have I seen him before? Naruto simply looked around the classroom, watching the other kids, trying to figure out what they were thinking. Though he would never admit it to anyone, he was scared and had every right to be. He didn't know what he was supposed to do when it came to other kids his age. Ah man, why am I so nervous? What are they waiting for? What if they're judging me? Naruto just stood there while showing no emotion appear on his face. He was doing a good job at it, but on the inside he was a sea of self-doubt and fear swirling and rising until it would explode right out of him. Kisame. Kisame saw that Naruto wasn't moving or making any readable facial expression. He's scared stiff, and I don't blame him. He knew how evil little kids could be. Classroom. Why don't you introduce yourself to the class? Naruto looked up at the scarred teacher, then back at the class. Well, my name is Uzumaki Naruto. Why do you wear so much orange? Naruto looked around the classroom but couldn't find the person who asked the question. He looked up at the teacher with a puzzled look. Don't ask. It happens sometimes. Naruto was extremely confused by this disturbing phenomenon but decided not to ask any questions about it. What was the question? Why do you wear so much orange? Well, I like orange. What's with the body armor? You expecting to be attacked or something? I would rather wear my body armor and not need it than need it and not have it. Where are you from? I was born here. How come I've never seen you before? I've been gone a while. Why were you gone for so long? Well, that's easy. I was gone because… Naruto furrowed his eyebrows and had a look of extreme concentration on his face. Why was I gone for so long? Naruto was trying to remember why he left Konoha, but he just drew a blank. Now that I think about it, I can't remember why I was gone. I guess it's not so easy after all. Everyone had a skeptical look on their faces, and all Naruto could do was to rub the back of his head with a sheepish grin. Kisame. Kisame had read the brat's lips because he couldn't hear him through the glass and was too far away. So he doesn't even remember why he was gone for so long? It seems like it's getting worse and worse each day. Flashback. 6 years earlier. Kisame had just decided to take the brat, as he so subtly nicknamed him, as his first student and decided to take him to the nearest hospital to get him a physical, to see if he could handle the type of training he was going to put him through. Hospital. Kisame was in the waiting room doing absolutely nothing except getting more pissed every minute. It's been 3 fucking hours. What the fuck are they doing? A fucking physical shouldn't take so long. As if Kami-sama heard Kisame's mental cries of anguish, a medic Nin came up to the aggravated shark man and decided to give him the test results. Are you the one who brought in the child for the physical? Finally, it took you long enough. So is the brat healthy or what? Well, physically he is perfectly healthy. In fact, his red and white blood cell count are through the roof. His muscle growth rate is bigger than anyone of his age group should have. His healing capabilities are so astounding that it seems impossible, and I doubt that there is any living being on this planet that could come close to it. So he's healthy, right? Sir, the boy isn't just healthy, he's… Well, I don't know what he is. Kisame was never a smart man, and he knew that he wasn't. He was a doer, not a thinker, but that didn't mean he was an idiot, and he knew that there had to be a drawback somewhere. Okay, wait. I need you to back up a bit. You said something about healing capabilities and how amazing they are, but I got to ask you, what's the catch? Well, they boys' healing abilities are so advanced that anything less than decapitation or other extreme methods probably wouldn't be able to kill him, immune to every known disease and most toxins, and regrowing lost limbs are definitely not out of the realm of possibility. That's nice to know, but you still didn't answer my question. Well, because of all this healing his body is able to do and being able to produce blood 5x faster than a normal person, his metabolism is just as fast as everything else. In fact, it seems that his body is eating itself as fast as it's healing itself. I suggest he be put on a diet mostly of proteins and carbohydrates like fish and rice. So what you're saying is, he's always hungry? No, not always. It just means he could eat a lot of food. Really? How much could he eat? At the moment, I say he would have the appetite of roughly 5 full-grown men. What? 5 full-grown men? At the moment, most likely, but when he enters puberty, that would probably double. Double? Possibly triple. Try triple. Kisame was in the middle of a panic attack when something popped into his head. He once read that sharks were more like machines than animals, meaning all they did was swim, mate, feed, and that a shark would eat almost anything it could find and continue eating until it threw up, and after that it would continue eating. That's no boy. That's a force of nature. Sir. Excuse me, sir, but there's more about the child I need to tell you. More? How could there be more? I'm not made of fucking money, you know. Well, sir, after we finished with the boy's physical health, we decided to check his mental health for anything and found something quite interesting. Great, what now? No, wait, don't tell me. He can read people's minds. No, wait, he can make things explode, right? Actually, it's nothing like that at all. In fact, it looks as though his mind is repressing all memories of his former life. Wait, what? I don't really understand. The boy seemed to have experienced something that traumatized him and his mind is trying to lock it away. But the weird thing is that all of his memories are being locked away, and the only thing I could think of that would explain this is that he actually had to go through a living hell. Something finally caused this to happen. So he has amnesia? No. Amnesia is a temporary lose of memory that returns over a certain period of time. Repression is when the mind locks away certain memories until something triggers the mind to unlock it. So this could be permanent? I'm afraid due to his accelerated healing rate, if all of his memories are locked away then it will, but theoretically if he unlocks at least one memory before they're all locked away, it should stop the process and give him as much time as he needs to unlock the others. How long does he have before all his memories are gone? Well, I'm not sure, but if I had to guess, maybe 7, 8 years tops, but again, I'm just guessing. Well, what could trigger his mind to remember? Familiar smells, sights, people or voices, anything could trigger it. All right, well, thank you for telling me. End flashback. Now it was almost 7 years later and Naruto just lost more and more of his memory. Time was running out. Brad, I hope you remember something soon. I really do. Classroom. What did you do while you were gone? Pretty much training. Did you learn anything cool? I could show you if you want. Excited murmur traveled through the classroom as the kids wanted to see what he could do, but Irika had different plans in mind. Well, then you're going to have to show us next time because today we have a test planned. A collective groan of disappointment and frustration was heard from the other students. Oh, stop whining already. Naruto, you can pick where you would like to sit. Naruto looked around the classroom and sat in between a pink-haired girl and a girl with a blonde ponytail. He then proceeded to freak out. Fuck, a test, already? I don't know what I should do. Fuck, fuckity, fuck. Irika walked up to Naruto and put his hand on his shoulder, getting the boy's attention. Since it's your first day, you are excused from the test, but please do not disturb the other students, okay? Naruto nodded his head and reached into his coat pocket and pulled out an old worn-looking book about demonology and began to read it to himself. Ever since Kisame told him about where Samahate came from and the Biju, he became fascinated by the subject and began to read everything about demons. Also, since he only knew that Kisame came from Kirigakure, he wanted to know what clan he came from, but there was no record of a clan of ninjas that resembled sharks or any other kind of aquatic life in Kirigakure or any other hidden village for that matter. So why did he look like that? Kisame. Kisame looked at the scarred teacher with disbelief and suddenly had great respect for him. The brat drove me fucking insane all the time, and this guy has control over 30 of the little monsters. How does he do it? As Kisame wondered this, he remembered the most horrifying experience of his life, causing him to shiver in fear and break out in a cold sweat. The time he gave Naruto sugar. Flashback. It had been 3 weeks since Kisame found the brat and heard what the Mednin told him and was currently debating with himself on whether or not to take his training to the next level or not. His first kill. The sooner it's done the better, but he's only like 6.5 years old. Then again, if he's with me all the time, he's gonna have to protect himself from hunter Nins and other nuke Nins too. But he's been through so much even if he doesn't remember. But I need the money for food. Hey Kisame-sensei, what's Pocky? Kisame was completely caught off guard by this question that it caused him to trip and fall flat on his face. He then pushed himself off the dirt road of the village they were currently passing through and stared at the child with disbelief clearly written on his face. How does a 6-year-old not know what the hell Pocky is? I don't know. I just don't, okay? I mean, I always wondered what it was, but I never found out. Kisame just hung his head down and shook it slowly in a pitiful manner. Follow me, brat. Kisame led Naruto into a store where he purchased a stick of Pocky for him. What Kisame didn't know was that he just set into motion the events that would be so horrifying, so heinous, and so chaotic that he would remember this day until he lay on his deathbed. Once Naruto bit into his piece of candy, Kisame's fate was sealed. 5 minutes later. Brat, come back here right now. Somehow in the course of 5 minutes Naruto was able to strip his clothes from his body, leaving only a pair of green boxers with little orange swirls on him, and also began running down the street like a fucking monkey jacked up on a mixture of coke, crystal meth, and an extremely high dose of caffeine, laughing like a deranged psychopath as loud as he could. Brat, I'm serious. Stop running. Luckily Kisame had stuffed Naruto's clothes in his coat pockets and had his practice katana in his hands. The villagers were treated with a rare surprise that day as they watched a semi-naked cackling blonde-haired child being perused by a giant blue-skinned shark man screaming at the top of his lungs. Ha 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 ha. You're gonna have to run faster. Ha 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 ha, you'll never catch me. Naruto entered a small shop with Kisame not too far behind. There was a series of small crashes, people yelling and screaming quickly followed by several strings of curses from both the boy and shark man that would not only cause a sailor to blush but possibly make his ears to bleed. Suddenly the sound of glass being broken was heard as Naruto launched himself through the store's front window and running down the dirt road as Kisame was right on his tail. Hot Springs. Naruto had visited 3 other stores before turning towards the entrance of the hot springs, and Kisame was still right behind him. Naruto slid under the counter of the spring's entrance. Ignoring the cries of the man behind the counter, he ran down the hall and turned left. The man behind the counter nearly screamed when he saw Kisame running right at him and ducked when he jumped over the counter and ran down the same hall, turning left and was faced with 2 doors. Kisame stared hesitantly at the 2 doors, trying to decide which one to go through. Several crashes were heard along with a psychotic laugh, and Kisame took a deep breath when he entered the left door. Kisame was suddenly blinded by a thick mist and reached out like a blind man while stumbling around. Brat, you in here? Bray it. Kisame felt something smooth and soft in the palm of his hands. Brat, is that you? Kisame suddenly became nervous when he received no answer and gave the mystery objects an experimental squeeze and heard a very feminine eep, and one thought went through his mind, oh shit. The mist somehow magically lifted to reveal a room filled with beautiful, naked women while Kisame had his hands on the chest of a particular busty red head. Kisame quickly let go of the glaring woman and put his hands in a surrendering manner while giving the biggest sheepish smile he could muster while slowly backing up. Hee. I'm sorry about that, ladies. You see, I was looking for someone and I guess I went through the wrong door and… Kisame suddenly stopped and looked straight into the faces of 20 or so beautiful, naked, severely pissed off women, and even though it was at least 100 degrees in the room, the evil glares he was receiving were enough to freeze his very soul. 3 minutes later, Kisame was literally thrown through the wall, bearing scratches and slap marks all over his face, complete with a swollen black eye. Wow, sensei, I've never knew you were such a perv. Maybe I should call you Ero-same, perverted shark. Kisame was still laying flat on his back and reached up to attempt to strangle the blonde child, but he quickly jumped out from his reach. End flashback. Kisame shivered at that memory that still haunted his dreams every now and then. Naruto. Naruto was still reading his book when he felt someone tap on his shoulder, grabbing his attention. He looked up to see the blonde girl smiling at him. Hi, my name's Ino. I'm Naruto. I really don't want to get you into trouble. That's okay, besides I'm already finished. So what you reading there? Naruto closed his book using his thumb as a bookmark and lifted it up so Ino could read the title. History of Demons. Legends, folklore, and facts. Why are you reading that? Well, I find this kind of stuff interesting. There's a lot of things about demons that people don't understand. Ino was actually interested in what he had to say. Obviously, he had studied a lot about this stuff. What kind of things are there? Well, did you know that kitsune demons are rarely male, but they're almost always female, and they would usually seduce young men, and they would be devoted wives, even mothers? Wow, I never knew that. What else? As Naruto continued to tell Ino about demon facts and such, neither of them noticed a pair of green eyes looking straight at Naruto. That boy. Why do I feel like I know him from somewhere? Sakura then remembered the dream she had this morning and wondered if it was possible if there was a connection between the two. Well, he does have the same kind of hair, but that doesn't mean that it was him. Well, I know it wasn't Sasuke-kun, though I kinda do. But the boy in the dream was around 6, maybe 7 years old, and I couldn't see his face or anything. After several minutes of self-debating with herself, she decided that it was just a coincidence and thought nothing of it for the rest of the day. The rest of the day was pretty much normal, and before he knew it, Naruto's first day of school was over. Konoha. It was a pretty good day. He was walking down the street and turned into an open alley. Leaning against the wall, he waited till his follower showed his face. So, how was your first day of school? I'm surprised you're here. I would have thought that you would be halfway to Suna by now. Kisame stepped out of the shadows of the alley to show that sharp grin of his with all his teeth exposed to his student. Now, why would you think that? You think I would miss my student's first day of school? It's like you don't even know me at all. Naruto just stared at him with an amused grin and waited for him to answer his question for real. I just wanted to give you a real good by this time since you are my first student and all. Naruto was truly touched by his response, but that didn't mean he wasn't going to make fun of him for it. Wow, sensei. I didn't know that sharks could spontaneously change from male to female. That was the girliest thing I've ever heard a woman say. Kisame growled in annoyance and smacked him upside the head. Anyway, I better get going before somebody sees me. Kisame turned his back to Naruto and began to walk away. Naruto saw him leaving and they decided to say their goodbyes. So long, Fishface. Without missing a beat, Kisame didn't even stop or turn around to face him. Instead, he put his hand up in the air, gave one wave, and replied, "Later, Brett." And with that, he disappeared from sight. River Country. Inside a secret cave, the shadowy projection of the leader of the Akatsuki was having a very good day. They had found a replacement for Orochimaru a few months ago, and even though Kisame didn't join them, they had managed not only to find someone as skilled with a sword as him, if not better, but was also good enough at Fuinjutsu that he could create chakra repressor seals strong enough to stop even demonic chakra. Also, they had found the location of 2 other Jinchuriki and soon the Kyubis. Jinchuriki, this was enough to make him smile. "Excuse me, Leader-sama, I have some news about the Kyubi Jinchuriki." "Ah, Zetsu-san, that's excellent news. You have caught me in a very good mood. Well, hopefully you'll feel the same way after what we tell you." The shadow looked at him with an angry glare. "Tell me what you have learned or I will hurt you." "Well, we saw the boy entering the academy in Konoha today. That's all right. It's not that too bad, but it may make things a bit difficult." "Well, if you like that, then you're gonna love this. Not only did we see this kid in the academy, but we remember seeing him before." You saw the child before? When did you see the boy? Well, you see, Leader-sama, that's what would probably upset you. Tell me now, Zetsu. Well, here's the kicker, we saw the kid around 7 years ago. It's the same kid that was with Kisame when he came here to decline our offer. Unfortunately for Zetsu, the shadow had become very quiet with its eyes shut, and before Zetsu could ask anything, he saw the astral shadow began quivering in rage. Get out! Now! Zetsu didn't have to be told twice and quickly melded into the earth. Then, by some weird phenomenon, the astral form of the man defied the laws of physics and back-fisted the cave wall, causing a loud cracking noise to go throughout the cave and small spidery cracks to appear on the wall. He was here? The final piece of the puzzle. The biggest threat to our plans, and he slipped right through my fingers and I didn't even know. He quickly regained his composure and began to think of what to do next. Alright, I can fix this, I just need to decide who to send and when. Finally, after several minutes of thinking, he came up with the perfect solution. Itachi Katsuzui. 2 figures appeared from the shadows, roughly around the same size, waiting for his next orders. When the time comes, I want you to go after the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, do you understand? Hi, Leader-sama. Chapter 5. School Days. Work, Friends, Revenge. Part 2. Some things are best left forgotten. It had been about a week since Naruto had began school, and it felt good to be around other kids his age. It felt like he was with people that accepted him in a way, that he didn't need to prove that he was good enough to be there. Plus now he could finally pull off as many pranks he would want, because every time he tried to prank Kisame, he would either catch him in the middle of the act or somehow trick him into tripping his own traps. But now, well, now he had to get almost 7 years of mischief out of his system. He could only hope that no one would be killed. His first victim was his teacher Irika, but it wasn't out of spite or hate. Both Irika and Mizuki were nice to him, but unfortunately he had Irika first. Alright everyone, today we're going to... The door suddenly burst open, revealing a flustered Naruto who was doubled over, panting slightly with a shiny red apple in his hand. Well, nice of you to join us, Naruto-san. Sorry, didn't mean to... That's quite all right, please take your seat. Naruto walked past Irika's desk, placed the apple on it, and continued to walk up the steps and slid into the 3rd row, sitting next to a boy wearing a hooded jacket and had a small white dog laying on top of his head. Wow, I never knew you so much of a suck-up kid. Naruto turned to face the boy bearing a slight smirk on his face and said only 2 words to him. Just watch. Kiba was extremely confused by his statement and turned to face the front of the classroom, watching Irika eat the apple that Naruto had placed on his desk earlier. At first nothing happened, but the more Irika ate the apple, the more it came clear that there was something wrong. First he blinked his eyes really fast for a few seconds, as if he saw a bright flash. Then he began to sway a little, looking like he was at sea. Finally, when only the core remained, he bore a weird squiggly smile with his eyes half-lidded, body slightly drooped, and what looked like a blush across his scarred nose. Kiba turned to see that Naruto had a victorious smile smeared across his face. What did you do to that apple? Watch. Irika was now trying to move around, but his body kept swaying around. When he finally steadied himself, he began to speak. You Nushas? I once knew a guy. He kinda looks like him Ovierthesh. Irika was talking to Shino and pointed towards the chalkboard. He saw where he was pointing and started to snicker. Wait. I don't think it was him. PFFFFTTTT, huh? What's your problem? Irika walked over to Sasuke's seat and had what looked like an annoyed look on his face. Huh. You's gosh see mean to say? Mr. High and Mighty. You got see mean you's wanna tell me? Sasuke simply stared at his teacher with a nervous expression on his face. He didn't know what to do. You's knows? Why you's act like Thesha tree stock up your ass? Live a little, will ya? Irika then waddled over to Sakura and Ino, who were very nervous to see their teacher acting like this. And you two's quite bitching all the time, I mean sweesh Kami. Will you two shunt up already? I swear I'm ready to knocks you both out. Kiba couldn't believe what he was seeing and had to know what that kid did to their teacher. Dude, what the fuck did you do to that apple? Naruto turned his head to face Kiba, and then he reached into his coat pocket, pulling out a syringe filled with a clear liquid. What is that? This? Well, this, my friend, is some of the finest sake in the whole village, the kind that only the rich and powerful of Konoha could afford. Wait, are you telling me that you injected some sake in the apple that Irika-sensei ate? That's exactly what I'm telling you. He's completely wasted right now. Mizuki. Mizuki was currently eating quietly while enjoying the peace and quiet. Because he taught the more physical part of being a ninja, he didn't have to be at the academy till 10. He looked at the clock and saw that it was 9:45 already and decided that if he was going to make it there on time, he would have to leave now. Academy. And I was like, well, fuck you too, ma. I don't need your stinking charity, you got that? Then I was like, stuff, yeah, I told that bitch off. Everyone had overcame the shock of seeing their teacher drunk as a skunk and were currently laughing their asses off, and Irika didn't know that they were laughing at him. Not with him. What's going on here? Everybody turned to see Mizuki standing in the doorway, watching Irika, who was now, as he put it, dancing like a monkey. Huh? Mizuki. All right, now it's a party. Irika. What the hell is going on here? You knows what they say. When's life gives you lemons, make lemonade. Then go find someone's whose lives given him vodka and have a party, woohoo. Mizuki caught a whiff of Irika's breath and took a step back with his face all scrunched up. His breath? It smells like alcohol. Has he been drinking? Mizuki had known Irika since they were at the academy themselves, and since then Irika was always the sensible one, the voice of reason, the designated driver, so to speak. In fact, Mizuki was pretty sure that he had never been within 10 feet of a bottle of sake, so why was he drunk? Irika? Are you drunk? What, me drunk? PFFFFTTTT, that's improbable. All I hash was an apple. Irika handed the apple core to Mizuki. He then licked the fruit once and immediately tasted sake on it, and not the cheap kind either. This was some heavy shit. All right, who gave this to him? Everyone simultaneously pointed to Naruto, who still had the needle in his hand. He quickly stuffed it back into his coat pocket, then darted his eyes left to right and pointed to the person next to him. It was him. Hey, don't blame me, man. Not you, it was him, yeah, the hairy one did it. Jrrrrrrrrfarf. OW, he bit me. Good boy, Akamaru. Arf. Why, you little. That's enough. Naruto quickly looked back to see Mizuki fuming. Naruto, I want you to tell me the truth. Did you or didn't you give Irika this apple? Naruto knew that there was no way out of this and knew that he would get caught. Why he did it or that he couldn't stop himself from doing these kind of things were a complete mystery to him. It was almost like pulling pranks or conning people were in his nature, completely instinctual. Yeah, Mizuki-sensei, I gave Irika-sensei the apple. Well then, you're going to help me bring him home. Hinata, you are in charge while I'm gone, okay? Hi, Mizuki-sensei. That's right, people no stutter. Want to know why? Because she found someone else to look up to. Naruto got out of his seat and walked towards Mizuki, who was trying to restrain an inebriated Irika. Woohoo. Come on, Mizuki. Let's go finds home chinks. Alright, Irika. Come with me and we'll go find some girls, okay? Alright, let's go. Wait. Where the hell did these kish come from? The classroom erupted into laughter after hearing Irika say that, and no one noticed Naruto and Mizuki dragging Irika out of the room. Konoha. Because of a heavy rainstorm from the previous night, the streets of Konoha were riddled with puddles and covered with mud, and if that didn't make it difficult enough, Irika wasn't exactly what you would call cooperative. Who wash pancakes? I'm buying. No, that's okay, Irika, we're not hungry. I could eat. No, you can't. Irika was completely oblivious of his surroundings and of those around him. He showed this when he started singing some sort of song. Da-da-dana, na-na nana da-da-dana, na-na nana do-boo-da-da. Mizuki couldn't help but stare at Irika and couldn't believe what he was seeing. Naruto, where exactly did you get that stuff? Stole it from some guy when he wasn't looking. And the needle? Stole a box of them when I went to get a physical about 3 days ago. Mizuki couldn't believe that this kid was already sneaking around, stealing random objects from people, and he wasn't even a ninja yet. What about the apple? Though I'm pretty sure I know the answer already. Bought it on the way to school this morning. Oh, guess I was wrong. Been driving all night, hands wet on the wheel de danana na. There's a voice in my head that drives my heel, de danana na. My baby's calling, says she needs me here, de dana, and it's 4:30 and I'm grinding gears. When she is lonely and the longing gets too much, she sends a cable coming in from above. Don't need a phone at all, we got a thing called radar love, we got a wave in the air radar love. Both Mizuki and Naruto stared at Irika, who continued singing to his heart's content. When they did arrive at Irika's apartment, Mizuki reached into Irika's pockets and fished out his keys while Irika was still singing and didn't notice him doing so. All right, Irika, you should go inside and take a nap. Okay? How much do I owe you? 500 Rio. Irika reached into his back pocket and pulled out the correct amount, then handed it over to Naruto. Here you go. Naruto grabbed the money out of his teacher's hands and put a greedy smile on his face that quickly turned to a disappointed frown when Mizuki snatched it out of his hands and gave it back to Irika. And here's your change. Thank you very much. Irika stumbled into his apartment, and when he shut the door, there was an immediate crashing noise of something heavy falling to the ground, followed by loud snoring. Don't worry, he'll be fine in the morning. Mizuki and Naruto then trudged through the muck in the streets back towards the academy. So what's my punishment? I'm not going to punish you because I wasn't the one drugged, so it wouldn't be right for me to punish you. But you got to admit that it was pretty funny. It was, but that doesn't make it right. I'm sorry, Sensei. Not me who you should be apologizing to, but could you promise me not to do something like this again? Okay, Mizuki-sensei, I promise. Academy. Both Mizuki and Naruto walked inside of the classroom to find everyone talking to each other about stuff, I guess. Okay, everyone outside for a surprise quiz. Everybody groaned in disappointment and began to whine and complain. Don't complain, only a few of you could probably take this quiz anyway. Outside. Everybody gathered outside waiting to see what Mizuki meant by only a few could be able to take this quiz. All right, everyone, this quiz is more like a skill examination. Those who are able to participate will receive extra credit. Now all those who are able to perform a C-rank jutsu, please step forward. Now everyone understood why Mizuki said that not everybody was going to be able to take the test. While no one was surprised that Sasuke took a step forward, but the surprise was that Naruto also took a step forward. All right, Sasuke, you can show us your jutsu first, please. Sasuke started to walk towards the middle of the schoolyard, being careful not to step into a puddle and trying to ignore all the girls screaming their lungs out by cheering. You can do it, Sasuke-kun. Show us what you're made of, Sasuke-kun. I love you. No, I do. As the girls continued to argue amongst themselves, Sasuke started to make a few hand signs and put his thumb and pointer finger in a C shape, then put them to his lips. Katan, Gukakyu no Jutsu, Fire Style, Grand Fireball Technique. Sasuke then blew a fireball around the size of a small boulder towards a tree, burning it to cinders. The kids saw this act and started to applaud. Well, except Shikamaru, who just watched. Excellent job, well done. All right, Naruto, it's now your turn to show us your jutsu. Naruto walked towards the same spot as where Sasuke was standing a few moments ago and passed him on the way there. Nice job, really impressive. That's nothing, anybody who isn't a complete baka could do that. Naruto glared at the gloating Uchiha, who had a proud smirk on his face. When he was about to reply to his remark, he was interrupted by Mizuki. Is there a problem over there, Uzumaki-san? Naruto put on a cheesy smile and turned to his sensei to answer his question. Nope, no problem here, sensei. Naruto continued to walk towards the spot, thinking of a way to one-up the Uchiha. When he finally made it to the area, he spied a rather large puddle to his left, then he looked straight in front of him to see a rather small brick wall that couldn't have been more than 4 feet high going in a straight line until it hit the edge of the academy building and the chain link fence that surrounded the rest of the yard. So the wall was at least 20 feet wide, and he guessed about 6 inches thick. Also behind the wall he could see the side of a wooden house. Perfect, this will do nicely. Everybody watched as Naruto started to perform a couple of hand signs. Mizu Bushin no Jutsu, water clone technique. To everyone's surprise, they saw what looked like 10 small pillars of water rise out of a large puddle and proceeded to take shape of a person. Then when all was done, there were 10 Narutos standing in the middle of the yard. 11 if you count the real Naruto. Quite impressive. That's quite a feat. Mizuki never got to finish that sentence because at that moment all 10 of the clones lined themselves in a straight line at least 10 feet away from the real Naruto. Everyone was wondering what was going to happen next when they saw him form more hand signs, and when that was done he inhaled through his nose till both his cheeks and chest were puffed out. Suidan no Jutsu, water bullet technique. The entire class witnessed a small ball of water, roughly the size of a fist, shooting out of Naruto's mouth, not unlike a cannonball, creating a sound that could be described as a baboon splitting a 2x4 against a rock. A second later, all the clones were decimated by the attack, and they all burst into droplets of water flying all over. Then another sound was heard, and the brick wall behind the clones was missing at least 5 feet of brick and concrete. The house behind that had stopped the water. Missile bore an imprint that was around 4 feet in diameter, where all the wood inside was splintered and soaked. Te-da. Now for my next trick, I'll need a volunteer. Anyone? Everyone was stunned by what they just saw. There were very few jaws that were still attached to their owners' faces. They had never seen anything like that before. That will be all for today. You all can go home early today. The students were quietly talking amongst themselves at what they just witnessed today, and all had the same thought running through their heads. Who is that kid? Naruto's apartment. Naruto entered a decrepit old building that looked as though it should have been condemned a long time ago. He walked up several flights knowing that the only other inhabitants were most likely in the walls or crawling underneath the floorboards. He stopped at the 5th floor and continued down a hallway, entering the 3rd door on the right. It wasn't a big room, in fact a 6-year-old wouldn't have enough room, but it was home nonetheless. When he first got the apartment there was empty ramen cups and blank scrolls all over the floor plus a thick layer of dust. He long since threw away the mattress that was already there on the couch. It felt like it was filled with rocks, and laid down a sleeping bag in its place. He turned his attention to the calendar he placed on the wall, took a pen out of one of his many coat pockets and crossed out the day. Well, only 7 more months till graduation. 7 months later. It had almost been an entire year since Naruto had returned to Konoha, and he definitely noticed a few things since his return. For starters, the villagers kept throwing nasty looks at him, and on several occasions they threw things at him, but it wasn't all bad. He had made a few friends at the academy like Ino, who in a lot of ways was just like him. Chuji, who would often share some of his snacks with him. Hinata, who was a bit shy but fun to be around, and finally Sakura, which he kinda had a bit of a crush on. He wasn't the top of his class, but he wasn't the class dope. He wasn't the greatest at taijutsu, but he was the strongest of his class physically. He proved this when he created a series of spider web cracks on the side of the academy building with a single punch. He wasn't the stealthiest, but when it came to tracking he was better than Kiba, whose family was known for their unparalleled tracking capabilities. All those years of tracking criminals paid off. He wasn't the fastest or the most accurate, and definitely not the smartest, but he never got to show his true skills yet. Alright everyone, as you know, today is your graduation test. So please come in the back room when your name is called, and if you pass you'll receive your headband showing that you are officially a Leaf Shinobi. Naruto was practically bouncing in his seat. Finally the moment he had been waiting for, and it was finally going to happen. He would become an actual ninja and would be one step closer to realizing his dream of becoming. Wait, what was it again? Weird, I can't seem to remember. Oh well. Alright everyone, I will call you in by alphabetical order, starting with your last name. Ah shit. Okay, we'll start off with. Some length of time later. Naruto was resisting the urge to bash open his skull against the desk when he finally heard Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto jumped out of his seat. Then only a blur of yellow and orange was seen for a split second before it disappeared behind the door. Enthusiastic, aren't we? Alright, for you to pass, I need to see you create a bushin. Is that all? Yes, that's all. Naruto simply smirked at how easy this was going to be. Both Irika and Mizuki watched Naruto, quickly becoming disgusted at what he did next. Naruto began to clear out his sinuses of all mucus and such, collected it in the back of his throat, then hacked it up into his mouth and let it mix with his own saliva, then proceeded to hawk a loogie on the floor. Naruto. That's disgusting. What is the meaning of this? Naruto pretended not to hear his teacher's cries of disgust and started to form a couple of hand signs. Mizu Bushin no Jutsu, water clone technique. Both Chunin watched in awe as the small wad of spit transform into a perfect replica of Naruto. So do I pass? Yard. Naruto was currently sitting on a lone swing underneath the only tree left in the yard. All the others were destroyed by either him or Sasuke, wearing the exact same thing he wore this morning, and nothing was different. Well, except one thing, that is, woo-hoo, I'm a ninja. It's my birthday. Naruto was smiling like a madman. Finally, he became a ninja, thus coming closer to his dream, which he couldn't remember at the moment, but it felt good nonetheless. Hey there, Naruto, how's it going? Naruto looked behind him to address the mystery speaker and saw that it was Mizuki. Oh, hey Mizuki-sensei. I'm doing great now that I'm a ninja. See, that's what I wanted to talk about with you. Naruto looked in confusion as he saw the grimaced look on Mizuki's face. You see, Naruto, even though you passed the graduation exam, there's still the chance that you might not become a ninja. What do you mean? Well, I shouldn't even be telling you this, but I think it would be a shame if you didn't get to reach your full potential. See, there's another test that you have to pass, but there's a 66.6 failure rate, and I don't think I have to tell you that 33.3 out of a class of 30 students isn't the most ideal odds. Naruto had to completely agree with Mizuki on that. He knew those weren't good odds at all, but he was confident in his abilities. Thanks for your concern, Mizuki-sensei, but I'm going to pass no matter what. Well, it's not just you who has to pass, but everyone who will be assigned to your squad. Every single person. Oh, well, that's different then. What can I do to make sure everyone in my squad passes? Well, there is one thing you could do. No, it's too dangerous. I don't want you to get in trouble. Tell me I need to know, or I'll explode. That happens to me sometimes. Grr. Okay, calm down, I'll tell you, but you got to listen very carefully because I'm only going to say this once. Midnight. Alright, I got the scroll, and I'm now at the shack that Mizuki told me about. Now what's next? Oh yeah, now I got to learn one jutsu from this scroll. Naruto laid the scroll open on the grass and started to scroll through the many jutsu in it. No, not that one. I have no idea what that is. What the F? Hell no. Wait, this could come in handy. I mean, the only other one I know that's close to this uses a lot of water, and it's not always where I want it. Naruto started to practice the chosen jutsu, and while 30 minuets into his training, he started to become frustrated. Where the hell is Mizuki? Man, this better be worth what I went through to get this, or I swear heads will roll. Flashback. It was 11 at night, and Naruto was currently waiting for the guard shift in front of the Hokage Tower so he could sneak in for the scroll. Okay, let's see. 1 lock pick, 3 bottles of water, several yards of ninja wire, 20 kunai, 10 smoke pellets, and some wrappings. This should be enough. Now, I'll only have 15 seconds before the other guards come for the new shift, and that should happen. OHSHIT, it's happening now. Naruto ran as fast as he could while staying in the shadows of the surrounding buildings, slowly counting backwards in his head. 9. The guards were almost out of sight, but that meant the others were coming closer. 8. Faster, damn it, faster. 7. They were getting closer. He could hear their footsteps around the corner. Shit, I timed it wrong, only 2 seconds. Naruto was only 5 feet from the door and had less than a second to get in. He made a mad dash towards it and made it just in time. Phew, that was close. Naruto looked around the lobby to find no one there. Perfect. Now which way am I supposed to go again? Oh yeah, now I remember. Up. Naruto located the stairs and quickly and quietly started his ascension. After he climbed an impossible amount of steps, he arrived at the Hokage's office and reached into his pocket and pulled out the lockpick and tried to jimmy the lock, but after 10 minuets with no results, he pulled out a water bottle. Pouring out the contents. watching the liquid seep into the bottom of the door. Then he created a few hand signs while whispering Mizubushin no Jutsu. He waited a few seconds and heard a click from behind the door showing a smiling clone behind it. Why thank you, me. No problem, me, and may I say you look terrific. Not as good as you handsome devil you. Oh, stop you. Once Naruto stopped this little barrage of self-compliments, he searched the office till he found his objective. He strapped the scroll around his back and exited the office. Then he went straight for the balcony. Took out 2 lengths of ninja wire, then tied a kunai at both ends of each strand and aimed them both to a building across the balcony and several feet above his head. Took some of the wrappings around his hands while having several inches apart and used the wire as a zip line to the other building. Now to meet Mizuki-sensei. End flashback. Naruto was dirty, sweaty, and panting heavily but had a satisfied smile on his face because he finally mastered the jutsu he was working on. Naruto, what is the meaning of this? Naruto nearly jumped out of his skin when he heard the piercing yell of Iruka and quickly looked up to meet his gaze. Oh hey Iruka-sensei, I didn't know that Mizuki asked you to meet us here too. Iruka had turned his furious look into one of confusion and panic. Mizuki? Naruto, I haven't the slightest idea what you're… Look out! Naruto turned to see a volley of knives speeding at him, but before he could move out of the way, Iruka pushed him out of the way. And Naruto, get out of here. And now. Ha 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 ha. Naruto looked around till he saw Mizuki standing on top of a tree branch. Mizuki-sensei, how could you attack your own friend? I thought you were trying to. Now I understand, you just used me to get the scroll. Wow, you're not as stupid as I thought you were. You son of a bitch, how could you lie to me like that, bastard? You think that's bad? How well, that's nothing compared to what the village has done to you. Did you know that there's a law about you? Mizuki, no, it's forbidden. What's forbidden? What law? There's a law that was passed around 13 years ago, on the very night of the Kyuubi's attack. Mizuki, stop. The law forbids anyone from telling you or the younger generation that the Kyuubi no Kitsune is inside you. You're the demon that destroyed Konoha. Naruto was stunned from the news he just received that he didn't see the giant shuriken heading towards him. The shuriken continued on its path with Naruto none the wiser, but then he snapped out of his trance when something wet and warm splashed against his face. He looked up to see Iruka standing over him with the shuriken stuck in his back. Why? Why did you do that? Because, Korg, because I know that you're not a demon, Naruto, you never were. You were always alone, surrounded by hateful glares with no one to help you. When you disappeared, I thought you were dead. We all thought that. That was the saddest day of my life. Even worse than the day my parents died. I was all alone with no one to talk to, so I became the class clown so I could mask the pain. We're exactly the same. Naruto was tearing up as he listened to Iruka, but then Mizuki said something that changed his life forever. That's a load of bullshit. I should have carved your heart out before I threw you into that river. When Naruto heard that being said, he felt something in his head snap, kind of like something was suddenly flipped on. He saw images flash before his eyes. They showed the faces of men beating on him continuously, breaking his bones and slashing his skin open. When it was over, he heard them talking and he saw him, Mizuki, smiling like a madman with an empty sack, putting Naruto in it. Now it's time for me to finish my plan. Die! Mizuki hurled his last giant shuriken at Naruto, who had his eyes cast down on the ground. The shuriken came closer and closer to him, and suddenly, to both Iruka's and Mizuki's surprise, Naruto caught the shuriken with one hand and slowly looked up to meet Mizuki's shocked face. You can call me whatever you want or do what you want with me, but when you threaten my sensei, that's where I draw the line. Naruto then gripped the shuriken with both hands and snapped it in half like it was nothing. Mizuki stared into his eyes and saw nothing but anger. It felt as though his eyes held the very fury of hell and the coldest blistering rage-filled gaze that any man has ever seen. But what you did to me all those years ago was unforgivable, and no, I'm going to pay you back with interest. Naruto then put his hands in a cross and roared into the night the name of a single jutsu. Kagebushin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. The effect was instant. In a giant puff of smoke, the entire area was filled with clones, all which had the same look on their faces. "Get 'em, boys!" The last thing heard after that was the terror-filled screams of Mizuki, who was being beaten to unconsciousness. Several hours later, Naruto was currently standing in front of the Hokage, who had just received word that Mizuki had been sent to the hospital with multiple fractures, several broken ribs, left knee smashed, broken pelvis, snapped spine, both arms dislocated, and a broken jaw. The Hokage was reading Irika's report on the matter quietly, and when he was finished, he turned his attention towards Naruto. "You do realize that what you have done can be considered as an act of treason, and the penalty for which is banishment, possibly death?" "Yes, Hokage-sama, and whatever punishment you give me I will accept." The Hokage gave him an analyzing look to see if he was lying. After a few moments he leaned back in his chair, taking a puff of his pipe, and continued to address Naruto. "But due to certain extenuating circumstances and help in capturing a spy from escaping with a very powerful scroll, you are free to go, but I must ask, why did you do it?" "He told me that it would help me to achieve my dream." "And what is that dream of yours?" Naruto simply smiled at the old man, finally knowing the answer to the question that has haunted him for so long. "To be Hokage, that is my dream. Believe it." Chapter 6. The Brat and the Dog. Naruto was currently staring up at his ceiling, knowing that he would have to be at the academy in less than 3 hours for his ninja identification photo, and tomorrow was the team assignment, but he was troubled at the moment. He just found out that there was a law about him that forbid anyone talking about it to him or the younger generation about the fact that he was the Kyuubi no Kitsune, but that's the problem right there. It's impossible he couldn't be the Kyuubi because he was Naruto, and nothing can be something else besides itself. Take, for example, a rock. A rock is just that, a rock, and there is no way that it could be anything else. Even shapeshifters can't be something they're not. They may be able to change their form or looks, but they're still shapeshifters. Even though Naruto wasn't a philosophical or deep or smart individual, he based his whole life on that little fact, and by that he meant that he knew that he wasn't intelligent, but he was persistent, and once he set his mind to something, nothing would stop him till he reached his goal. The problem now was that he didn't know who he was anymore, and that scared the living shit out of him. Okay. So a demon is living inside of me, and apparently everyone and their fucking grandmothers knew but me. Well, since it's a fox demon, it's probably a smoking hot babe, hehe. He tried to lighten his mood with some weak humor, only to find it make him feel worse. Those memories? What happened last night? I don't remember remembering those memories. Try saying that 5x fast. So he did, and he got it right on the third try, but it still didn't make him feel any different. In fact, the weird thing was he didn't know what he felt like at the moment. He wasn't sad or angry, not happy nor relaxed. The only way he could actually describe what he was feeling at the moment was blah. Maybe a hot bath will help me relax. Naruto got up from the floor and walked out the door into the hallway, then went down it, trying to ignore the cockroaches and rats wandering across the floor. When he reached a metal door, he pushed it open to reveal a surprisingly clean bathroom with a giant tub in the middle of it. Once he turned the tap on and filled the tub, he then took off his clothes and just sank in all the way to his chest. Well, I guess I feel a bit better now. He just looked up at the ceiling, staring at a single fluorescent bulb that was swaying slightly while emitting a low humming noise that was actually rather soothing to hear. Orareg. Wow, I didn't realize how tired I was. Maybe I'll just close my zzzzz. Naruto fell into a coma-like state of sleep and quickly began to dream, but it was one like which he never experienced before. Dream. Naruto was walking through a small field of grass and tiny wildflowers and figured that it was most likely a park, but it felt eerily familiar to him that it was kinda scary. He stared at the sunset, enjoying the wonderful shades of yellow, pink, and orange, when he suddenly heard a noise that sounded like a small child crying. So he turned around and saw a lone tree in the middle of the field, and what looked like the shadowy outline of a child. He rushed over to see what the problem was. Suddenly the sky became a bloody red and the ground became cold and dead. The tree was suddenly dead, and behind it was a mob of shadows, yelling and screaming at him while carrying torches and pitchforks. He ran as fast as he could while looking from his shoulder, but once he looked forward he took a breath of relief. Kisame-sensei, you're back. There stood a smiling Kisame, just as Naruto remembered, but when he took one step forward, 9 towering shadows appeared behind his sensei and stared at Naruto. He noticed that he could see not only their outlinings but also the color of their eyes or eye in two cases, and that the tallest one in the middle had a set of gray eyes with 6 rings around the iris. The shadow that was second farthest on his left, whose eyes lacked pupils, lifted his left leg, then stomped down on Kisame, spraying blood all over Naruto. Nu! The shadows began to rush forward, gliding effortlessly towards Naruto. He started to back up, screaming at the shadows to stay back, but they didn't listen to him. He turned around to run and came face to face with a massive, slitted, crimson eye that was burning with hate. Release me now. End dream. Naruto woke up with a start and with a stiff neck. Then he felt a chill run up his spine and realized that the water had become freezing cold, telling him that he had been asleep for a while. As he got out of the tub and started to dry himself off with the only clean towel he owned, he glanced down and discovered what looked like a tattoo of some sort on his stomach. Great! That's just fucking fantastic. First Mizuki, then finding out I carry a demon, then that crazy-ass dream I just had, and now this UJH. Not even 6 yet, and already I can tell it's gonna be a long day. Naruto just returned to his room, got dressed, then sat down on his sleeping bag trying to figure out a way to kill some time until he had to go back to the academy. I don't feel like reading or training. I ate like 2 hours ago, so I'm not hungry, and I don't have a T.V either. Stupid sons of bitches won't sell me a T.V or anything else for that matter. Gotta steal everything when they're not looking. Assholes. Also, I know for a fact that if I continue to stare at the wall, I'm gonna go mad and hear voices telling me to do things. Again. Naruto couldn't think of anything to do. Becoming bored very quickly, he knew that he had to think of something because the last time he was bored he was 10, and for no reason he went down into the laundry room of the hotel that he and Kisame were staying for the night at the time, gathered all of the people's clothes into a big pile in front of the hotel. Then he found some lighter fluid used in the lanterns, poured it over the pile and set it on fire with a box of matches that he pickpocketed from a guy in the lobby. The smoke attracted the attention of a few people, and soon everyone witnessed the 10-year-old standing in front of a blazing fireball of linen and other people's garments, which caused a mob of angry villagers clad in only their nightwear chasing after Kisame and Naruto. Once they escaped, the mob, Kisame started yelling at the boy, asking why he did that, and Naruto simply stated, "I was bored. Something tells me that if I do that again here, then the people are going to try and kill me." Naruto continued with his mission of relieving himself of boredom and possible committing arson again. Finally, after many minuets of thinking, he came up with a solution to avert the catastrophic event that was sure to happen. Academy. Kid, are you sure you want to do this? Yeah, I'm sure now. Come on, take the picture already. Okay. Say cheese. Naruto. Naruto, I can't accept this as your ninja identification photo. You're gonna have to take it again. Oh, come on, G-san, it's a picture of me, so why not use it, huh? Because you look absolutely ridiculous, that's why. Naruto was currently debating with the Hokage on whether his photo was legitimate or not. He was covered with makeup and resembled a kabuki actor with red swirls on his chin and cheeks. Naruto, this photo represents not only you but your whole ninja career. As well, you need to show more class. I thought I'd show some class. You're giving the camera both fingers. Yeah, I thought about showing some class, but that went away. Naruto, I'm not asking you. I'm telling you to get a new picture. Naruto, being stubborn as he always was, decided to persuade the old man with a certain jutsu he invented himself a few years back. Oryoke no jutsu, sexy technique. Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke, and in his place stood a tall, slender, blonde-headed woman who was completely nude. Please, Hokage-sama, won't you reconsider, please? The Hokage never stood a chance against this ultimate jutsu and was knocked out with only a smile and blood on his face. Naruto turned back to normal and did his victory dance. Yes, I knew that jutsu was the strongest ever known, and I proved it. Who I must be some kind of genius. Naruto, I don't ever want you to. Immediately both the Hokage and Naruto turned their attentions to the door as they felt a presence nearby. Naruto reached for his weapon pouch, bracing himself for an attack. Jisan, I challenge you, TOWAHHH. A small boy wearing a strange helmet and long scarf tripped on his own 2 feet and fell flat on his face. Naruto just stared at the child, wondering what the hell is that all about, and the Hokage just gave an aggravated sigh. A man appeared in the doorway wearing a pair of sunglasses, blue bandana, and blue. Everything else, but by that time Naruto had already lost interest and went back to his heated debate with the Hokage, pursuing the matter of this immoral injustice. Alright Ji-san, how about I take the photo again without the makeup, but we keep the fingers? Ow! Who tripped me? Naruto, this isn't something that you can take lightly. You're going to take the photo again without the makeup or fingers. I want to know who tripped me. It was you, wasn't it? Fine, but I get to make a funny face. Why are you fighting me on this? It's just a picture. Because it's a matter of principle, damn it, plus it took me almost 2 hours to get the makeup right and dash. Hey, I'm talking to you, so you better answer me. The child made the mistake of grabbing Naruto's jacket and immediately felt his hand being slapped away, then a forceful tug on his shirt that lifted him to eye level, enabling him to witness Naruto pulling back his fist. How dare you hit the honorable grandson of the Hokage? Put him down right now, you insolent whelp, before I make you put him down. Naruto stared at the blue man and slowly put the child down, who had a smirk plastered all over his face. Ha! Not so tough now that you know the Hokage's my grandpa, are ya? I don't care if he was your fucking grandmother, you little brat. Naruto hit the child straight on the head, hard enough to make him lose consciousness for a short amount of time, but the funny thing was that the last thought that went through the little boy's head was, maybe he's different from the others. Finally someone who's not like them. Why, you little ruffian? How dare you strike the Sandaime Hokage's grandson? You should be disciplined immediately. Yeah? And who exactly do you think's gonna discipline me? Because if you want, I'll kick your ass now, since I ain't got anything better to do. As if I would waste my time with a cretin such as yourself. Hey, you better watch what you say to me, 'cause I'm gonna be Hokage one day, and you can bet your ass I'll remember this moment. Naruto, that's enough. Same for you, Ebisu. Naruto, you will retake the picture, and before you even ask. I can't believe I'm saying this. You can have your funny face, but nothing too childish, okay? You got it, Ji-san, later, freak. Why, you little dash. The door slid shut before the rest of the sentence could be spoken. Konoha. Naruto was walking through a lone alley, rather pleased with himself that he could at least have his funny face in his photo. He started to whistle a tune when he suddenly turned around quickly to immediately spot a tiny quivering sack with feet. I don't have time for this, I have to start my training for the day. He continued to trek on while trying to ignore the child's excruciatingly painful attempts of concealment that they were actually giving him a slight headache. The final straw was when he saw the boy using a piece of fabric designed like the wooden fence behind him, and he was holding it sideways. All right, that has to be the worst attempt so far. I can see you. The fabric started to chuckle slightly, and then the boy lowered the sheet so that Naruto could see his face. Heh, so the rumors are true. You're as good as everyone says you are, and you even saw through my disguise. You're better than I thought you were, boss. Boss? What the hell are you talking about? I want you to train me, so what do you say, boss? No. Oh, come on, boss, why won't you train me? Listen, I don't know what you've been smoking, but there is no way in hell that I would train you just because the Hokage is your grandfather. Cause that don't mean shit to me. But that's exactly why I want you to train me, boss. Wait, what? Okay, seriously, what the fuck are you smoking? Cause that doesn't make any sense. Everyone sees me as the honorable grandson of the Hokage, but never as myself, and I want that to change, and since you're the first person to treat me like that, it makes perfect sense for you to train me. Okay, I wasn't really listening, but I think I got the gist of it. You're tired of people seeing you as who you're related to, but not as yourself, right? Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying, boss. Naruto gave a huge sigh, wondering how the hell he got himself into this mess, and was trying to decide whether or not he should actually train this little kid. When he was about to say no to him, he remembered the first time he met Kisame and asked him if he would train him. He could have easily have said no and left Naruto to rot, but he didn't, and now Naruto was a great ninja and a powerful swordsman. Ugh. What the hell? Alright kid, I'll train you, but if you complain about my methods, or don't give 100%, then don't even bother, cause I'm not gonna waste my time with you. Got it? Got it, boss. Good, now the first thing we got to do is go back to my place. If I'm gonna train you, I need to pick up some things. Naruto continued down the alley with a new destination in mind and with his new apprentice by his side. Naruto's apartment. Wow! Who would want to live in a dump like this? This is where I live. Oh, did I say dump? I mean, yeah, I got nothing. Both Naruto and his apprentice were standing in front of his apartment and went inside, going up several flights of stairs in a very awkward silence. They finally made it up to Naruto's floor, and he waited for the boy to catch up with him, only to see him pant his lungs out. So you got a name or what? Hugh Kono Hamaru. Alright, well, this is my room. Naruto opened his door and let Konohamaru venture forth into his room. Compared to the rest of the building, his room was spotless. The floors were swept and windows were clean. A roach motel here and there and the occasional mousetrap were seen. Some blank scrolls, a mini fridge and a tiny cooker were present, and a small black sleeping bag in the corner. So what should I teach you first? I want to learn that jutsu you used against my grandpa. Really? The only reason I created that jutsu was for some laughs. I mean, it can be useful for distractions or to escape from an enemy, I guess. Naruto walked to the corner of the room and took out a small book and crossed off a few things. Then he bent down to take out a loose floorboard and pulled out a bloated frog wallet, then stuffed it in his pocket. Come on, time to go. Several hours later, Naruto had taken his new apprentice to a corner shop where they sold some dirty magazines, the hot springs, even the girls' changing room, and by the end of all that he was beaten with a swollen eye, and Konohamaru didn't even have a scratch. He was sitting on a log in the middle of a clearing, watching the boy practicing until they were rudely interrupted. There you are. I was worried sick about you. Now it's best you come with me, honorable grandson. Hey, let me go. Let go of me now. Ebisu had tracked down Konohamaru and was attempting to drag him off, but as his teacher Naruto wouldn't stand for that. Hey, let him go right now. You! I should have known that you were behind this, you lousy miscreant. I said to let him go or I'm gonna have to kick your ass. Ha! I'm a Tokubetsu Jonin and you're not even a genin yet, so I highly doubt that you will be kicking my ass anytime soon. Whatever, but he's my student, so put him down now. Please do not try to fool me with such lies. I am a trainer of future Hokages, the best the Leaf Village has to offer, and you are just some lowlife who can barely throw a kunai straight, so what can you possibly teach him that I can't? I'll show you what I can teach him that you can't. Konohamaru, it's time to use the jutsu. Got it, boss? Oryoke no jutsu. Sexy technique. In a puff of smoke, Konohamaru disappeared and was replaced with a luscious brunette with wisps of clouds covering herself in all the right places. How's this for a jutsu, Ebisu? Wah, such a barbaric jutsu, how dare you try to corrupt the Hokage's grandson like that? Hey, how come he wasn't knocked out, boss? You are coming with me whether you like it or not. And oh, let me go right now or I'll dash. Kagebushin no jutsu, shadow clone technique. Suddenly a ring of Narutos formed around both Ebisu and Konohamaru. As the boy stared in amazement, the blue men simply smirked. So it is true what the others are saying, and here I thought it was a load of crock, but you're not the only one who knows the Kagebushin. Ebisu slid himself into a basic fighting stance as he waited for the boy to make his next move. Unfortunately, this would prove to be his downfall. Henge. All of the Narutos were covered in smoke, and when it cleared, all of them had been replaced with beautiful blonde women who were hanging themselves all over Ebisu, and the poor sucker never had a chance as he flew away, being propelled by a geyser of blood gushing out of his nose. Wow, that was awesome, boss. That's right. Now remember that there is no easy way of becoming strong. You have to work at it as hard as you can. Got it? Got it, boss. The next day, Naruto was slowly awakened by the sun and took a quick dip in his tub, wondering who he was going to have on his team. After he got out and dressed himself, he opened his mini fridge, reaching for an open milk carton, and tipped it back, but just before he could take a sip, he spotted his alarm clock. Oh crap, I'm gonna be late. He quickly put down his milk, completely unaware of the loud thunk. that came from the inside of the carton, thus telling the world that it was spoiled, and bolted out of his apartment, not only forgetting his breakfast but also his lunch. Academy. Naruto had made it just in time and sat down, not really paying attention to what was next to him. Suddenly he heard someone call his name, and Shikamaru appeared right next to him with his usual relaxed demeanor. "Hey there, Shikamaru, how's it going?" "Nothing much, but did you hear about Mizuki?" "Personally, I think the whole thing's troublesome." "Yeah, me too. So who do you want to be teamed with?" "Personally, I hope it's Chuji. At least he's not as troublesome as most of the class." The classroom door suddenly burst open, revealing a panting Ino and Sakura, who had just finished their weekly race to see who had the honor of sitting next to Sasuke, and soon the argument portion of this weekly ritual was about to commence. "I won, so face it, pig. Please, it's obvious that I was a centimeter ahead. In your dreams." "Hey Naruto, what are you doing sitting next to Sasuke-kun?" Naruto looked to the person next to him and saw that it was Sasuke. Both he and Sasuke weren't exactly what you would call friends. In fact, they both hated each other's guts with a passion. Every skill that Naruto was lacking in, Sasuke excelled in, and vice versa, so it wasn't much of a surprise when they would challenge each other or simply give dirty looks. "All right, everyone settle down, and I will read of the teams and their senseis now. Team 1. 45 minuets later. Naruto had fallen asleep after Team 2 was decided, and he was dreaming that something had just stolen his lunch when he could have sworn that he heard someone calling his name. It was faint at first, barely louder than a whisper, but it slowly became louder and louder until... "Naruto! Woo? Monkey stole my sandwich? How would happen? I was just assigning you. You're in Team 7 paired with Sakura Dash, Yatta, and Sasuke. Damn it. Your Jonin-sensei will be Hatake, Kakashi. Just don't get in my way, dobe." "What did you call me? I'm no dobe, Sasuke team. Compared to me, you will always be a dobe. Why I outa?" "Naruto, sit down and be quiet. I will not have any sort of fight in this classroom, do you understand me?" "Hi, Irika-sensei." "Good, now as for Team 8 will be Hinata, Shino, and Kiba. Your Jonin-sensei will be Yuhi, Kurinai." "All right, you hear that, buddy? We're with Hinata, isn't that great? Arf. And me and Kei Kiba? On the same team. Great, a stuttering fangirl and an annoying dog boy who not only talks to but also smells like a dog. Well, I guess I should talk, I'm a walking bug hotel. But bugs are badass just like me. I know he's out of character, but he doesn't talk much, so that means he thinks a lot, so you don't know if he's like that on the inside. And finally, since I don't like the number 9, Team 10 will consist of Ino, Shikamaru, and Chuji. Your Jonin-sensei will be Sarutobi, Asuma." "What? Sakura not only gets to be with Sasuke-kun, but I get a lazy bum and a fat pig." "Sheesh, why don't you yell a bit louder, Ino? I don't think they quite heard you in Kimogakure. Man, I can already tell that this is going to be a drag. Troublesome woman. Don't call me fat, I'm just big-boned. All of you shut the hell up." The room became deathly quiet, as they never heard Irika talk like that before when he was sober, and the only time he wasn't was when Naruto gave him that apple. Irika finally managed to calm down as he took in a deep breath and continued like nothing had happened. "Now you will all return here at 1:00 to meet your Jonin-sensei, but before you leave, may I just say that this is probably the most promising class that I had the pleasure of teaching to ever. I hope to see great things from all of you in the future. Now class is dismissed." The room had quickly become empty as the children decided to go home and eat lunch before returning back to meet their senseis, but a few stayed behind, each with their own individual reasons. Yard. Sakura was standing outside deep within her own thoughts with a dreamy look in her eyes. "Yes, I can't believe that me and Sasuke-kun are on the same team. This has to be a sign showing that we were meant to be. Cha! True love conquers all, baby. Hell yeah. But I'm also paired with Naruto too, but I guess that's not so bad. Some of his pranks are funny and he's great to be around, but he acts some immature sometimes and doesn't know when to stop. Not like Sasuke-kun. Cha! Sasuke-kun is totally mature." When Sakura came out of her little daydream, she noticed that Sasuke was walking up to her. Her heart started to race as she straightened out her dress and evening out her hair, waiting to hear what Sasuke wanted to ask her. She held her breath as he got closer and closer, feeling her heart beat against her chest, hoping that she wouldn't do anything stupid. When he walked past, not even sparing a glance. Figuring that he was just shy, Sakura decided to make the first move. "Hello, Sasuke-kun. Beautiful day we're having, isn't it?" No answer. "So I guess you're going to eat lunch now, huh?" No answer. "Well, I was hoping that maybe, since we are both on the same team and all, that we could maybe have lunch together?" "No." "Huh? How come?" "Because you're annoying." Sasuke continued walking down the pebbled path, leaving a heartbroken Sakura in his wake. "He thinks that I'm annoying? But why would he think that when it's not true? Right? Cha! Hey, don't look at me, this is your problem, and I am definitely not getting involved. CYA. Sakura was on the verge of tears when she had heard Sasuke say that to her, and was so upset that she didn't even realize that someone had put their hand on her shoulder. "Hey, don't listen to him. He's just being a jerk as usual, and you are not annoying. In fact, you're one of the funnest people I know." Sakura turned to see Naruto smiling warmly at her, trying his best to cheer her up, and it worked to a certain extent. "You know you shouldn't call Sasuke-kun a jerk, especially since he's on the same team as you are. PFT, I'll call him whatever I want, and he is a jerk for talking to you like that, 'cause you're anything but annoying. I mean, you're pretty and like super smart, plus you're really nice." "Thanks, Naruto. I really needed to hear that." "No problem, and if you ever want to talk about something, then you can come to me anytime. Besides, I would hate to see you upset about anything." Naruto didn't know why, but he really liked Sakura, but he just couldn't describe how. He had crushes before on lots of girls before, traveling from town to town and from one village to the next for a little over 6 years. It was impossible to not spot a pretty girl once in a while, but with Sakura it was different. He felt some sort of familiarity whenever he was around her, like his brain was trying to remember something really good, but it just couldn't. Sakura-chan?" "Yes, Naruto? I was wondering if maybe we could have lunch together if you want." "Thanks, Naruto, but I think I'll just eat by myself today." "Oh. Well. Okay then. Just as well. I forgot my lunch at home anyway. You know me, I would forget my own head if it wasn't attached to my body. Heh. Stupid." Sakura gave him a sad little smile as if trying to apologize to him, but he replied with a foxy grin, trying to reassure her, and she started to walk home with her head hanging slightly, thinking of a way to show to Sasuke that she wasn't annoying. Naruto was watching Sakura walk away with a small frown on his face, showing that he was definitely disappointed. He felt someone tap on his shoulder. When he turned around, he saw Hinata standing right behind him. "Hey Hinata-chan, it's nice to see you. I bet you must be real excited to be on the same team as Kiba, huh?" "Well, that's exactly what I want to talk about." "Why would you want to talk to me about Kiba?" "I wanted to ask for your opinion on something, maybe over lunch." "Well, actually, I forgot my lunch." "Hehe. That's okay, I know a place where we can go to get some lunch, my treat." "Will, if you insist." Hinata could only laugh and be truly grateful for meeting Naruto. Because of him she had much more confidence in herself, but there were still some issues, and had given her the courage to do things that the old Hinata would never had done, so the least she could do was buy him lunch. Ichiraku Ramen Stand. Hinata had taken Naruto to Ichiraku's for lunch and waited for one of the owners to take their orders. Naruto told her that he had never been here before and asked Hinata if the food was good, and she simply said that they made the greatest ramen in the whole village, so that was good enough for him. A petite brunette girl who had that girl next door kind of beauty appeared in front of them with a small notepad in her hands. "Hello, and what can I get you too?" I think I'll have a vegetable ramen, please." "Okay, and what about you?" "I'll have a large miso ramen, Ayam-chan." "Okay, so one vegetable and one large miso coming up." The girl disappeared behind the counter. Then suddenly the hissing of burning oil was heard as the owners were frying the noodles. Hinata turned to face Naruto with a quizzical look. "Hey, I thought you said that you haven't been here before." "I haven't, so why are you asking?" "Well, how did you know her name if you never been here?" "I'm not sure, it just kinda came to me, you know?" "No." "Well, anyway, you said you wanted to ask me something about Kiba." Well, I wanted to ask, what do you think about him, and please be honest, I want to know your opinion. Well, I think he's loud, obnoxious, slightly bullhead, and brash but an all-around good guy, so he's just like me though that dog on the other hand is a whole different story. So do you like him? You know, like a friend. Why are you asking me? It's not like you're gonna go on a date with him. Are you? Maybe. Good for you, and if he is anything like me then I know for a fact he'll treat you right, and if he doesn't I'll kick his ass for you. Hinata had a small smile on her face with a slight blush. When the ramen was placed in front of them, they both ate silently, and when they finished they both paid for their meals and returned to the academy. Kakashi. Kakashi was staring at the memorial stone thinking of all the things he had done wrong, but the one thing he regretted the most even more than the loss of his former teammate was when Naruto was thrown into the river by the villagers. He took every high-level mission out of the village in hopes that he would find the boy. He knew that Naruto was alive because if he could describe Naruto in one word it would be survivor. The boy was a born survivor who experienced the most severe kind of mental torture daily, and never once did he crack under the pressure, received crippling wounds, and had the poorest medical care each time he was sent to the hospital, and he would walk out with a smile on his face. Several times he had asked the Hokage permission to adopt him, but due to him being in the ANBU meant that he would be sent away on dangerous missions on a moment's notice. He was turned down. He was forced into early retirement because of his frequent request of high-level missions was bordering on obsession, and was later to be assigned as a Jonin sensei, but for the last 4 years he had not passed a single squad and didn't plan to anytime soon. Naruto, if only I had stayed at my post instead of trying to stop that massacre, you would still be here. Kakashi stood there silently remembering all the times he had been assigned to watch him. In fact, he threatened the council and the Hokage that if he wasn't going to be one of the bodyguards for Naruto then he would quit the ANBU and being a ninja altogether, and that was something the village couldn't afford. He knew that the Hokage was worried that he might try to take revenge on the boy, but Kakashi wouldn't dream of ever doing something like that because his sensei's final wish was for him to be seen as a hero, and Kakashi honored this wish even though the rest of the village didn't. He began to walk towards the academy to see which 3 children had the misfortune of being his students and pass the time the same way he had for 4 years straight. Reading Ika Paradise. Academy. Where is he? It's already 2:30. The hell if I know dobe, so quit asking already. I wasn't talking to you, Sasuke team. Naruto Baka, stop calling Sasuke-kun that and sit down already. But Sakura-chan, he started it. And I'll finish it, so sit down. Please don't hurt me. Sit. Okay, I'm sitting down now, so everything's cool. Good. Chicken shit. What did you call me? I called you chicken shit. What, are deaf and stupid or just plain stupid? One of these days, Uchiha. One of these days, POW, right in the kisser. Both of you stop it already. I swear the both of you are acting just like Dash. Ahem. All 3 of them turned to see a tall cyclopean man in a Jonin vest with tall white hair that seemed to defy gravity itself. He stared at them for a moment or two, then he closed his eyes, signaling them that he was about to speak. My first impression of all of you is, you're a bunch of morons. Hey, who are you calling a moron? Just because I'm not smart doesn't mean I'm a moron. Wait, that came out wrong. My point exactly. Now, I want you all on the room in the next 5 minuets or else. The man disappeared from view, leaving Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke to themselves, where each one the individuals were thinking of some nasty things to say about their sensei. Roof. Kakashi was sitting on the guard railing, not really caring who he was assigned to. In fact, he didn't even look at their faces because to him this was like going to jury duty, and he just wanted to get this over with as quickly as possible. 3 minuets had passed when his students finally made it to the roof and sat themselves down on a small set of concrete steps. All right, time to get this over with. All right, since we're going to be on the same team, I want to get to know who you all are. So I want you to tell me your name, likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dreams for the future. Sensei, I don't understand, so maybe you go first? Right on, K. Why is there always one that asks the exact same question? Alright, well, my name is Hatake Kakashi. I like many things and dislike some things. My hobbies are my own, and as for dreams for the future, well, I haven't really given it much thought. Now it's your turn. Well, my name is Haruno Sakura and I like he and my hobbies are he and my dreams are he and my dislikes is that Eno pig. Raging fangirl. Check, and next on the list should be the brooding quite one. My name is Uchiha. Sasuke, I like very little and dislike a lot of things. Finally my dream. No, my ambition is to kill a certain someone. Of course they would give me Sasuke, and they probably think since he's the last loyal Uchiha left alive that I would pass him. Boy, are they wrong. And I'm Uzumaki. Naruto, I like ramen, and to train my dislikes is Sasuke team over there. My hobbies are reading and my dream is to become the greatest Hokage ever. At that moment Kakashi felt as though his bones had turned to stone and his internal organs became jelly, like he had even stopped breathing after hearing that coming from the boy, but he had to make sure. Slowly he looked up as nonchalantly as he could and nearly lost his balance on the guard railing that would have certainly killed him. There he was exactly as he remembered him. Spiky blonde hair, blue eyes, and those whisker marks on his cheeks. He had on an orange jacket with black trimmings, also black pants with an orange stripe running up the legs, a chain-link shirt, his headband tied around his forehead, along with an unmarked scroll strapped to his back. He's alive? But how and why wasn't I informed? I think I'm gonna have a little chat with the Hokage. Alright, well, now that we all know each other, we can finally get to the final test. But sensei, we already took the graduation exams, so why would we need to take a test? That was only to see if you could become genin, but in order to become genin you will have to pass my test. So I want you all to meet me at Training Ground 7 around 5 a.m. and before I forget, don't have any breakfast unless of course you want to throw up. Kakashi had suddenly disappeared, set on having a talk with the Hokage, and left his students to their own devices. Well, I guess I'll see you guys tomorrow. I need to go to the library and look up something. Johnny. Hokage's office. The Hokage was doing paperwork and was waiting for a certain someone to come in. Moments later the doors burst open with a loud bang and there stood an infuriated Kakashi, who quickly marched his way up to the Hokage and slammed both of his hands on his desk while looking at him straight in the eyes. Why didn't you tell me he was still alive? Wordlessly the Hokage reached into his robe and pulled out an aged envelope which he placed in front of the enraged Jonin. Kakashi quickly snatched the envelope and began to read the letter inside. Minuets passed as he read the letter quietly to himself, and the more he read the clearer it became to how upsetting it was to him. When he was finished reading, he looked inside the envelope and discovered the picture he had sent to. Why didn't you tell me? Because if I did tell you, then you would have probably gone insane trying to find him again, and most likely killed. But Kakashi, he doesn't remember anything at the moment, and if you try to force him to remember you could very well be doing more harm than good. Well, could you at least show me where he lives, so that I know just in case? Of course. Naruto's apartment. Both men were cramped in a tiny one-room apartment, trying their best not to break or put something out of place. You gave him his old apartment? Yes. I thought that maybe it would help him remember something. Why can't he remember anything? I'm not sure. I asked the doctors to perform a few tests to see what the problem was, but apparently they never did. Kakashi wasn't surprised by that one bit and continued to look around. He spotted an open carton of milk which was way past its expiration date, and if the smell was anything to go by, it was already spoiled. So he took out a pen from one of his vest pockets and quickly scribbled "spoiled" on the front and left some money on the mini fridge for him to get a fresh one. Well, at least it's a start. Chapter 7. Kakashi's final test. Naruto could be seen running down the streets of Konoha, entering his own apartment building, heading straight into his room where he gathered a few scrolls and stuffed them in his pockets. He opened one of the scrolls and took out a pen, quickly trying to draw the tattoo on his stomach as accurately as possible, and when he thought that the doodle was sufficient enough, he placed it in his jacket. He was ready to leave when he noticed the open carton of milk from this morning with the word "spoiled" scribbled on it and some money on his mini fridge. I wonder who did this. That was nice of them. He closed the carton and threw it into the garbage, then he pocketed the money in his jacket and ran out of the building towards the library. Library. Naruto was standing in front of the Konoha Library, which was a large white building with two lion statues at the base of the steps with two revolving glass doors at the top. What Naruto had in mind, he would have to disguise himself because he didn't want to attract any attention to himself. After several minuets of thinking, he created the perfect guise and made a ram sign. Henge. Transform. He transformed himself into a portly man who had a rather jovial aura around him. He had a small gray beard that was V-shaped and was completely bald. He had rosy red cheeks with a hearty smile and wore a gray kimono. He entered the building, finding his way to the front desk where the librarian was reading a book to herself. Excuse me, ma'am, but I am in need of some assistance." He spoke in a rather hearty and cheerful voice that was full of life. The librarian looked up to greet the man in front of her and couldn't help but have a smile on her face. There was something so uplifting about the gentleman that it was contagious, and it made her feel wonderful to be alive because it is so rare to find people like this nowadays. "Oh, I am so sorry, how rude of me, please forgive me." "Oh, nonsense, that is quite all right, you did nothing wrong." "Nothing of the sort at all." "Oh, well then, how may I help you?" "Yes, well, I was wondering if you could help me with several things actually." Naruto reached inside the side pocket of the kimono and pulled out a scroll with his doodle, and then he revealed it to the librarian. "Excuse my drawing, unfortunately I'm not much of an artist, but I came across this design a while back and I haven't been able to find out what it is. I thought that maybe it could be a clan symbol perhaps." The librarian studied the scroll for a few seconds and looked up to speak with Naruto. "I'm sorry, sir, but this is not a clan symbol from here or anywhere else that I know of. In fact, if I had to guess, I would think that this is a seal of some sort." "A seal, you say? How interesting. Perhaps you could tell me where I can find out what kind of seal this is?" "Well, there aren't any scrolls or books about seals in the library, well, none for something like this, but your best bet is to find someone who has studied sealing methods for a while. Maybe one of the elder jonin can assist you if they're not too busy. Can I help you with anything else?" "Yes, I was wondering if you could point me in the direction of the books containing information on demonology. It's a hobby of mine." The librarian told him that they were downstairs in the second room on the left. Naruto thanked her and gave a small courteous bow that left the women with a slight blush. Following her directions, he quickly found the stairs, and when he was on the bottom floor, he entered the second room on the left and locked the door. The room wasn't very big, and there were only 2 shelves each side holding 50 books. So all in all there were only 200 books, and there was a small rectangular table that was probably 8 feet long with a single candle on it for those who wished to read later at night when they turned off the lights, and right next to the candle was a box of matches. Once he deemed it safe from prying ears and curious ears, he transformed back to his original state. The man he turned into was real, and he had met him on his travels and taught him many things about trade and haggling because he was a famous merchant seller in Iwagakure, but he was also a ringleader of a huge underground drug ring which was responsible for the deaths of many families and enslaved children to work in the opium fields, and because of that Naruto had stopped him permanently. On that day he learned that things are not always as they seem. He had taken out the scrolls from his pockets and laid them open on the table and began taking out stacks of books and then opened them on the table, flipping through them and scribbling down notes on the scrolls. Several hours later, there was a countless amount of books on the table with most of them open, and the ones that weren't were still stacked on the shelves. The librarian had come to check up on him, but fortunately Naruto had heard her coming down the stairs due to the room being so close to them, that he was able to henge back to the older gentleman. She had knocked on the door lightly and Naruto was unlocking the door, opening it enough for him to poke his head out. "Excuse me, sir, but the library closes at 12 a.m., and I just wanted to tell you that it is almost 11 p.m. "Oh, well, thank you very much, ma'am, I should be finished soon." "Pardon me, sir, but why was the door locked?" "Oh, well, I didn't want to be disturbed, that's all." "Disturbed? From what, might I ask?" Well, you see, my darling, when I begin to study on something I need absolute concentration, and well, if someone else were to enter this room while I was reading, then I couldn't possibly be able to concentrate to my fullest extent. Please work. Please work. I used a lot of big words, so hopefully she will buy it. Please, Kamisama, let this work." "Oh, well, I'm sorry to have disturbed you, sir. Please forgive my intrusion." "Yes. Oh, Shaw. Please do not ask for my forgiveness because there is no need for it. If you had not come down here to tell me that it was almost time for the library to close, then I might have been locked up in here for the night and possibly missed a very important meeting tomorrow with some new clients. So please let me offer my thanks, and here is 10,000 Rio as a token of my gratitude. For if it weren't for you, my young lady, I would have surely missed that meeting and be out of some new clients." Naruto reached into his kimono pocket and opened his gamachan. Then he handed the correct amount to the woman, who kept thanking him for his generosity. When Naruto closed the door, he quickly gathered all the scrolls and placed the books back to their original spots. He went back upstairs and exited from the library. Konoha. As he left the library, he started to stroll at a casual pace, but when he was far enough, he entered a dark alleyway and hinged back to his normal self. Well, looks what we got here, fellows. We found ourselves a brat." Naruto quickly turned around to see 3 full-grown men at the mouth of the alleyway. By the clothes they were wearing and the horrible stench they were emitting, Naruto assumed that they were just a couple villagers who had gotten themselves good and shit-faced drunk. "Hey, I was wondering where yous went off to. Hasn't been the same without the traditional beast hunt that we used to have after the festival or the occasional group beating ever since you left. Hey guys, I don't want any trouble, so how about we just go our separate ways and forget this whole mess happened? What do you say?" "Not a chance, you fucking punk. We're gonna kick your ass." The man in the middle began to sorta charge at him, but had a lot of sway in it. He threw a punch at the boy, but he had easily dodged it by crouching down at the last second. Naruto jammed his elbow straight into the man's gut, causing him to double over in pain, which then Naruto quickly held the man's head on both sides and slammed his face against his knee, crushing his nose completely. The other 2 men howled with rage when they saw this happen, and they stampeded towards the blonde child. One man attempted to choke slam him to the ground but failed to do so when Naruto caught his wrist and began to crush it in a vice-like grip. He was only satisfied when he heard a loud snapping noise telling him that he broke the man's wrist, and proceeded to twist the arm so that the elbow was downwards and Naruto was behind the villager. That's when he quickly punched the man's elbow with his other hand from below and snapped the bone completely and cleanly in half. The final man attempted to tackle Naruto to the ground, but Naruto had already crouched down and launched himself at his ankles, bringing him down instead. Naruto had lifted the man over his shoulder far enough so that his knees laid on his collarbone and took a single jump that was only 6 inches off the ground, then landed so stiffly that the force was too much and the man's kneecaps shattered. Naruto quickly laid both men against the wall in a sitting position while waiting for the final guy to try and sneak up on him, because he knew that he was faking that he was knocked out. His prediction came true as the man quietly rose from the filthy alley floor and pulled a switchblade from his pocket. He flipped the knife open and gave a loud battle cry with the knife raised over his head. Naruto wasn't surprised by this tactic and quickly turned with his left palm raised just above forehead and felt the blade penetrate through his hand, only to be stopped when the handle hit his hand. The man stared in frightened awe, which allowed Naruto to hit him again with a more forceful poke to the face and swoop down to grab his ankle with his right hand with that bone-crushing grip of his, and he lifted him with one arm like he was nothing, swung him to the wall where his buddies were, and slammed him to the brick wall, only to let go and watch him slump into a bloody, unconscious lump right next to the others. Naruto examined the knife that in his hand and pulled it out of his palm while watching the edges of the wound glow red like ash from a cigarette, and the fresh blood receded back into his hand while the blood that had already dried was blown away by the slightest breeze and reduced to nothing. The cut healed itself in less than 2 seconds and left no scar or anything that could prove that it was there to begin with. He then turned his attention to the knife in question and began to analyze it, and after he waited and measured it, also checking its balance, an immediate scowl appeared on his face. "Bah! What a hunk of junk. You could have at least have the decency to attack me with a real knife and not some poor worthless excuse of a prison shank." He placed the blade in between his hands and snapped it in half, letting the broken metal fall to the ground. He began to venture out of the alleyway. Then, when he was at the mouth of it, he turned around to look up at the building on his right with a smile and pronounced to the midnight air, "I hope you enjoyed the show, but next time please don't hide from me. I rather enjoy fighting in front of an audience." He turned again to continue his way back home as though nothing out of the ordinary had just happened, because to Naruto it wasn't. A figure appeared in the alley, and when the light hit, it revealed a man in a standard issue NBU uniform and had a porcelain mask of what appeared to be the face of a dog. The man looked around the alley, looking at the state of the three men and checked to see if they were still alive. Once he found a pulse, he created a clone that rushed forth to the hospital to find someone to pick them up. So he knew that I was watching him the whole time, and that fighting style of his. So violent, so brutal but effective, that's the kind of taijutsu that someone of incredible strength and size would use. Definitely not the greatest style, it can easily be avoided, but definitely painful or fatal to anyone who underestimates the person using it. Naruto's apartment. Once he reached his room, he emptied out his pockets and started to read over the notes that he had written in the scrolls. He then opened his closet and reached into the back to pull out a candle and placed it on top of the mini cooker and took out the box of matches from the library and lit the candle. He placed the scrolls on a small square table of his and began to pore over them, reading all of their contents. The candle was burning low and Naruto was exhausted from reading, but he pushed on. After every 1,000 years that a kitsune lives for, it grows another tail symbolizing how powerful it has become. The most tails that any kitsune has ever been recorded to have was 9, which was the Kyubi no Kitsune, the strongest biju in existence. It was said that it had the power to create a tsunami or crush whole mountain ranges with a single flick of a tail. Its roar was able to make even the mightiest of buildings crumble to the ground. Its very body was said to exuded a temperature similar to a volcano, that its paws scorched the very earth it walked on, and that if one were to look into its eyes they would see the tortured souls of the damned. The last no sighting of this beast was at Konohagakure no Sato, where the legendary 4th Hokage aka Konoha no Kiro Senko defeated the demon at the cost of his own life. Ha! Bullshit, it's in me, dumb asses. Why is there nothing about demons sealed in humans? Am I the only one? Naruto continued to read on, but his hopes were falling fast. His eyes were becoming heavy and the low flickering flame of the candle danced amongst the wall, causing Naruto to become hypnotized by the enchanting blaze. Slowly his eyes drooped every so often, and try as he might he fell asleep into a quick slumber. Drip drip. What is that? Drip drip. Where am I? Drip drip. Is this a sewer? Naruto-kun, oh Naruto-kun. Hello? Who's there? Naruto-kun. Where are you? Time to wake up, Naruto-kun. Naruto woke up feeling groggy and most of all hungry. He opened his mini fridge and pulled out a cup of instant ramen. He was about to pour some water into the cup when he suddenly remembered that he wasn't supposed to have any breakfast today. He left his scroll on his sleeping bag and took a smaller one with a blue trim on both ends and stuck it in one of the belt loops on his pants and clipped his weapon pouch on the opposite side. He glanced at the clock, and what he saw woke him up faster than a light cigar to the forehead. Holy fucking shit, it's 5:30. Training grounds. Naruto had gotten to the training grounds in 5 minuets after witnessing what the clock had shown, and though this doesn't seem like a big deal, but he lived on the other side of village, so he made good time in getting there. He spotted both Sakura and Sasuke standing in the middle of the training grounds. Both wore an annoyed look on their faces. Naruto assumed they were annoyed with him, so he decided to get this over with. Hey guys. Sorry I'm late, but a few things happened last night and well, it's a long story and all, but dash. He's late. And then this guy, wait, who's late? Kakashi-sensei, that's who. We've been waiting for almost an hour already and he still hasn't shown up. Some ninja. Can't even come on time, Hn. Naruto looked around to see that he wasn't there and was grateful, but he did wonder where he was. Kakashi. Kakashi was wide awake, sitting on the foot of his bed wearing a blue shirt that came so far up that it masked his own face and had a pair of ninja pants on. He was deep in his own thoughts, replaying the image that he saw last night over and over again. Those moves. So violent, so brutal, and so painful, those men will probably be crippled for the rest of their lives. I never would have imagined him using such a style of fighting. It's like he becomes someone else. 1 minuet he's just a bumbling goofball without a care in the world, by what I've heard from Irika, but when he starts fighting he won't be satisfied until his opponent is either crippled for life or possibly dead, and there is no question about it, with a style like that he has definitely killed already, whether he knows it or not. Kakashi remembered the letter the Hokage had shown him, and he wanted to know who had trained him, because they could be using him as a spy and he probably wouldn't know. It could have been a number of people who would love to get a spy in Konoha, Iwagakure, a rival ninja clan, or worse, it could even be Orochimaru. The possibilities were endless. Kakashi continued to wonder this predicament for some time and finally decided to meet his team for the final test. As he got dressed and finished his breakfast, he looked at his clock to see that it was already 9:30. Whoops. Well, hopefully they won't be too upset that I'm late. Training grounds. You're late. So much for them not being upset. Sorry that I'm late, but I got lost on the road of life. What happened? Take a left on Obstacle Ave, instead a right on Dream Boulevard. Ha! I gotta admit that was pretty good dope. Thanks for that, Sasuke team. Kakashi just looked at the children with a tired look and sighed as he took out an old-fashioned alarm clock and walked over to the 3 training logs, placing the alarm on top of the middle one. He turned to face the 3 children and held 2 tiny bells by the strings. Your final test is to grab one of these bells from me before the alarm goes off, but if you can't get a bell from me, then you fail and I get to send your sorry asses back to the academy. But there's only 2 bells, Kakashi-sensei, so wouldn't that mean that one of us will go back to the academy either way? That's your problem, not mine. If I don't get one of those bells, then me and Sasuke won't be on the same team anymore. Cha! We've worked too hard to give up now. I got to get one of those bells. I need to become stronger. Wow! This test is a lot harder than I thought it would be. 3 Genins against a Jonin? I fought my fair share of Jonins, but something doesn't feel right. It feels like there's more to this than what he's told us. Okay, ready? Go! Both Sakura and Sasuke disappeared from sight, hiding in the thick growth of the forest, planning on what each one of them would do in order to get a bell. Wow, they managed to hide themselves pretty nicely. Well, except for him. You know, compared to the others, you're a little weird. Is that a bad thing? Naruto was standing in the exact same spot as before with his arms crossed and a cocky smile visible on his face. Lesson 1. Taijutsu. Naruto charged at Kakashi, who had took a defensive stance, and started throwing punches left and right as fast as he could. He threw a right hook quickly followed by an uppercut, but Kakashi easily evaded both attacks and delivered a quick jab to his stomach that should have knocked the wind out of a normal person, but due to the training he received from Kisame and the weekly spars that they had to check on his progress, it only hurt a little and probably wouldn't even leave a bruise. Kakashi saw what little effect his jab did to the boy when he immediately ducked a kick to the head. He started to back up, trying to make some room between him and the boy, but Naruto just kept closing in on him, not even allowing him to back away farther than an inch, and prevented Kakashi from jumping away by keeping at least one of his legs wrapped around one of Kakashi's. What's with this boy? His punches are slow and predictable, but every time one comes near my face I can feel the power radiating off it, plus the sheer force behind it is enough to blow my hair back. All without the use of chakra, and his footwork is amazing, but it's more refined than any type of taijutsu I know of. Kakashi continued to duck and weave all of Naruto's attacks while he delivered a few more jabs to his gut. Naruto was still trying to land at least one punch on the one-eyed Jonin, but was having a difficult time in doing so. Naruto threw his fist straight towards the Jonin's chest, but he quickly evaded to the left and delivered a powerful knee smash to his stomach that propelled Naruto off the ground, which finally gave Kakashi enough room to hide from sight. Naruto quickly got up from the ground and looked around, trying to find Kakashi. His foot tripped over a wire, activating a trap that Kakashi had laid down, and dozens of shurikens came flying out of the woods right at Naruto. Without wasting a moment, Naruto reached down to his scroll and tossed it into the air, bit his thumb and swiped some blood on the scroll as it came back down. Naruto was covered in a puff of smoke, and before Sakura, Sasuke, or Kakashi could begin to think what had happened, all of the shurikens had entered the cloud, but instead of the loud squelching noises of flesh being ripped apart by flying metal, they heard several loud sounds, signaling that it was metal against metal. Everyone had the same thought running through their mind as they continued to watch the smoke cloud to see what those sounds were. The smoke cleared to reveal Naruto holding a katana in his hands, gleaming in the light of the sun, and the ground all around him was littered with shurikens that were cut in half. Kakashi's eyes had widened as he figured out why his moves were so strange. He was obviously trained in Kenjutsu, so that would explain the dance-like footwork of his, and his strength suggested that he was trained to use a much more heavier blade than the one he was holding now. Kakashi reached for a kunai and jumped out of the trees to see how well trained Naruto was in Kenjutsu. That was a bad idea. Kakashi stabbed forward only for it to be knocked away. Then completely on instinct he raised his kunai and blocked a decapitating slash. Naruto continued to attack Kakashi with lightning-fast slashes and stabs. He managed to give him a couple of cuts here and there. Kakashi continued to back up, quickly becoming concerned for his own life. Suddenly Naruto crouched down, and with a single horizontal slash, he cut Kakashi's leg, also the bells from his belt. Kakashi saw Naruto reaching forward to grab both bells, but before he could, Kakashi grabbed his wrist, used his own weight against him, and with the momentum he used with a single spin he tossed Naruto into the air, who fell into the lake with a huge splash and grabbed both bells before they hit the ground, placing them in his weapon pouch. Kakashi walked over to the lake and saw a few air bubbles come to the surface and stopped altogether for a whole minuet. Kakashi started to panic and jumped into the air in a diving manner. Suiton. Suikoden no Jutsu. Water style. Water shark missile technique. A huge mass of water in the shape of a giant shark flew right out of the lake, catching Kakashi mid-air in its massive jaws and traveled through the air until it smashed itself into a tree and burst with a giant splash. Naruto popped his head out of the lake and swam to shore. He shook his head, freeing water droplets that clung to his hair, and casually walked over to Kakashi, who was slumped up against the tree the water shark had smashed into. Squatting down, he reached into his weapon pouch in order to grab the bells. He had a triumphant smirk plastered on his face that quickly turned into a worried frown as it turned out that the weapon pouch was empty. He looked up into the Jonin's face only to find that it was a faceless wooden dummy with the words "Nice try" on its forehead, and just below it was a paper tag that started to smoke and suddenly sparked to life with a sizzling noise. "Oh fuck me." Boom. Sakura. Sakura was hiding under a bush just across from Naruto and saw the explosion. She witnessed blood raining from the sky, also bits and pieces flying all over the training fields, plus she could have swore that she saw his lower intestines hanging off a tree branch. Out of the blue something fell right in front of Sakura and she almost screamed when she saw it was the head of Naruto. The top right corner of his head was burnt and it exposed what looked like a gray mass of goo, which she could only guess was his brain, and his right eye was hanging out of its socket. Also his mouth was hanging open with a terrified manner while his good eye was staring off into space. "Oh no! Dear sweet Kami-sama, I can't believe he killed Naruto. Why? Oh sweet Kami, why?" Sakura began to cry silently to herself after she just witnessed her friend getting blown to pieces, and she still couldn't believe what she witnessed. Her eyes were bloodshot, showing how badly she had cried. She looked at Naruto's face and started to sniffle. "Sakura-chan. Help me." Sakura passed out with the sudden shock of seeing the head talking to her. Suddenly there was a rustling sound and Kakashi appeared behind the unconscious Sakura with a devious smile behind his mask. "Hee hee. 1 down, 2 to go. Kami, how I love screwing with people's heads." Naruto. The real Naruto popped his head out of the lake and was happy that he had sent a Mizubushin instead of going himself. He heard Sakura scream and rushed himself towards the shore to see what the problem was. He began to rush towards the scream when he saw something shiny on the ground that caught his attention. He looked down and saw that it was one of the bells that Kakashi had put into his weapon pouch. "Oh come on, do you really think that I would be stupid enough to fall for that?" Kakashi suddenly jumped down from the tree that Naruto was standing under, causing him to back up in self-defense. Wow! Naruto had activated a rope trap that wrapped around his ankle, causing him to hang upside down in the tree. "I actually thought there might have been a chance that you would, but you still should have remembered that a ninja needs to watch his or her surroundings at all times in case of an attack from an enemy." At that moment, the sound of a dozen sharp things could be heard traveling through the air, and just before Kakashi was blown away by them, he had said only one thing. "Well, this is ironic." Several kunai and shurikens pelted Kakashi in the head, and he suddenly turned into a log. Sasuke. Sasuke was running through the trees trying to find a new spot to hide, seeming as he just blew his cover when he tried to get him with those weapons. He entered a small clearing where he saw Kakashi standing there with his arms crossed. Sasuke threw a kunai at him, but he simply deflected it with his own and rushed towards him. Sasuke pulled a tripwire, setting off his own trap, and Kakashi evaded to the kunai that shot out of the trees, but he almost got hit when his first trap had set off a second trap. Sasuke started to engage Kakashi in taijutsu and had shown him that he was much faster than Naruto was. He managed to get one finger in his pouch but was quickly pushed off. He went through a number of hand signs, then put his fingers to his lips. Katan, Gukakyu no Jutsu, Fire Style, Grand Fireball Technique. A fireball erupted from his mouth and engulfed Kakashi in its burning rage. After a few seconds, the flames had died down, but Kakashi had disappeared. Suddenly he felt something grab his ankle, and when he looked down he saw a hand coming out of the ground. Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Earth Style, Inner Decapitation Technique. Sasuke was suddenly pulled underneath, leaving only his head exposed to the world. Well, this is no way to get ahead in life now, is it? Now, if you excuse me, I need to check on something. Kakashi had left, leaving a fuming Sasuke in the ground. Sakura. Sakura had awoken after she had witnessed the incredible talking head and was groggy and most of all confused. She looked around to find that she wasn't underneath her bush anymore but in a small clearing. Sakura? Sakura looked around to see who had called her name, but she didn't see anyone. Hello? Who's there? Sakura, it's me. Sasuke-kun. Where are you? I'm right in front of you. Where? I can't see you. Down here. What do you mean, down he dash? Sakura had stopped suddenly and only saw Sasuke's head poking out of the ground. She was frozen solid in her spot, staring at the head that was staring back at her. Could you help me up? I'm kinda stuck. Sakura's eyes rolled into the back of her head and fainted. Naruto. Stupid motherfucker, I'm gonna shove my katana so far up your ass once I get down from here and find it. Naruto was swinging by his legs, screaming at the top of his lungs at nobody in particular. He looked around to see if he could find anything to help him, but there was nothing in sight. He couldn't think straight, he was too tired and too hungry to concentrate, but he suddenly spotted what appeared to be 2 bento boxes. With a new jail set in sight, he quickly began to gnaw at the rope like a rat till it finally broke. Naruto had reached the boxes when he heard a sound from behind. He looked behind him and saw Kakashi standing there with his arms crossed. Hee. Hungry? 5 minutes later. Well, not one of you managed to get one bell from me. I'm very disappointed. All 3 of them were sitting in front of Kakashi, but Naruto was tied to the middle post. Hey, why am I the only one tied up? Because you tried to steal the food I brought, that's why, but I decided not to send any of you to the academy. Really? That's totally kick-ass. Thanks, Kakashi-sensei. Instead, I'm going to kick you all out of the program. That's bullshit. Too bad, but I'm going to give you a second chance, just as long as you don't give him any food, got it? Got it. Kakashi left all 3 children alone to do what they wanted, waiting to see what they did next. Naruto. Yeah, well, go ahead, don't give me any food, I don't need it. I can go days without eating. FWD. Stomach. Traitor. Dobe, will you shut up already? Here, take mine. But Sasuke-kun, Kakashi-sensei said that dash. We'll need all of our strength and cunning to get those bells, and if one of us is weak, then the team is weak. Sakura looked at Sasuke and then at Naruto and offered her lunch to him. Here you go, Naruto, you can have my lunch. Thanks, Sakura-chan, but you're gonna have to feed me since I'm all tied up. Sakura sighed and quickly put the chopsticks to his mouth and pulled away once he chomped down. What the fuck did I just tell you? You broke the only rule I gave you and I want to know why. B, because you told us we're a team, that's why. Yeah, and if one of us is weak dash, then all of us are weak. Is that your reason? Well then you all pass, congratulations. Wait, I don't get it. Well, all the other teams fell into every trap and they never got the real test was teamwork. Why else would there be 3 of you? The bells were just to see if you could get past that and help each other out. Just as a friend told me once, those who break the rules are trash, but those who abandon their friends are lower than trash. Woo, who were ninjas? Yippee. Cha. Fuck yeah, you stupid motherfuckers. HN. Well, let's get out of here. I'll treat you all to a chiraku. Alright, let me just get out of this. Naruto pulled against the ropes for a few seconds until they finally broke from the continuous stress of his strength. Wait a minute, are you telling me you could have done that at any time? Huh. Oh yeah, I guess I could have, hehe. Baka. OW. What was that for? That's for making me feed you like that. Dobe. Ugh. I'm gonna regret this, I just know it. Chapter 8. A Clashing of Swords. It had been 3 months since the formation of Team 7 and many things had come to pass. First off, Naruto had finally turned 13 and Kisame would always buy him ramen for lunch and show him a brand new jutsu to perfect for his present, but this time he sat in his apartment all day with a constant feeling of dread in his stomach, as if it was trying to tell him something bad was going to happen but nothing ever did. Other than that, all he really did was a bunch of crappy missions, but he hoped that it would soon change. Undisclosed area. This is Scarecrow, I want a field and status report ASAP. Over. Copy that, Scarecrow, this is S1 reporting that Sector A is clean, no sign of the target. Over. S2. Don't bother with Sector F, it's a complete waste of time, not even any birds. Over. S3 saying that Sector C is a no-go. I'm gonna check out Sector H again. See if any of the traps I placed over there have caught anything. Over. S2 I doubt it. We're the 4th squad to be sent on this mission, and none of the other 3 squads have been able to come close to this thing, so what makes you think that you traps will work? S3 you never know. Perhaps we already caught it and don't even know it yet. S1 guys, you need to stop talking and get on with the mission already. S3 sorry, Sakura-chan. All right, enough with the talking and find the damn target so we can get on with our lives. S3 okay, I'm nearing Sector H and I wait a minuet, I think I see something. What is it? Can you verify object? S3 it's too far away to see it clearly, but I think it may be the target. Alright, stay there and we will rendezvous to your location. S3 but I can get it, it's right there. S2 no way, Dobe, you'll just mess it up and lose it. S3 up yours, Uchiha. Naruto. The extremely cautious target is said to be armed and extremely hostile. S3 don't worry, I'll be fine. S2 yeah, right? S3 okay. Come to Papa. H, come on, you son of a... What going on? Report. S3 don't worry, Enuji. Everything under Kano W. What was that? S3 nothing, it's nothing, just some... sweet Kami and O. Naruto, can you read me? S3 Ayaha, oh my z help me, it's got my z. What's happening, damn it? S3 z. Man down, I repeat, man down, everyone get over there ASAP. S2 got it. S1 on my way. Can you see anything? S2 we found him, but it isn't pretty. S3 neutralized. Target. Avenge me. Alright, good job everyone, now let's go back to see what our next mission is. Team 7. Oh my dear Tora-chan, do you know how much you scared mommy? Don't you ever do something like that ever again. A very large woman was suffocating a cat in her arms at the moment and was blissfully unaware of its cries of pain as it squirmed in her ironclad hug of doom. No wonder it ran away. That cat should consider itself lucky that she got to it first and not me. Naruto was riddled with claw marks and a prominent scowl could be seen on his face. The Hokage was reading over a few scrolls trying to decide what mission to give out next. Alright, your next mission is to either harvest potatoes for a local farmer or babysit the Fire Lord's nephew, or you can dash. Tora-chan, come back. Retrieve the daimyo's wife's cat. No way, Jisen. Naruto, quite it, don't tell the Hokage what to do. I'm sick and tired of these stupid missions. In fact, they shouldn't even be called missions, they're more like illegal immigrant works, and I want a real mission. Naruto, you must understand that dash. No, you must understand that if I have to chase that cat one more time, I'm gonna skin it alive and roast it over a flaming pit." Everyone stared at the boy with a nervous expression, especially the large woman who looked absolutely horrified. The Hokage let out a tired sigh and decided to give them a higher-ranked mission. "All right, Naruto, you win. I'll give you a C-rank mission, how's that? Anything is better than that demon cat or potatoes. All right, your mission is to escort this bridge builder and protect him from robbers and such. You may enter now." The door slid open to reveal an elderly drunken man with a sacket on his head and glasses on his face, plus a sake bottle in his hand. He swayed slightly and squinted towards Team 7 with a pissed-off look on his face. "Wah? Are these the people you hired to protect me? I doubt they can even protect me from a squirrel, let alone bandits. Especially that short one with the stupid look on his face. Hee hee. I wonder who he's talking about?" Naruto then noticed that Sakura was about an inch taller than he was and Sasuke was 2 inches taller. "Why, you son of a bitch? Naruto, cut it out already. So Tazuna was it? We'll leave within the hour, so I want everyone to get ready and meet us at the gate. Outside of Konoha." Everyone had left the village in order to escort Tazuna to his home village to finish building a bridge that would connect his home to the mainland and increase trade between the island and the mainland. Kakashi was talking about the 5 Kages and the lands that they ruled over when Naruto noticed a couple of puddles in the middle of the road. He was suspicious about them because he knew that it hadn't rained in 2 weeks, plus they were exactly apart from themselves, so he kept an eye on them. Kakashi had walked between the puddles when they suddenly rose from the ground and 2 spiked chains erupted and ripped Kakashi apart. "Kakashi-sensei!" Pieces of their fallen sensei rained down from the heavens, littering the ground with his mutilated corpse. Sakura had gotten over her shock and stood in front of Tazuna with a kunai held in her hand. Both men had finally risen from the puddles and split up on their own ways, one towards Sakura and the other towards Naruto. One ran towards Sakura, who held her ground with a kunai in hand. He reached towards her with a metal claw on his hand, trying to grab her neck in a choking hold. He was about to reach her when a fist appeared out of nowhere and knocked him off his feet and fell to the ground. Sasuke had stopped the man from reaching Sakura in time, and he threw a couple kunai straight into the ninja's unprotected arm, piercing the muscle, making him loose the felling in it. Naruto was standing still with a rather bored expression on his face. The other ninja charged at him with his claw, slashing downwards, trying to rend his face off, but Naruto moved quickly towards him, so that the claw went over his shoulder. Then he grabbed his throat and squeezed hard, tossed him up in the air just a foot, and smashed his fist against his stomach, sending him into a tree. He walked over to Sasuke and Sakura to see if they were all right when suddenly from the corner of his eye, he saw the other ninja running to the side, ready to strike again with his arm hanging loosely at his side. Before he could yell at them to get out of the way, Kakashi showed up, bringing the man into a one-armed headlock. "Kakashi-sensei, I thought you were dead. Now why would you think that? I should hope that you would give me a bit more credit than that. But we saw you get torn to pieces, so how are you?" Kawarimi is a very powerful yet underappreciated jutsu. Respect the jutsu. Kakashi placed the ninja in his arms by the same tree as the other. He looked at Tazuna with glaring eyes and started to ask him why other ninjas were after his skin, but Naruto had a different idea. He walked over calmly towards the enemy ninjas and took out a kunai from his pouch, squatted down in front of him, and then he stabbed down on his leg with enough force to hit the bone. "Aha! Who sent you? Talk or else." "Naruto, what are you doing?" "Talk, motherfucker. I ain't gonna tell you shit, so fuck you." He managed to move his mouthpiece with his tongue, so it fell out of his mouth, allowing him to spit in Naruto's face. Naruto raised his free hand slowly to his face and wiped the spit off of it. He then pulled out the kunai and stabbed him in his shoulder and began to twist it. "Tell me now, who sent you?" "Over my dead body. Sweet yourself." He quickly pulled out the kunai from the man's shoulder and slashed open his stomach in a vertical fashion. Then he reached into the man's body while ignoring the bloody screams, and he bent his arm upwards as if he was trying to find something. After a few moments of searching, his eyes looked as though he found what he was looking for, jerked out his arm from the man's body, causing his chest cavity to burst open. exposing it to the world, and in Naruto's hand was his still beating heart, which he squeezed until the last thing the ninja saw alive was his heart exploding in the hands of a child. He flicked his hand once in order to get the bigger chunks off and wiped his hand against the grass to get the rest off. He then looked over at the other ninja with a glare. "What about you? Feel like talking, or should I just do to you like your buddy over here? Please? I tell you everything I know. Just don't kill me. Much better now tell me. Who sent you?" The man began to tell Naruto everything he knew, which was not much. All he knew was that a man named Gato had hired him and his brother to take out the bridge builder, and that was all. "Are you sure that's all? Nothing else?" "That's everything, I swear." "It better be, because if I find out that you're lying to me or keeping something, then I can promise you that I will hunt you down, and you will wish that I had pulled your heart out instead of what I will do to you. Understand? Hi. Good, now get out of my sight, you piece of shit, before I change my mind." The ninja scrambled to his feet and began to run as fast as his body would let him in the opposite direction. Naruto turned his back with his eyes closed, and a small smile creped onto his face when suddenly he spun around and flung the bloody kunai from his hand towards the man, where it entered the back of his neck and he died choking on his own blood. Too late. Everyone was stunned at what they just saw. This was Naruto, the crazy, socially awkward, happy child, and here he was now a cold-blooded killer who had tortured a man, then killed him by literally ripping his heart out, and when he did get the information he wanted, he killed the other ninja when he was running for his life. He casually walked towards Tazuna with an annoyed look on his face, but Kakashi had stepped in front of Tazuna with a kunai ready in his hand just in case Naruto was going to do something reckless. Naruto stared at Kakashi for a moment or two with a mixture of anger and confusion, then looked back at Tazuna with just anger. "You lied to me. I don't like being lied to." Naruto turned around and began to walk away. "Naruto, where do you think you're going?" Naruto looked over his shoulder and gave Kakashi a strange smile. It was like a mixture between happy, excited, lustful, and insanity. "We have a mission to finish, and I intend to make sure that we do." Team 7. Everyone was currently on a small boat traveling across a lake through a thick fog. Naruto had been silent the whole time, while most of the people in the boat were staring at him with fear in their eyes, while the other two people were either rowing the boat across or examining him with calculating eyes. Such brutality and absolutely no mercy whatsoever. I wonder, since the Hokage told me that he remembered the night he was beaten and thrown out of the village. Does he want revenge? I wouldn't blame him if he does. Any normal person would, but then again, Naruto isn't what you call normal. But to kill so easily and ruthlessly. How powerful is he? When did it happen? Kakashi's sudden question had caught the attention of everyone but the intended. Sakura looked at her sensei with great confusion, then she stared at Naruto and made the connection that he was asking him something. Something personally. "Kakashi-sensei, what are you talking about? What did Naruto do?" Kakashi ignored Sakura, but not of spite or anger, but because this was something he wanted to know, and to tell her what it was would be insensitive to both him and Naruto. He didn't know how it would be, but somehow it was, and he respected that greatly. "It's okay, Naruto, you can tell me. Be far it for me to judge, but I would like to know when it did happen. I need to know, as your sensei." Naruto hadn't even looked at Kakashi the whole entire time he was talking to him. Instead, he just looked down at the floor. Kakashi was just about to give up when he saw a small smile appear on his face. He looked up at Kakashi with a small warm smile. "I was 6 when it first happened, just a few days before my 7th birthday. Both me and my sensei tracked the ugly little fuck down after 3 weeks of searching. He was an ugly toad by the name of Mokoshi Roko, and he was wanted on 5 cases of rape, but honestly he was so ugly that he couldn't even get any from a prostitute." Everyone was staring at Naruto as he told his tale. Most of Sakura's fear had been replaced with a sudden feeling of being sorry for Naruto, that she held tears in her eyes, and she had to restrain herself from hugging him tightly, telling him that everything was going to be all right. Sasuke looked at Naruto with newfound respect, and though he believed that he was better and most definitely smarter than he was, he knew now that Naruto was in no way, shape, or form a weakling. Tazuna was horrified that the boy had already killed at the age of 6, but he did not blame the boy in doing so. For he had a daughter, and for men like this Roko to wander the streets was a father's absolute nightmare. To kill at such a young age. You must have felt horrible, maybe even a bit scared. Actually, I felt happy knowing that one less scumbag would be walking the streets and that I saved countless people from ever becoming victims in the future. Besides, if I got into any trouble, then my sensei would have helped me out. If you don't get the joke, then go back to chapter 2 and read it over. If you're smart, you'll get it eventually. Naruto, who was this sensei of yours? I can't tell you. It's a secret. Naruto have ever killed anyone before now? Sakura-chan. These hands have spilt a lot of blood, but you can rest assured that not a single drop came from an innocent person or ever will. That I promise you, and once I make a promise, I keep it no matter what. Hey Dobe, how does it feel to? When you do kill someone, it's not like you think it would feel. In fact, you don't feel anything, almost like you're not even there. But the scary thing isn't the fact that you killed someone, but that after time you get used to it. After Naruto told them that the boat had become very quiet and the atmosphere was tense with tension. So, Tazuna, why didn't you tell us why ninjas were after you? Well, you see, because of Gato, the village's economy went straight to hell, so I couldn't afford a higher ranked mission, Wait, do you mean Gato? As in Gato Shipping Industries Gato? Yeah, that's the one. Naruto had heard what Tazuna told Kakashi, and he decided to add to the conversation. He uses that industry as a cover for what he really does. What do you know about Gato? Have ever seen him? I never actually seen him in person, but I have heard rumors about him. I never actually thought they were true, but it's not surprising that they are. From what I've heard, Gato is part of the black market selling drugs and weapons to foreign nations, and once I heard organ trafficking. Not only is all that true, but he's also a parasite of the worst kind. He goes from island to island, and once he takes control of its ports, he leeches off the economy till it dries up. Then he moves to the next village and starts over, leaving countless people starving, homeless, or dead. That's why he wants me dead, because it's not just a bridge but all of our hopes and dreams into one structure, and if I'm gone then everything dies with me, so please help us. Kakashi looked at Tazuna, who began to put on a water show, saying how his daughter would forever hate Konoha, and how his grandson will miss him, but he had to worry about his team, and because this was no longer ranked as a C mission, they had no legal obligation to continue if they didn't want to. Well, Tazuna, since this is no longer a C mission, we don't have to do anything if my team doesn't want to, so it's up to you guys. Should we help or drop his ass on shore and go back to the village? What say you? You know my vote. I say we help out and kill that son of a bitch so no one else will suffer by this rat bastard. Hell yeah. I agree with Naruto on this one. For once the Dobe has a good plan, so why the hell not? I'm in. Alright Tazuna, we're in, but we are definitely gonna meet more enemy ninjas, and I can guarantee that they are gonna be tougher than those two we fought back there. Meanwhile, back on Ender, the demon brothers haven't come back yet, so it's safe to assume that they failed in their mission. What? I paid good money for you to get rid of the bridge builder, and you can't even manage to do that, right? Don't worry, I'm going after them myself, and I can promise you that when I return, I'm gonna have their heads on a silver platter with your name on it. Team 7. They had finally hit the shore, and for the first time they saw the bridge. You have to finish that bridge? It looks pretty complete to me. It's far from complete. We still have to finish at least half a mile, then we have to paint a racing stripe down it and name it too. You got to be shitting me. Not at all, but don't worry, we should be able to finish that in a week. Everyone shook their heads in disbelief and trekked forward towards Tazuna's home village. After several miles, both Naruto and Kakashi could sense that something was coming their way. Everyone get the fuck down. Everybody ducked just in time when a giant blade came whizzing by and implanted itself into the tree right in front of them, and there on its hilt stood its owner. He was a tall, muscular man with no shirt on, and his mouth was covered in wrappings with arm warmers that were white with black spots on them, kinda like on a cow. So the demon brothers lost to you? How pathetic. Who are you? He's Momochi Zabuza, ex-captain of Kirigakure's ANBU and former member of 7 Swordsmen of the Hidden Mist, renowned for perfecting the Muon Satsujin Jutsu, silent homicide technique. He's one of the 7 Swordsmen, just like Kisame-sensei. I'm guessing he's around Kakashi-sensei's age, and Kisame told me that all the swordsmen started their training at 10, so he's had 17 years worth of training, and I've only had 7 years. Let's see who's better. I'm so honored to be so well known by one such as yourself, Kakashi of the Sharingan. Everyone stared at Kakashi and were amazed to find out that their sensei was actually famous, but it was Sasuke who looked truly amazed by what was said. Sharingan? But only members of the Uchiha clan could possess the Sharingan. So why does Kakashi have it? The hell is a Sharingan? Sounds like a STD. Dobe, it's not an STD. It's one of the most powerful Kekkei Genkai in the village. Kakashi moved his hand to his headband and lifted it to reveal a red eye with 3 black tomes surrounding the pupil. Everyone in Team 7 stared at Kakashi's eye, but for different reasons. Sakura stared at it because she thought that it was strange because people seemed to fear that eye of his, but why? Sasuke stared because that eye belonged to his clan only, and the last time he saw someone with those eyes belonged to his brother. Naruto, on the other hand, stared at the eye while showing fear in his own. He had seen eyes like those before in that dream he had only a few months ago. They had belonged to one of those shadows. In fact, this shadow was right next to the one that possessed those soulless white eyes who had stomped on Kisame as well. Now this is a treat. To bring out your Sharingan before the fight began. I'm flattered, to say the least. Well, you won't feel as much when I'm done with you. We will get this man to his village, and whether you live or die in the process is completely up to you. Oh no, for you see, that's where you're wrong. It's not a question of me living or dying, but a question of whether if you'll being able to survive. He quickly pulled out his blade from the tree, and somehow he was able to land on the surface of the lake behind him instead of the ground below the tree that he was on. Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna looked at the man in awe, seeing how he was able to stand on water, while both Kakashi and Naruto stared at him while trying to anticipate what his next move was. He performed a half-ram seal over his head and another just at his waistline. Ninpo, Kirigakure no Jutsu, ninja art, hidden mist technique. Suddenly a fog covered the whole area, obscuring everyone's vision. Naruto quickly looked around trying to see if he could find Zabuza, but he could barely see Kakashi, who was only 10 feet away. Team 7 instinctively moved in front of Tazuna and tried to protect him from any possible attacks from either the front or sides. Kakashi stood silently and focused on trying to hear Zabuza's movements, as it seemed that even with his Sharingan the fog was still too thick for him to fully penetrate it. He continued to scan the area for any unusual sounds when he noticed that Naruto was trying to do the same thing but with his eyes closed. He's either extremely skilled or a complete fool to try listening for Zabuza in the mist with his eyes closed. Smart money's on both. Well, look at that. The blonde one is trying to find me in the mist with his eyes closed. How cute. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but this is not some game where you can call a timeout or that if you're caught you have to sit out till the next one starts. This is the real world, and if you get caught here, then I can promise you that there won't be a round 2, because out here, you only get 1 life and then it's game over for you. Problem there, Zabuza, is that you assume that I'm just some weak little kid who got lucky enough to pass a test, while thinking this was all just a game, but I can assure you that I'm not, and I'm willing to prove it once you decide to stop hiding in that mist of yours. Chicken shit. Who said I was hiding? Everyone turned to see that Zabuza had somehow managed to infiltrate their formation without any of them noticing, and that he also had his blade raised to strike a killing blow at Tazuna. Just as Zabuza was about to cleave off the old man's head, he felt what appeared to be a small and sharpened knife being gently pressed against his windpipe. Surrender now, and I promise I'll make it quick. Hee. You actually think that you won? This easily? I don't think so. Kakashi's eyes were quickly widened as he listened to Zabuza, and he slit his throat open to see only a clear, transparent fluid come spewing out, which ended with the man burst into the very same liquid. Shit! A Mizu Bushin! Surprise! Kakashi turned to see Zabuza slashing him in half, separating his torso from his waist. Zabuza smirked under his wrapping until he saw both halves bursting into water, just like he did not even 2 seconds ago. So you managed to copy the Mizu Bushin Jutsu in the mist. It's no wonder they call you the copycat ninja, the man that copied over 1,000 jutsu. It's too bad that you won't live long enough to see them all. Kakashi suddenly appeared behind Zabuza with a kunai in his hand and aimed it at his kidneys. Zabuza grabbed his wrist before he could be stabbed, flipped him over his shoulder and launched him into the air with a single kick towards the lake. Zabuza chased after Kakashi while he was still airborne only to stop himself a few feet from shore. Makibishi spikes? Honestly, that's just sad. Especially from one such as yourself. A large splash was heard as Kakashi landed into the water. Once he surfaced, he began to move his arms back and forth while becoming suspicious. The water feels different, more dense. Zabuza appeared out of nowhere, then performed a couple of hand signs. Suiro no Jutsu, water prison technique. Before Kakashi knew it, he was stuck inside of a swirling sphere of water that was so dense it completely constricted his body, making it impossible for him to move. Zabuza stood on top of the lake with one arm inside of the water orb with a smile on his face while he stared at Team 7. He created a few Mizubushin who walked towards the shore, and when they did reach land, they simply swept away the spikes with their feet and stood in front of them all. Everyone get out of here now. They can't travel far from his body. Kakashi continued to plea at his team for them to escape and for them to leave him, but it fell on deaf ears. Naruto reached for the scroll attached to his back and instantly all eyes were on him. During the year that Naruto had attended at the academy, everyone had always wondered what was with the scroll on his back, and now their question was about to be answered. He continued to reach for the scroll and began to walk slowly towards Zabuza's clones. When he came within 10 feet of the clones, he cradled the scroll with his left hand, bit his right thumb and swiped his blood on it, causing his whole being covered in smoke. What the hell is that kid doing? Everyone watched the cloud of smoke with an intense stare, all who were wondering the exact same thing. As Zabuza watched, he suddenly felt all of his clones suddenly dispersed at the same time, and his curiosity was simply magnified by tenfold. A figure suddenly rushed out of the smoke and dashed across the water, making a beeline towards Zabuza, who had to pull his hand out of the sphere in order to dodge a rising slash from a giant object that momentarily gleamed from the weak beams of light that were able to break through the mist. Kakashi had managed to resurface, and when he was on all fours coughing out the water in his lungs, he gazed up to see Naruto standing on top of the lake's surface while wielding a massive saw blade with a 6-inch spike that was likely used to impale for a tip which hung loosely over his shoulder, griped with one hand. Everyone continued to stare at Naruto and couldn't believe what they were seeing because this fight was becoming more and more amazing by the minute. Well, I see that you can at least hold a sword, but what makes you think that you can stand a chance with me? I don't, but I would love to find out. Both Naruto and Zabuza charged at each other with their battle cries echoing throughout the area, and when their blades clashed with one another, causing sparks to fly. Both swordsmen swung at each other with precision and agility. Naruto swung to the left trying to cut off Zabuza's legs, but he blocked it, which he then retaliated with a slash to the midsection, but Naruto had simply ducked under it and sweep kicked him, causing Zabuza to fall on his back, which Naruto swung his blade in a smashing manner only to see him turn into the bloody and mangled corpse of a snow rabbit. Naruto jumped back to see Zabuza jump out of the water with a razing slash in an attempt to split him up the middle. Before the water could fall back down, Zabuza lifted his blade to block an oncoming slash that would have taken of his head, but he was hit in the face with a fist and was sent flying across the lake. Zabuza lifted himself off the lake floor while holding his jaw, which started to bleed, and a red blood stain began to blossom across his wrappings. He looked up to see Naruto grinning at him in a mocking manner. Well, come on, or do you want to call a timeout? Zabuza became furious as this child continued to mock him openly and charged right at him. They continued to attack each other with speed that a person would not think possible while wielding blades of that size and weight. Each slash was countered and each attack was blocked, but even to the untrained eye anyone could see that they were both equally matched. While that punch Naruto landed was a fluke and he knew it. Though it looked like that they were just swinging hunks of sharpened metal at each other, it was actually an intricate dance of attacks and counterattacks. It was literally a dance of death where each performer teetered on the line of life and death, but it only stopped when one of the dancers made a mistake. Zabuza swung in a complete circle while using the momentum to strengthen his blow to Naruto and slashed him across his chest. Everyone stared in horror as they witnessed Naruto falling to the ground with his blade soaring straight up into the air. As Naruto's body hit the water, it suddenly turned into a puff of smoke, causing everyone's eyes to widen. What? How is that possible unless… Can he create solid clones? Can he perform the Kagebushin Jutsu? Ninpo, Suisei Achikomiana no Jutsu, Ninja Art, Aquatic Sinkhole Technique. Zabuza looked up to see Naruto crouched down with both palms on the water, and suddenly the whole lake surface was riddled with small whirlpools that were maybe a foot in diameter, which would disappear and reappear in completely random times and locations. Zabuza tried to charge at the boy while at the same time trying to avoid stepping in one of the holes. This was truly a powerful jutsu, but the problem was that Naruto also had to avoid stepping into one of the holes, but if he did, all he would have to do is send a small charge of his own chakra, and he would be set free, though it was still annoying as hell. Naruto and Zabuza clashed swords for the second time, attacking each other as fast as they could. Sparks flew all over the place, and the few that reached the shore started a small fire, only to be drowned by all the water that both fighters were kicking up. They continued to hack and slash each other, but they would either dodge the strike or counter it, and things just got harder while they both were trying to avoid the miniature whirlpools. Eventually Zabuza decided that this was going nowhere fast and decided to end this tiresome fight. He accidentally stepped into one of the whirlpools, causing his left foot to be quickly pulled under all the way to his ankle and trapping it. Naruto saw this opening and decided to go in for the kill. He charged straight at Zabuza with both hands grasping the hilt and pulled back with the teeth of the blade facing inward. As he got into range, he swung the massive blade with all of his might in order to slice him in half, but Zabuza had already managed to swing his own blade and penetrated the metal rings of Naruto's shirt while leaving a huge gash mark across his chest. "That's for you getting me in the face, you little punk." Zabuza started to perform a long set of seals, while Naruto was still on the ground, so to speak. Once he was able to get himself up from the floor, he saw that he was already halfway through the hand signs, so he began going through his own. Suitun, Suryuden no Jutsu, Water Style, Water Dragon Blast Technique. Suitun, Suikoden no Jutsu, Water Style, Water Shark Missile Technique. Both jutsu were performed at the same time, causing the giant water shark to travel into the air, and instead of reaching Zabuza, it reached the water dragon, who also hit the shark, which ended with both jutsu to explode into a small rain shower. That jutsu. Only one person could have possibly taught that boy to use it, but it can't possibly be true that he would. It makes no hay. Where the hell is he? Naruto had suddenly vanished from sight and was nowhere to be found. Zabuza looked everywhere he could while trying to figure out where he had gone to. He was pulled out from his musings when an agonizingly stabbing feeling went through his left leg and the sudden feeling of extra weight on his body that was constricting his movements. When he looked down, he saw that Naruto was floating right next to him, with a miniature ninjato entering through his leg and exiting out the other side, while a numerous amount of clones were holding him down because Naruto's jutsu had worn off already. Kakashi now. Zabuza had completely forgotten about Kakashi and looked up to see him barely 20 feet away, finishing his last hand sign. "All right, Naruto, hold on to something." Suitun, Daifubakufu no Jutsu, Water Style, Grand Waterfall Technique. A giant swirling vortex of water appeared in front of Kakashi and rocketed towards Zabuza and Naruto. It crashed itself into both ninja, sucking them up into a vacuum-like whirlpool that eventually smashed itself onto shore. Zabuza was slumped up against a tree while Naruto was hanging off a branch. "Woohoo! Let's do that again. Maybe later, Naruto, because now we got to take out some trash." Before Kakashi could deliver the final blow, Zabuza was struck in the neck by 3 long needles, which caused him to fall down on the ground dead. Naruto had gotten himself out of the tree when he saw this, and when he started to walk towards the body, a mysterious figure appeared. The person wasn't very tall, maybe a few inches taller than Naruto was. He wore long baggy pants along with a pale green jacket, and he wore a white porcelain mask with 2 narrow slits to see through and what appeared to be the symbol of a Kirigakure ninja. "Thank you for weakening him enough for me to kill him. I've been tracking him down for weeks, and you have done me a great favor." Kakashi stared at this newcomer with confusion visible in his eye. No problem, I guess. Now, if you excuse me, I'll be disposing the body elsewhere so that you dash. Why don't you get rid of it here?" The masked man turned to Naruto, who had a very suspicious look on his face. The man had to think of something quick in order to get away. Well, you see, this body contains the many secrets of Kirigakure no Sato, and if dash. All the more reason to destroy it as quickly as possible, wouldn't you say? The masked stranger looked right at Naruto in complete silence for a few moments, then quickly made a hand sign. Naruto saw him and charged at the man with his fist already cocked back. He launched his fist towards the man, but he suddenly disappeared in a thin layer of mist, causing a loud crack being heard, signaling that Naruto had punched the tree and caused a slight crack to appear on its trunk. Damn it! I knew that guy was no Hunter Neen. He was too damn polite. Usually they're all business, no time to talk, to busy getting rid of the body. So that means he's still alive. We got to you, GH. Naruto fell to his knees while clutching his chest in pain. Sakura ran over to him and saw that he was breathing heavily with his eyes shut tight in discomfort while his jaw was clenched tightly. Naruto, are you okay? Tell me, where does it hurt? I'm all right, Sakura-chan. Just deeper than I thought it was. I'll be fine after I rest for a bit. My village isn't far from here. In fact, we're only a miles away from it. Naruto, do you think you can make it on your own, or should I carry you? Please, Kakashi-sensei. The dobe may be a lot of things, but a weakling isn't one of them. He can tough it out for a few more miles, can't ya? You can bet your ass? I can team. Sasuke nodded his head in approval with a small smile on his face, while Naruto replied back with his custom foxy grin. He walked over to the lake's shore and grabbed the hilt of his blade, then he dragged it out from the water. He bit his thumb again and smeared it against the engraved seal, causing the blade to turn back into a scroll, which he then strapped to his back and started to walk towards the village with a bit of a limp. Haku. Well, it seems that I made it just in time. Hopefully Zabuza-sama will awaken soon. Yui. What the hell was that for? They were about to kill you, so I had to do something. But in my neck? Less muscle there, so it was safer. You're ruthless, Haku, I swear. Damn, that kid stabbed me in the leg. Actually, it looks a lot worse than it is. The blade went in between your tibula and fibula bones, so all that was damaged was the muscle and nothing else. That's good. That jutsu. Can it be possible? Could he have trained that boy? It doesn't seem possible, but I guess it is. The next time I meet that boy, he's dead. Chapter 9. The Tyrant Known as Gato. After the encounter Team 7 had with Zabuza, it had taken them a bit longer to get to Tezuna's village due to Naruto's injury. When they finally made it to the village, they were greeted with the sight of people dressed in dirty rags, either wandering the street or sleeping in the middle of the road, children living in filthy alleyways, or in gangs that were searching through empty trash cans trying to find a morsel of rotten food to eat as their dinner, or eyeing them with suspicion and trying to get close enough to their back pockets. The houses were old and worn down, with the paint peeling off the sides and with water damage being the least of the troubles. The vendors were selling spoiled food at outrageous prices, and women huddled together at street corners wearing very skimpy clothes with tears silently running down their faces. Now you see what we've been reduced to. This is why Gato needs to be stopped, because if this continues, we will all die. Dear Kami, it's horrible. How could anyone do this to others? You'd be surprised what people are capable of, Sakura-chan. Trust me when I say that I have seen worse. It's unfortunate, but that's life. Kakashi silently agreed with Naruto on that, because he too has seen villages in worse condition than this one, and he too knew how unfair life could be. They continued to walk through the village till they reached what seemed to be the suburbs that was near the docks and small fishing shacks. They walked up to a two-story house that was in actuality very small, but in a cozy sort of way. Tezuna searched his pocket and fished out a small bronze-colored key that he used to open the door. Tsunami, I'm home. A petite woman appeared in front of the group who was very attractive with that earthly beauty. Oh, father, you're back. Thank Kami. Don't thank Kami, but instead these brave ninjas who protected me with their lives. Especially the blonde one who was unfortunately injured. Oh no, let me take a look at that. No, that's okay. No, let me see. I'll see what I can do. Tsunami had somehow gotten Naruto out of his coat and was currently pulling his slashed chain link shirt over his head. Both Sakura and Tsunami began to blush as they saw Naruto's body without his shirt on. His chest was tanned and looked as though it was sculpted from stone. Also, he somehow had a six-pack on his stomach, which Tsunami didn't think was possible for a child to possess. Right across his pectorals was a jagged gash that looked as though it was slowly closing on its own. "I'll be fine, really. All I need is a meal and a good night's sleep, then I'll be good as new. Trust me, I've had worse." Tsunami could only nod in agreement as she was mentally berating herself for blushing at a 13-year-old boy, and Sakura couldn't help but stare at his body to only snap out of it when a bit of drool came out of her mouth. A small boy in overalls with a fisherman's hat appeared in front of the group with a scowl on his face. He stared at them as if he were disgusted by their very presence and wanted them to go far away, never to return. "You're all going to die. You do know that? Inari, not in front of our guests. Now behave, these ninja have come a long way to help us. Not like it's gonna make any difference. Inari, please not now, I beg of you." The boy turned to his mother with a sad look in his eyes. "I'm sorry, Ka-san. That's okay, just go set the table for dinner, all right?" The boy walked away towards the kitchen, getting out a few bowls and cups, then placed them on a small table. Naruto had asked the woman if he could use the bathroom to wash up before dinner, and she gladly pointed him to the restroom. He entered the bathroom and turned the sink on, then cupped his hands underneath the faucet, letting himself splash his face with the cool liquid. He looked up into the mirror and saw his reflection staring back at him. His eyes traveled downward to the wound on his chest that was still closing itself at slow but steady rate. "It still hasn't healed itself yet. The wound must have been deeper than I thought if it's taking this long. One thing's for sure, I seriously underestimated that guy before. To think that we were totally equal. That only proves that I still have a long way to go before I become Hokage." Naruto continued to stare at his reflection with determination written all over his face and reached into his pants pocket to pull out a roll of wrapping and began to wrap it tightly around his chest, making himself a makeshift shirt along with making sure that dirt and dust wouldn't enter his wound when he slept. When he came out of the bathroom, he found everyone at the table with a bowl of rice in their hands. He sat down at the only bowl that was left and began to eating while he noticed the boy kept giving him a few small dirty looks every now and then while the mother did her best trying not to make eye contact with him. After a few minutes, Kakashi decided to break the silence with a question for Naruto. "So Naruto, what makes you think that Zabuza's still alive?" "Well, because the ninja that took him was no Hunter Nin, so he was probably Zabuza's accomplice or something." "What makes you think that he wasn't a Hunter Nin?" "Because I know for a fact that Hunter Nins will dispose of a body no matter who's watching them. And I know that they wouldn't go out of their way to actually talk to someone when they have a job to do." "Naruto, how do you know so much about this? I mean, we never learned any of this in the academy." "Well, Sakura-chan, I've had experience with this kind of stuff. I've witnessed stuff like this with my own eyes. So just because I'm an idiot, that doesn't mean I'm stupid." The little boy scoffed at that remark and looked Naruto straight in the eye. "Tch, you don't know anything about what's going on around here." "Excuse me? Mind repeating that?" "I'm going to bed." The boy just stood up and went straight upstairs where everyone heard a door slamming shut. Tazuna gazed at everyone with the apologetic look. "Please excuse Inari. He hasn't been the same since his father died." "What happened?" "Gato murdered him in front of the whole village just to prove a point. On that day, everyone had lost hope for Yusi, though he wasn't Inari's real father or native to this island. He was the greatest hero that this land has ever known." Everyone had begun to feel sorry for Inari as they listened to Tazuna's tale of how Inari met Kaiza for the first when he saved him from drowning in the ocean and how their relation grew from there, but one of them wasn't swayed by this heart-wrenching tale. "I'm going to bed. I'll see ya in the morning." Naruto got up from the table with a scowl on his face. After what he heard, he just wanted to lay down and not be bothered. He climbed up the stairs. As he passed a door, he heard the sound of someone crying. He peeked his head inside of the room to see Inari crying as he held a picture of a man. Why did you have to die? Why did you have to leave me all alone? Pathetic little worm. Cammy, I swear I think I'm gonna be sick." Naruto silently closed the door and made it to the room farthest away from Inari's and just went to bed. Next day, Sakura had awoken as she felt the rays of the sun hit her face. She let out a yawn and began to do her morning warm-ups with her usual 30 minutes of push-ups and 30 minutes of sit-ups. When she was finished, she took a shower and got dressed. Then she went downstairs to greet everyone at the table. Morning, Sasuke-kun. HN. Morning, Kakashi-sensei. Well, someone's in a good mood today. Well, I had such a good night's rest and I feel like I can take on the world. Hey, where's Naruto? He left a few hours ago. Said that he was going to do his morning workout. A few hours? But sensei, it's only 7 a.m. When did he leave? I don't know. Maybe 3 hours. And he still hasn't come back? He said that he would be a while, so I told him where to meet us later so we can start the training I have planned. Sakura looked dumbfounded from what she heard from Kakashi and decided to see what Naruto was up to. Kakashi-sensei, when did Naruto say he was going to meet us? In about an hour. That's when I told him when we were going to start training. Well, then I better tell him that you actually meant 8 a.m. What's that supposed to mean? She means you're always late. Hey, I'm not always late. What are you talking about? Of course you are. We all waited 4 hours for you to get to training ground 7. I told you that I got lost on the road of life, didn't I? Sakura simply shook her head at the one-eyed man and went out the door in search for the blonde. Sakura. Naruto. Where are you? Sakura was currently walking in a small woodland area that was on the island, not too far from Tezuna's house. She had asked some of the villagers if they had seen Naruto this morning, and from what they had told her, she had assumed that Naruto had ran around the island 5 times before entering into the woods with some rope in his hands. She continued to walk through the woods calling out Naruto's name until she finally found him hanging from a tree branch with a length of rope tied around the branch and tied to his ankles. No shirt on, and also his wrists were tied together by some rope where at the end of it was tied around the hilt of the sword she saw him use yesterday against Zabuza. She stared at him from behind a tree in wonderment and puzzlement as she saw him doing aerial sit-ups while lifting his sword at the same time as his balled-up fists touched his shin bones and then slowly descend downward, counting how many he was doing. 288, 289, 290. Sakura-chan, you can come out now. 291, 292. Sakura jumped as she heard him call out her name and slowly came from behind the tree she was hiding with her head held in shame. I'm sorry, Naruto. I didn't mean to dash. That's okay, Sakura-chan. 293. I don't mind you watching. 294. Naruto. What are you doing anyway? 295. I'm exercising. 296. But isn't this a little extreme? I mean, you could really hurt yourself. 297. Don't worry, Sakura-chan. 298. I've always been a quick healer. 299. Haven't you noticed my wound? 300. All done. Sakura looked up at Naruto's chest wound to only find that it wasn't there anymore. Not even a scar. Naruto, how can you be healed already? There's not even a scar. How's that possible? I dunno. I've always healed really fast. One time I accidentally cut off my middle finger on my right hand while I was training, and when I woke up the next morning I saw that it grew back. Naruto, that isn't normal. Haven't you ever wondered why you can do that? Of course I've wondered why. One time I asked my sensei if he knew why and he said, "'Cause you're a freak, that's why. Now I want you to give me 500 laps around the village." And that's all he ever told me. 500 laps. What kind of sensei was he? WL1 The village was really small, only like 1/4 of a mile in diameter, plus I was the first student he ever had. We always kept each other company and he would always look after me. Besides, even though he would never admit it, we are a lot alike even in brain power. He was the first friend I ever had. Wow. Sounds like that you were more like father and son, huh? No, we were more like... It's hard to put it in words. We were like sensei and student, but more close than that. Let me put it like this: if he was teaching you, me, and Sasuke, I would be his favorite. Oh, yeah, well, anyway, could you help me down? Oh, yeah, sure. How did you do this anyway? Clone. Well, didn't you think of how you would get yourself down? There's a file in my sandal, but since you're here, it would be a lot easier with your help. Sakura began to untie the knot around the sword's hilt and jumped out of the way when it began to fall. She felt a small tremor going through the ground as it hit the floor. How much does this thing weigh? I'm pretty sure it weighs around 3, maybe 400 pounds. 400 pounds? How can you lift that thing? I did a lot of weight training when I was younger, so I would be able to lift a sword this big and swing it faster than a normal ninja could with a kunai. Element of surprise. No one would expect a kid be able to lift a sword this big, let alone use it as fast as I can. Too true, you are their dope. Both Naruto and Sakura turned to see Kakashi and Sasuke walking up to them with smirks on their faces. Well, Naruto, when you told me you were going to do some morning exercises, I never would have thought this is what you meant. Yeah, well, you know me, I like to take things to the limit. I'm glad you said that because I want to see what your limit is. Naruto lifted himself to reach the file in his sandal and began to cut the rope around his ankles. A few moments of filing the rope finally snapped free and Naruto fell flat on his back. He dusted himself off and picked up his damaged chain link shirt and his orange coat, which Sakura saw a red swirl on the back of it but never saw it because the scroll would usually cover it up. Alright, now I wanted to tell you all that I also believe that Zabuza is still alive as well. That Hunter Nin did not follow protocol at all, just as Naruto stated earlier. Quite impressive that you caught that. I do what I can. So he could be back at any time, and this time we will not be caught with or pants down. So I want you all to climb these trees. Everyone looked at Kakashi like he was on crack. Sasuke was the first to speak. You got to be kidding me? Not at all. I want you all to climb these trees, but there is a catch. What is it, sensei? You have to climb the tree without using your hands. That's impossible to do. Just like walking on water is? Sakura looked at Naruto with a surprised look as he actually made her eat her own words. It's not impossible, Sakura-chan. It's a matter of chakra dispersion and keep an even flow of it. That's absolutely correct, Naruto, but since you can already walk across water, it's safe to assume you can also walk up a tree? Hi. So what do you want me to do? You're still going to climb up a tree, but I'm going to add some weights. Why? I can already lift my sword. Oh, they're not just for building up your strength in your arms, but in your legs too. Kakashi tossed Naruto a few pieces of paper to see that they were each covered with seals, and in the middle of them was the number 2. Now I want you to wrap one of those around your wrists and ankles. So Naruto wrapped one of the tags around both of his wrists and ankles. Kakashi made a ram seal and instantly Naruto buckled under an invisible force pushing down on his own being. Each one of those tags now weighed twice your own body weight, so you now have around 600 to 800 pounds added to your person, making it a bit more challenging to walk up the tree now, isn't it? You're insane. I can barely move. Well, imagine how much stronger you'll be once you can. Kakashi looked over at his other students and showed them how to do it. While both Sasuke and Sakura were trying to climb the trees, Naruto was trying to stand up straight. Finally, after a few moments of struggling, he managed to stand up and started towards his own tree. Once he came close enough, he tried to lift his foot while trying to keep his balance and added a bit of chakra to the bottom of his foot, but that only made the tag heavier. Oh, did I forget to mention that if you add too much chakra to either your hands or feet, then the tags will become heavier. Because they do. You're a freaking sadist, you know that. So I've been told. I'm sorry, Naruto. I know that this is all a bit extreme, but there's only so much I can do for you, and I might as well improve what you've already learned. As Naruto continued to struggle as he was trying to find the right amount of chakra, so that the weights would become light enough for him to actually start the training exercise. A pair of eyes were watching him with jealousy clearly written in his eyes. Why is he given special training? What about the rest of us? What about me? I need to become stronger and I can't if I'm stuck doing shit like this. Who is this sensei the dope keeps talking about? I have to know. Wow. This stuff is pretty easy. Everyone looked up to see Sakura waving from a tree branch in the middle of her tree. Everyone had mixed feelings when they saw her all the way up there. That was fast. Her chakra control is excellent for a fresh out-of-the-academy genin such as herself. Holy crap! It took me a week before I could walk up that far. She's amazing. Damn it! Now Sakura is further than I am. This will not go on. I will become stronger. Why to go Sakura-chan? I knew you so'd do it. Hehe. Thanks Naruto, what do you think Sasuke-kun? Whatever. Hey, quit being a jackass, will you? Naruto baka, quit calling Sasuke-kun a jackass. Alright, that's enough of this crap. Sakura, come down from there and help Tazuna-san at the bridge. Hi sensei. As for you too. I guess the Uchiha clan isn't so special after all if you can't even climb up a tree. Sasuke became furious as he heard Kakashi mock his fallen clansmen and was determined to show the Cyclops exactly how special the Uchiha clan is. Seeing the determined look in his eyes, Kakashi then turned his sights to Naruto and couldn't believe what he was about to say and prepared himself for the worst. I'm a fucking moron to even consider this, let alone say it. Oh well, if he does kill me, hopefully he'll make it quick. Also, who said that their dream was to be the Hokage? Because I say that Sakura has the best chance of being the Hokage. I don't know who your last sensei was, but whoever it was, they must have been pretty weak and pathetic if they couldn't teach how to climb a tree with weights on. Suddenly the forest became deathly quiet. Animals paused in their tracks. The birds stopped singing and even the wind had died down as if it was scared to even consider making the slightest breeze. Kakashi instantly knew that he had done the single most idiotic thing anyone could ever do as he saw Naruto slowly turning around only to stare straight at him. What did you say? He asked Kakashi in a nice, calm voice, kinda like the calm before a really bad storm. Kakashi tried to apologize, but nothing came out. Both Sasuke and Sakura were frozen in their spots as they continued to watch Naruto, who hadn't moved an inch from his own spot, waiting for Kakashi to replay. I'm going to forget that you ever said that and show you that I can walk up this tree with these weights on. Got it? Kakashi could only nod in agreement, and then the forest suddenly came back to life once more, but all the little woodland animals were trying to get the fuck away from Naruto. Kakashi could only exhale a breath that he didn't even know or cared that he was holding in. The only thing that had terrified Kakashi like that was currently locked away inside the boy, so that just made the whole ordeal more terrifying. Naruto began climbing the tree only to fall back down from 2 feet in the air with an extremely loud thud, and giving off a small tremor. Everyone eventually went back to doing what they were doing, but they kept in mind that they would never ever insult Naruto's mystery sensei. A small set of eyes disappeared from behind a bush and began walking towards Tazuna's home. Doesn't matter. They're all going to be killed, then Gato's going to kill us. It's hopeless. There are no more heroes. Haku. Currently Haku was inside a giant treehouse tending to a sleeping Zabuza. He was changing the wrappings around his leg when a small fat rat-like man appeared with 2 cronies at his side. The man wore small round glasses, and just beneath them was a small mustache that looked like it was a pair of whiskers which only enforced his rodent-like appearance. He had on a black pinstriped shirt with a matching set of trousers, black shoes that shone brightly due to them being polished, and a cane in his hands. Well, it looks like you guys fuck-upped. Didn't you promise me their heads on a silver platter? No answer. So what are you gonna do about it? No answer. Hey, I'm asking you what you're gonna do about it. No answer. Answer me, damn it. The man stomped his way towards the bed and reached out to grab Zabuza's face, but just as he was about to reach him, a hand shot out and broke his wrist in the process. Get out now, trash. We'll get the bridge builder when we can. OW. You broke my wrist. You'll pay for that, and you better do something soon or else. All 3 men quickly got out of the treehouse, leaving Haku to tend to Zabuza. You shouldn't have done that. Eventually I will kill him. Until then we need him alive, or else we'll have to go on the run again. I suppose. When will you let me out of this bed, so I can settle my score with Kakashi and that kid? Soon. I just need to find a few more herbs and you'll be good as new. Excellent, now if you don't mind, this time I'm gonna have a real nap. Don't wake me. Team 7. Many hours had passed since both Sasuke and Naruto began to prove Kakashi wrong. That the sun began to set. Sasuke had made it past the middle of the tree when he felt himself slipping from the trunk, so he marked the spot with a slash across the tree and flipped off, landing on his feet. He suddenly felt a tremor going through the ground, quickly followed by a small string of curses which told Sasuke that Naruto had managed another graceful landing as he was trying to make it to the top of the tree. Sasuke looked at his own progress with a smile because he had managed to make it up 22.3 feet on the tree. He then looked at Naruto's progress and had a bit of a frown on his face. Naruto had gone up at least 12.6 feet on the tree, and even though he was still further down on his tree but with his added weight, to make it that far, Sasuke took that as meaning Naruto was better, and he didn't like that at all. Hey Dobe. Ow. Yeah, what do you want, team? How are you able to go against Zabuza and even Kakashi-sensei? I've trained really hard for a long time, that's why. But who trained you? I'm not at liberty to say. Why not? Tell me. I ain't telling you shit. Team, so quit asking already. Why won't you tell anyone who trained you, huh? What's the big secret? I'm not telling because I don't want to, that's why. Come on, why won't you tell anyone who your sensei was? What's the worst that could happen? Naruto could no longer take Sasuke's constant questioning and finally snapped. You want to know what could happen, do you? If I told anyone who my sensei was, then Konoha will try to kill him, that's why. Sasuke quickly became enraged as Naruto snapped at him, and against his better judgment he continued asking Naruto about his sensei. Why the fuck would Konoha try to kill him? Because he's a criminal, that's why. Before Sasuke could say anything, Naruto turned around and started to walk away from him. Soon Naruto had disappeared from sight, leaving Sasuke alone in the woods. At first Sasuke was angry that Naruto had yelled at him and still didn't tell him who his sensei was, but as time went on he started to feel guilt in the pit of his stomach. Why do I feel guilty? I didn't do anything wrong, he's the one who won't tell anyone who trained him. Not like I'm gonna try and kill him if the dope told me. Sasuke continued thinking to himself, but was snapped out of his thoughts when he noticed that the sun had already set, which made him decide that it was time to go back to Zuna's house. That night everything was quiet. Inari still threw dirty looks at Naruto like the night before, and like the night before Naruto just ignored him, but that was proving to be difficult due to the argument he and Sasuke had not too long ago. Everyone around the table could feel the aggravation coming off of Naruto like waves from the ocean, and try as they might to ignore it, that couldn't shake it off, causing them to either become aggravated themselves or depressed. So Sakura decided to do something about it. Naruto, is something bothering you? Nope. Everything is fine, Sakura-chan. You sure? Nothing at all. Hi, nothing at all. Well, it's just H-dash. I said everything is fine. All right, you don't have to snap at me. I'm sorry, Sakura-chan. It's okay, but why don't you talk about what's bothering you? I don't want to talk about it. Sakura frowned as she heard his replay, but she understood that he wasn't in the mood to talk and respected that. Kakashi stared at Sakura with a small smile, seeing that she knew when to stop asking questions and when someone wanted to be left alone. He then turned his gaze to Naruto, wondering why he was so upset, and the only thing he could come up with was that something happened while he and Sasuke were training. Finally, he turned to Sasuke to see that he wasn't acting unusual, but he did notice that he wasn't looking at Naruto, as if he was trying to avoid something. So how did your training go? Everything went well. Nothing really exciting happened. It won't do you any good. Everyone turned their attention to Inari, who looked absolutely infuriated by their conversation, and decided to tell them what was on his mind. It doesn't matter how hard you train. Gato will kill you anyway. Inari, stop this foolishness right now. No, they act as though they could do anything just because they say they can, but they can't. They might act like heroes, but either way they're gonna die. Inari continued his rant, but unfortunately his words were wearing down Naruto's last nerve extremely fast, and that was definitely not a good thing at the moment. I don't care what you think, but I am sure as hell not going to be killed by some asshole like Gato. So shut the hell up. You know nothing about Gato and what he's capable of. He has a whole army of bandits, and they will kill you without a second thought. I don't care if he has a fucking country at his side. I will not run like some frightened coward. You talk big, but you don't know what it's like to live in fear every day and watch everything you love being destroyed. Then fight. And if you die, then you die knowing that you at least tried. I would rather die while protecting for what I believe in than be a sniveling coward. What gives you the right to judge us? You have no idea what it's like to sacrifice everything, to have nothing and no one, to suffer the pain of loneliness. The room became immediately quite just like in the woods, except this was different. It was hard to explain. It was almost as if Naruto was actually pained when Inari said that, but most of all insulted. Everyone was frozen in their seats while Inari was becoming scared as Naruto slowly stood up from his seat and walked over to his spot. Then he leaned forward till he was staring right into Inari's face with a neutral look. You think just because some bad men are after you, no one's had it harder than you have? You think that I haven't felt the pain of sacrifice? I killed a man when I was 6 years old, and in return I gave up my childhood in order to achieve my dreams. So your father was killed. Boo fucking who? You still have a mother who loves you and a grandfather who is willing to give up his own life so you can live without the fear of death and starvation. I never knew what it was like to have a mother or father. The only thing I remember about my life at the village was where I was nearly beaten to death, then I was placed in a sack and tossed into a river by a group of villagers, but I didn't find out the reason till a few months ago, which turned out to be a giant secret that everyone but myself knew about. It was my sensei who saved me from drowning on a lake in the middle of nowhere, and because of that I will do everything that I can to make sure that my sensei stays safe. Don't you dare tell me that I don't know what it's like to be completely alone. Because it is you who has no idea what suffering is. Trust me on that. Naruto stood up and headed towards the door. Naruto, where are you? Out. The door silently closed and everyone was left speechless. Inari was the first to recover when he started to tear up, which he then rushed straight up into his room. Kakashi stood up silently from his seat and told them all that they should just go to bed already and followed Inari to his room. Kakashi had reached the top of the stairs and entered through an open door where the sound of crying could be heard. I'm sorry for what he did. Inari quickly turned to Kakashi with surprise written on his face. His eyes were already red from tears and his nose was running. Kakashi walked over and sat himself next to Inari, only to stare out to sea. I know what Naruto said may have been harsh, but the truth often is. I don't envy the life that he had back at the village, but I was one of the few who tried to help him. I haven't seen Naruto for almost 7 years. A lot of people thought that he was dead, but I knew he was still alive, out there somewhere, and I almost drove myself mad trying to find him. He's something else, that kid. His whole entire life was filled with hardships and sacrifice, straight to the point where even the strongest of men would be driven to insanity. But he lives for it. It's that kind of pressure where he shows what he's truly made of. His need to prove to everyone that he can do what they say is impossible allows me to believe that he will become a great leader. I just hope I'm there to see it. Kakashi stood up from his seat and went towards the door. He's pretty lucky to have a sensei like you, one who would save him from drowning. Actually, I'm not the sensei he was talking about. I don't know who his sensei was, but if I did, I would love to shake their hand and thank them for returning him back to the village. Because even if they don't know it yet, the village needs Naruto more than ever. Well, good night, Inari-san. Chapter 10. Birth of a New Blade. Haku had awoken early this morning in order to pick the herbs he needed to make an antiseptic lotion for Zabuza's wound. He guessed that he would be able to fight by tomorrow if Zabuza didn't do anything to agitate his wound any further. He made it to a small clearing where he saw an abundance of herbs growing, but that wasn't the only thing there. That boy. He's the same boy that fought Zabuza-sama. What is he doing out here all by himself? Haku slowly approached the sleeping form of the boy, who was leaning against a tree with multiple slash marks rising up its trunk. Haku silently reached towards his neck but stopped a few inches away from his target once he noticed the boy had his hand in his weapon pouch. He examined the boy to see when he had awoken but was shocked to see that he was still sound asleep. Haku then pulled back his hand and saw the boy's hand slowly come out of his pouch. Haku reached toward his neck once more to only see his hand go back into his pouch. Amazing! He's able to sense danger even when he's sleeping. Sheer instinct. Astounding. Haku once again reached out to the sleeping boy, but instead of reaching for his neck, he grabbed his shoulder and shook him lightly. The boy began to mumble under his breath, but Haku couldn't hear a thing he was saying. "Excuse me, you shouldn't sleep out here. You might get sick." Fuck off, team." Haku stood up with fury clearly written on his face. He couldn't believe that this little punk said that to him, let alone while he was trying to help him. I told you, I ain't telling you shit. Haku then realized that the boy was dreaming and didn't even know that he was trying to wake him up, let alone standing right in front of him. He quickly reached out towards the boy and shook him with a bit more force. "Excuse me. Please wake up. It wasn't me." "Huh? Who are you?" "My name is Haku and you are?" "Oh, sorry. My name's Naruto." "Say, what are you doing out here so early in the morning?" "Well, I can ask you the very same thing, now can I?" "Oh well, I was training and I guess I must have fell asleep. Now it's your turn. I'm here for some herbs." "Well, maybe I can help?" "I would appreciate that greatly." Naruto began to help Haku pick the herbs he required, and they both continued their little conversation. "So why were you out here training?" "Well, I was training in order to become stronger." "Why? You already look pretty strong to me." "Well, I need to be stronger so I can achieve my dream." "That does seem to be a good reason to become stronger. Personally, I think that a person can only truly be strong is when they protect those who are precious to them." "Do you have someone who's precious to you?" "Well, my sensei is definitely precious to me, that's for sure." "Is there anyone else you can think of?" "Well, there is this girl that I like, but she likes this other guy who is a complete jackass and treats people like dirt." "Well, he doesn't sound like a very pleasant person." "Well, he's not as bad as I make him out to be, but he is a jackass." "Hey Haku, you're a girl, so could you maybe give me some advice on how I could get the girl I like to notice me?" He. "What's so funny? I'm not a girl, I'm a guy." "Nanny. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean dash." "That's quite all right. I take after my mother more than I do my father." "Well then your mom is a total babe." "Wait, I mean, I didn't. That totally came out wrong." "That it did, that it did." Haku stood up with a good amount of herbs in his pouch, thanked Naruto for helping him, and walked off until he disappeared from sight into the thick growth of the woods. Naruto sat on the ground and stared up the tree he was climbing up all night, lost in his own little dream world. His body was extremely sore from the combination of the weights on his wrists and ankles, and with them constantly getting heavier every time he channeled too much chakra to any part of his body. "Naruto, where are you?" Kakashi became nervous when Naruto hadn't come back after his little talk with Inari last night and decided to make sure nothing bad had happened to him. Kakashi asked around the village to see if any of the villagers had seen Naruto last night, and after asking a few hundred people, obviously he was exaggerating, he finally found someone who saw him go into the woods. With that information, Kakashi could only assume that he had gone to the woods to train more, but that was dangerous. Naruto hadn't given his body enough time to heal itself, and though it didn't look like it, Naruto was having a difficult time at dinner last night, but due to him no longer channeling chakra throughout his extremities, his mind didn't notice that his body was still working under the extra weight. "Naruto, where the hell are you? Quit shouting. I'm over here." Kakashi looked over to the same clearing that his team was using for training yesterday, and there, at the base of a slashed tree, was Naruto, who was laying against the trunk. Kakashi quickly ran towards the boy to check his vital signs. "If I was just talking to you, why would I be dead?" "I'm not checking to see if you're dead. I'm checking to see if your body is destroyed or not." "I feel fine." "Yeah, well, your pulse says otherwise. It's extremely weak, so I want you to rest for today." "Understand. But I feel dash. Don't fight me on this." "Now, I don't know who your sensei was, but they clearly took advantage of your body's healing abilities when training you, but I'm your sensei now, so you will do as I tell you. Got it? Naruto stared at the one-eyed Jonin with newfound respect in his eyes. It wasn't as if Naruto had never had any respect for the man, but he never saw Kakashi as his sensei but rather as a fellow shinobi. Though now he saw the man as his sensei and was planned to learn everything he could from him. Hi, sensei. Good. Now do you want to walk or do I need to help you? Tazuna's house. Naruto was lying in his bed with an extreme feeling of boredom growing in the pit of his stomach as he watched the ceiling fan slowly rotate above him. Kakashi had instructed him to take it easy for today, sorta like a break from training, but Naruto didn't want to take a break. He had almost gotten past Sasuke's mark and wanted to reach the top before he did. Kakashi had deactivated his weights, causing them to slowly drift downward to the floor like they were absolutely nothing, which by the way had deeply disturbed Naruto for some reason. Here you go, Naruto. I brought you some breakfast. Thanks, Sakura-chan. Sakura placed a bowl with a pair of chopsticks in them next to his bed and sat down next to him. He lifted the bowl into his hands and slowly started to eat the contents inside of it. So where did you go last night? Training. Training. You went training after what you said to that boy. Training helps me relax, sorta. Besides, that kid needed to hear that last night. Naruto, don't you think that's a little harsh? Probable, but it had to be said. He can't go around acting like a poor little victim his whole life. If he wants this place to change, then he has to do something about it, not just bitch and moan about it. Unknown to both Sakura and Naruto, a small figure could be seen just around the doorway of Naruto's room. He needs to learn that he isn't the only person out there who has lost something precious. If he loves this place so much, then he needs to fight for it, even at the cost of his own life. He sounds just like he did. What father always told me. Flashback. It was a dark day as the clouds above swirled in a storm-like manner. All the villagers were gathered around a chain-link fence where inside was their hero, Kaiza, who was bloodied and beaten while tied to a wooden post. A small rat-like man appeared from the side of the man with a sword held in his hand. People of the wave, look at your hero now, beaten and worthless. This is what happens to those who oppose me. They die. Gato, you slimy rat, you may kill me, but my spirit will live on in the hearts of the people. Shut the fuck up. Even now, knowing that you're about to die, you still try to fill these idiots' heads with your garbage. Now, any last words? Inari, no matter what, if something is precious to you, I want you to protect it with both arms and never let go. Even if you die, just like I am. No, father, don't leave me. Goodbye, son. Daddy. Gato raised his blade over his head, allowing the few rays of light that shone through to reflect off the sword, and swung down with all his might, allowing him to end Kaiza's life for good. End flashback. Still, don't you think that you might have overdone it a bit? I don't know. Maybe a little. Well, gimme your bowl, I'll take it downstairs. I need to meet Tazuna-san at the bridge today. Naruto handed his empty bowl to Sakura, who stood up and walked out of the room to leave Naruto to his own devices. He stared at the ceiling fan again, quickly becoming bored, but this time he wasn't worried about it because his body was so sore that he could barely move his arms or legs. He laid on the floor listening to the inhabitants in the house go about their busy day. Suddenly he heard the sound of someone trying to enter the room and stop right at the doorway. I am sorry. About last night. I didn't know. Of course you didn't know. I would be a little worried if you did. I just wanted to say that I was sorry. About what? You know, about what I said and dash. I don't care about what you said. I don't care about anything you will ever say to or about me. What I said last night was the truth, plain and simple. You need to fight for what you believe in, and if you die, then you die trying. You can say whatever you want about me, but I know for a fact that as long as I fight for what I believe in, I will always be better than you. Naruto heard a set of footsteps slowly walk away and decided to get some sleep. Sasuke. Very good, Sasuke. You're doing much better. Kakashi watched Sasuke climb near the top of the tree and descend downwards to the ground. Sasuke stared at his progress on his tree and was happy to see that he almost made it to the top, but when he glanced over at Naruto's tree he became furious. He saw that Naruto had reached just about where he was yesterday. Kakashi-sensei, why does the dobe get special training? What does he have that I don't? Sasuke, it's not a matter of him having something you don't. It's just that he was already trained and there is only so much I can do for him. Sasuke was still angry though at what he didn't know, but he did make a silent promise to himself at that moment. I will become stronger. No matter what. Haku. How do you feel, Zabuza-sama? Much better, my leg feels good as new thanks to you, Haku. Well, I wouldn't be much of a tool if I didn't help you, Zabuza-sama. Zabuza was sitting on a couch in the treehouse with an apple in his hands. He squeezed the fruit in his hand until it suddenly burst in his palm. We attack at dawn. Team 7. Everyone had awoken the next morning, but Kakashi decided to let Naruto sleep a bit longer for today. They had escorted Tazuna to the bridge with hope that today would finally be the day that it would be finished. They continued their way through the village until they had reached their destination. That's when Kakashi felt it. Hold on. Something's not right here. Everyone looked around to see that no one else was present on the bridge. Sakura began to feel something growing in the pit of her stomach and decided to ask Kakashi something. Kakashi-sensei, where is everybody? Ha 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 ha. A thick fog suddenly rolled onto the bridge that was all too familiar for comfort, and quickly everyone raised a kunai in a defensive position. I was wondering when you would come crawling back for another round, Zabuza. Only one fight and it seems as if you already know me better than myself, but something's not right with this picture. Both the figures of Zabuza and his masked accomplice materialized out of thin air in front of them all. It looks as though you're missing one. Oh well, after I'm done with you, I'll go after the blonde child. With a flick of his hand, 5 Zabuza clones appeared out of nowhere and surrounded the Genin squad. Sasuke watched this happen and began to quiver in his place. Well, it seems as though the others aren't that impressive. Look, that one is shaking with fear. I'm not shaking with fear. I'm shaking with excitement. Before any of them knew what happened, all the Zabuza clones transformed into nothing but a couple of puddles. Sakura was speechless as she witnessed this phenomenon and could only be astounded by Sasuke's progress. Well, I guess I was wrong then. It seems as though you have some competition, Haku. So it does. Even though they were 1 out of 10 of your strength, to defeat them all so quickly is quite the feat. Suddenly Sasuke sped towards the masked figure with his kunai ready, and the masked figure known as Haku reached into his robe to block the oncoming attack with a senbon needle. Both fighters began to attack each other with blinding speed, and the sound of metal hitting metal could be heard all over the bridge. Kakashi gripped his kunai and tensed his leg muscles with ever intention of going in. Relax, Kakashi, 'cause you're not going anywhere. You go after Haku, then I'll go after the bridge builder, and I don't think that little girl could stop me. Besides, you wouldn't stand a chance against Haku. I trained him to be the perfect tool. He's so great that even I wouldn't last long against him. But that's your choice if you want to interrupt him. I won't stop you. Damn it. He's right. If I go after Sasuke, then Tazuna's done for. But on the other hand, if that boy is as strong as he's saying, then Sasuke won't get out alive. You're quite good, but you're at a disadvantage. Sasuke and Haku were locked together, blocking each other's weapons from striking a vital point. What are you talking about? We're dead even. First of all, we're surrounded by water, as you can plainly see. Sasuke looked around to see that he was right. All the clones he destroyed had turned back to water, and both of them were standing in the middle of a puddle. And second, I still have one free hand. Haku began to form a couple of seals with only one hand, astounding Kakashi at the same time. The water around them rose into the air and began to harden into thousands of long ice needles. Sasuke's eyes widened in horror as he watched the needles hover in midair, as if time itself was frozen, when suddenly they all rushed towards him with every intent to kill him. Everyone saw all the needles converge to one spot, then a cloud of dust erupted when they impacted on the bridge. As the dust cleared, Sasuke was nowhere to be seen when Haku suddenly jumped back as several kunai embed themselves in front of him. Sasuke came down from the air to see Haku form more seals. Mako Ho Sho, demonic ice mirrors. Sasuke was standing in the middle of a dome of mirrors that showed his confused face in every single one of the mirrors. Haku fused himself with the mirrors, causing his image to appear all around Sasuke. This is my ultimate attack. I didn't want to do this, but I must in order to protect Zabuza-sama and his dream, so I must kill you here. Before Sasuke could do anything, he felt a sharp object skin his arm, followed by a volley of the same objects piercing his body in multiple places. Kakashi was ready to help Sasuke when Zabuza appeared in front of him a second time. Do I need to remind you again? You go after Haku, I go after the bridge builder, it's that simple. That boy is dead, no one has survived Haku's attack before. It's part of his Kekkei Genkai, which is why he will win. You're too cocky, Zabuza. Sasuke won't go down so easily, for he has the blood of one of the most powerful clans of Konoha running through his veins. You don't mean... I thought they were all wiped out? All but him. He is Uchiha, Sasuke, the rightful heir of the Sharingan. Zabuza turned to watch the boy try to dodge the Senbon needles as best as he could, but he was still being struck by the Senbon, which were sticking out of his body, turning him into a human pincushion. If that boy is the last one, then this could get complicated, but the chances of anything happening now is slim to none. Nice try, Kakashi, but nothing can save you or the bridge builder now. Naruto. Naruto was still asleep when he heard the sound of dishes falling to the floor, breaking on impact. He jumped out of the bed to only feel a little stiffness in his muscles that quickly went away. Naruto could hear both Tsunami's and Inari's voices, and what also sounded like the voices of two other men who sounded like nothing but a couple of thugs if their voices were anything to go by. Come on, bitch, you're coming with us. You leave my mom alone. Shut up, kid, or I swear I'll cut that tongue of yours out of your head. No. Leave my son alone or I'll bite my tongue off and die. Leave the kid alone. Gato said to get the bridge builder's daughter, and that's all. Fine. But I get first dibs. Would you stop it with that shit? Naruto had heard enough of the conversation and decided to get this over with. He strapped on his scroll while pulling out the scroll from his belt loop and jumped out of the window from his room, then hid in the shadow of the house. He saw both men shoving Tsunami across the dock, but what really got him angry was the one with the eye patch was whispering things in her ear that was clearly making her uncomfortable. Naruto was trying to think of a way to get her out of their hands without them harming her, but the only thing he could think of was to come up with a distraction of some kind. No, I won't let you take my mother, not now, not ever. Jackpot. Kid, you're really starting to piss us off. Inari began to run towards both men, wielding only his fists in a blind charge. Both men had knocked out Tsunami due to her screaming in protest to Inari for him to stop. Both men had drawn their swords as Inari began to draw closer and closer until both men had slashed him in half with perfect synchronization. Both men sheathed the swords at the same time with similar smirks on their faces when suddenly the boy's tiny body turned into nothing but pieces of cut log. What the hell just happened? You got logged, motherfuckers. Both men turned to see a spiky blonde head followed by a flash of steel before a katana skewered both of them through their temples, thus turning them into a thug kebab. Naruto quickly slid his blade out of the men's skulls and watched them slump to the ground, oozing blood from their wounds. He flicked his katana in order to get the mixture of blood and brain off it, then turned his attention to Inari and Tsunami. Thanks for your help, kid. If it wasn't for that distraction of yours, then I probably wouldn't have gotten your mother away from those dirt bags. Really? I helped you save my mother. Damn straight you did. I knew you would come through eventually. Just needed the proper motivation, that's all. Now if you excuse me, I believe I may be needed at the bridge. Naruto began running towards the bridge, leaving Inari and his mother behind. Inari stared at the dwindling figure and began to form a plan in his head. It's time to show Gato that he won't get away with this anymore. It's time to fight back. Team 7. Kakashi could only watch as Sasuke tried to deflect all of the incoming senbon with one he pulled from his shoulder, but there were always a few that managed to hit him in a non-fatal area. Sasuke was breathing heavily as his body was constantly moving and losing a lot of blood at the same time, but he was still trying to formulate a plan in order for him to escape, though knew it didn't seem likely. An image of Haku raised another needle and aimed at Sasuke. "I'm going to end this little game of ours and kill you this time. There's nothing anyone can do to save you now." Just as Haku was ready to throw his senbon, a small tremor went through the ground, causing the earth to shake for a moment. What was that? It suddenly felt like an earthquake was happening and everyone was trying their best to stay balanced. The fallen senbon began to rattle violently on the ground when Sasuke turned to see the cause of the problem. A giant saw blade was coming out from beneath the ground and traveling towards the dome at an extremely high speed. The blade suddenly dipped below the ground when it hit the bridge, but the shaking kept coming and grew more violent until a figure suddenly burst out of the ground in front of Sasuke and continued its way as it rose towards Haku. Ninpo. Gyukensho. Ninja art. Seek and destroy. Haku pulled his head back into the mirror, but the spike that the sword had for a tip scratched his mask just before he was totally submerged into the mirror. Their figure fell down to earth, and there stood one Uzumaki Naruto with his personal foxy grin plastered on his face. "Never fear. Naruto is here." Everyone stared in disbelief that the blonde child had literally popped out of the ground into a trap. Out of all the places he could have popped out of, into a trap. Sasuke couldn't believe it and was going to tell Naruto exactly how he felt about it. "Are you stupid or something? Oh, that's really nice, especially since I'm trying to save your ass. By almost beheading me and popping right into a trap? Oops." Haku stared at both children with concern in his eyes. He didn't want to kill anyone and he never wanted to, but for the sake of Zabuza's dream, he was willing to do anything. He aimed at the young blonde child and let loose a volley of senbon at the boy, hitting him in the back. "Og, what the fuck? Where is he?" "I don't know. It's almost as if he can attack from all angles at once." Naruto reached for his blade but noticed that the area was too small for him to swing it without killing either him or Sasuke. He lifted his blade, then implanted it into the ground and grabbed one of the senbon scattered on the ground. Kakashi had enough of doing nothing and decided to do something about this fight. He ran straight towards the dome to only see Zabuza disappear from sight. Kakashi then changed his course towards Tazuna and intercepted Zabuza with his kunai. "Well, I see you're finally ready to fight me. I didn't want to seem too desperate." Kakashi grabbed another kunai as Zabuza charged at him and managed to block an incoming slash to the midsection. Kakashi then jabbed Zabuza in the side, who tried to kick him in the head but missed as Kakashi grabbed his leg and pushed upwards, causing Zabuza to flip backwards. Zabuza landed on his feet and swung at Kakashi yet again for him to duck it, but when he did he received an uppercut to the jaw but managed to slash Zabuza's leg warmer, leaving a shallow cut on his leg. Zabuza kicked Kakashi with the same leg, to which Kakashi returned it with a sidekick to his stomach, pushing both men back. "I must say I haven't had this much fun in a long time. Well, I'm glad one of us is having a good time." Dome. Fuck. Naruto and Sasuke were fending off a countless amount of senbon that seemed to rain down upon them in the thousands, but no matter how many they blocked, some had always hit them. Sasuke was trying to think of a plan, but it was proving to be difficult. Naruto was becoming pissed as he found that the man seemed invincible when he was in the mirrors. "Hey team, can you think a little faster? I would really appreciate it. I don't see you trying to coming up with anything yourself." "Wait, I got it. A plan so smart that my head would explode if I even began to know what I was talking about." "Dobe, this isn't the time for jokes." "He's right, you know." "You shut up. You think of something." Sasuke continued to think of something while defending at the same time. Naruto also continued to defend himself and awaited Sasuke's plan of action. The only reason why he wasn't trying to think of a plan was because he couldn't. Just as Kisame, he too was a doer, not a thinker. Haku continued his frenzy on the two boys and was just hoping that he could get this over with as soon as possible. Both Sasuke and Naruto fell down on the ground panting, allowing Haku a momentary ceasefire. Sasuke, have you thought of something yet? I think so. Listen closely. Naruto listened closely to Sasuke as he told him the plan, and he had to admit, it was a good plan. Sasuke stood in a defensive stance in the middle of the dome, while Naruto created a cross-like seal with his hands. Haku tilted his head, slightly wondering what they were planning on doing next. Kagebushin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique. Dozens of clones suddenly poof into existence and charged towards every single mirror. Almost immediately, they were destroyed by another volley of needles which struck both ninja. Naruto turned to Sasuke, who only shook his head, so he created another batch of clones to repeat the process over. Sasuke watched the clones as best as he could, trying to determine which mirror Haku was hiding in. He watched Naruto create another set of clones after pulling a few needles out of his arm and tried to figure out where he was hiding. Sasuke continued to dodge and find at the same time, which was more difficult than you think. When he kicked up a small puddle and saw the water move in midair, he suddenly got another idea and kicked the whole puddle in the air, observing it very closely. I can see him, the movement in the water. It's like he's suddenly slowing down for some reason. Naruto was covered with his own blood and needles which stuck out of his body but continued forward with the plan. He sent another wave of clones only for the same thing to happen again. He turned to Sasuke and saw him nod in his direction, telling him that he just needed to create one more wave of clones. Sasuke looked into his reflection on a puddle of water and saw that his eyes had turned red with one black kama in each eye. The Sharingan. I finally unlocked it. Sasuke observed the mirrors closely to see Haku emerging out of one of them. He quickly performed a few hand signs and blew a fireball at him, only to clip his robe. He managed to hit me. That's never happened before. I must finish this now. Haku began to throw as many senbon as he could and as fast as he could. Both Naruto and Sasuke couldn't keep up with the storm of needles and fell to their knees panting, waiting for the frenzy to subside. Naruto could barely stand up, let alone defend himself. He looked into the mirror in front of him and saw that it was the only one with an image of Haku. I truly am sorry about this, but for the sake of Zabuza-sama's dream, I must kill you. Please forgive me. Haku raised his arm and Naruto shut his eyes, waiting for the inevitable. But it never came. Instead of Naruto being struck, Sasuke had jumped in front of the needles, then fell to the ground. Naruto crawled over to his fallen comrade with utter disbelief. Why? I don't know why. I hated you. Still do, but my body just moved on its own. Naruto, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have asked you about your sensei. I was just angry. You make it look so easy, but no, it isn't. Naruto continued to listen to his comrade's final words and still couldn't believe what he had done for him. My only regret is, I never got to kill him. My brother got away with it. I still have to fight him. Sasuke suddenly became limp and cold on the ground with Naruto still hanging over him. Haku listened to the whole thing and couldn't help to feel guilty. Is this the first time you watched a comrade fall in battle? I'm sorry, but I warned him that I would have to kill him if he stood in the way of Zabuza-sama's dream, and I would gladly die for Zabuza-sama to achieve his dream. Haku continued to lecture Naruto, but he hadn't heard a thing of it. Instead, all he could hear were the last words that Sasuke had spoken to him, and he suddenly felt something he never felt before rising in the pit of his stomach. It felt as though something had been sleeping inside of him his entire life, but now it was awake and wanted to get out. He could feel his body burning like it was on fire. A sudden wave filled his entire being with hate, rage, and malcontent for the man. Yes. Release me, Naruto-kun, and I promise you that all this power and more will be yours. Haku had stopped his one-sided conversation with the boy as he saw steam rising from his body. His back was facing him, but he saw that his hair had a more feral look to it now, kind of like the raised hackles on a wild animal. His posture had changed as it now looked like he was on all fours, just like a wild animal that was ready to pounce on its unsuspecting prey. Haku raised his arm in self-defense, becoming nervous when the boy stood up slowly from his spot. You killed Sasuke? You killed one of my comrades all in the name of Zabuza's dream? His voice had become twisted and demonic but still sounded like his own. The only way Haku could explain it was as if two people were speaking at the exact same time in perfect harmony. Haku stood stock still, afraid to even move an inch without invoking his wrath. The boy slowly turned to face Haku, who was completely shocked by what he saw. The boy's eyes were blood red with a black slitted iris, and he seemed to radiate the very essence of hate and fury deep within his gaze. The whisker-like birthmarks that he bore on his face had become darker and more pronounced than before. His canines had grown in length that they jutted past his lower lip ever so slightly. Finally, his fingernails had grown to what could only be explained as claws, and the same could be seen with his toenails. What about my comrade? He had a dream too, but now it's gone because of you. I don't give a fuck about Zabuza and his dream, because now I'm gonna fucking kill you. A cloud of crimson chakra surrounded the boy, which lashed out at anything in its reach. Some of the chakra dug itself into the concrete, shaping seals into the bridge in multiple circles around the boy. Suddenly the chakra rose itself into the air, shaping itself into the head of a fox, which let out a bestial roar, then dove on to Naruto's blade, causing the seal to glow and transform into the one on his stomach. Haku quickly resolved himself and let his image appear on all of the mirrors once more. He charged at the boy with every belief he wouldn't be caught due to his speed. He flew straight towards his chest with a senbon ready in his hand. He had just about reached him while it seemed that the boy wasn't even aware of his presence just yet when he suddenly disappeared from sight, but before Haku could even raise an eyebrow, he felt a hand grab the back of his skull, then smashed his face to the ground, causing a small crater to form on the impact site. With the hand still on the back of his head, another hand gripped his leg, then lifted him in the air, which he then felt himself starting to spin in a complete circle several times at G-force speed and let go, smashing into one of his mirrors, almost completely shattering it. He lifted his body to see the boy running straight towards him with fury written all over his face. Naruto grabbed his arm and pulled him, forcing him to stand upright, pulled back his fist and let loose, sending Haku flying through the air, completely destroying one of his mirrors. Naruto turned his attention to his blade and saw that the chakra had completely transformed his sword, causing an evil smile to appear on his face. The bridge. The fight between Kakashi and Zabuza was good as finished. Zabuza was pinned by several Ninken and was about to witness one of Kakashi's original jutsu when both Jonin felt a malevolent chakra appear out of nowhere. Kakashi, is this one of your tricks? Zabuza, you have no idea. Kakashi quickly looked towards the dome where Sasuke and Naruto were fighting, only to see what looked like a giant rotating fireball that was barely contained within its confines. Kakashi was proven right when the red chakra burst, completely obliterating the dome. Kakashi dodged a white-hot metal object that screamed by his face, and the Ninken that held Zabuza had let go of their chew toy, cringing, whining, and with their tails in between their legs, allowing Kakashi to dismiss them. Kakashi stared in horror at what he saw. There laid Sasuke on the floor, not moving, and there stood Naruto crouching with his mouth slightly open and staring out with a pair of demonic red eyes, but that not what scared Kakashi the most. Naruto had in his hands a 7-foot blade, but none like Kakashi had ever laid eyes on. It was covered in a mass of pink flesh that pulsated like it had a heartbeat. On its side it had 7 fang-like appendages which were yellow with age, and cavities were present in them. Each one of the fangs were 2 feet in length, and at the tip was another fang which was sparkling white and curved upwards slightly, with a blue vein running from the hilt all the way to the tip fang. Kakashi knew that he had to end this as soon as possible and began to go through a sequence of signs. A ball of crackling lightning formed in his hand, and he thrust forward towards Zabuza, who was still a little woozy from all the blood he lost from the Ninken. Raikiri, lightning blade. Kakashi pierced the chest of a man, but not the intended one. Haku had thrown himself in front of Zabuza and had taken the blow. Kakashi's eyes widened and Zabuza was once again clear-headed. For you, Zabuza-sama. Kakashi pulled his hand out of the boy's chest, letting the body fall to the ground. Zabuza stared at the body with a neutral look on his face for a while when a small chuckle escaped from his lips. Ha ha ha. Good work, Haku. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. You truly are the greatest weapon I have ever created. You son of a bitch! Zabuza quickly turned around only to be hit by an incoming fist right in the face. Zabuza flew back a few feet but quickly got up on his feet and raised his blade to block a powerful slash that almost knocked the blade out of his hands. He walked backwards, barely able to keep up with the boy's newfound speed. Neither of them noticed Sakura running past them towards Sasuke, who began to stir from his supposed death. Sasuke-kun, you're alive. Sasuke pushed himself on his elbows and rubbed his head to clear away the grogginess. He stared up at Sakura with his eyes squinted like he just woke up from a really deep sleep. Sakura? Where's Naruto? Sakura stared at him with fear in her eyes and pointed out further towards the bridge. Sasuke saw Naruto and couldn't believe it. There was Naruto fighting Zabuza again, but it was different this time. Naruto was attacking Zabuza in a totally different style than before. Instead of it being fast, precise, and powerful swings, he was now attacking at him like some wild animal baring its fangs and lashing out. His blade was different now. Instead of a 7-foot saw blade with numerous metal teeth and a spike tip, it was now a pulsating sack of pale flesh that looked like it was wrapped around a 7-foot stick with 7 fangs protruding out of the flesh, which were yellowed and riddled with cavities, and one white fang that was curved upwards at the tip of the blade. Sakura, what happened to him? I don't know. He came out like that once the dome exploded. You bastard. He cared for you. Haku was a tool and nothing more. That's the way of the shinobi. Naruto sprung at Zabuza, swinging his blade at him, knocking his blade from Zabuza's hands, and jabbed his hilt into Zabuza's stomach, causing him to double over in pain. As Zabuza fell on his knees, he felt a stabbing pain shoot in between his clavicle bone and saw that Naruto had pierced Zabuza's shoulder with one of the fangs on his blade, which he then jumped over Zabuza, bringing his blade up and over his kneeling form, which twisted Zabuza's arm 180 degrees, and then Naruto kicked him square in the back, tearing his arm off completely. Zabuza screamed in pain, but it didn't end there. Naruto turned his blade to the side and swung, stabbing him in the shoulder straight through his arm bone, which he ran around him in a half circle like when someone uses a crowbar to open a crate at its side, until his bone finally broke out of his skin, to which Naruto repeated the same process of kicking him right in the chest, tearing off his other arm. He died for you, and this is how you repay him. By saying that he was nothing to you. Shut up. Naruto stopped his onslaught on the fallen shinobi and witnessed tears running down his face. Your words cut me, boy. Deeper than anything you or any other person could do to me. Yes, I too loved Haku like he was my own son, and ashamed that I couldn't give him a better life. He was always a pure spirit, and now he is at a better place where I will definitely never see him again. Everyone listened to Zabuza's tale with sympathy for the man, but the moment was ruined when the sound of laughter could be heard across the bridge. A small man that was in a cast could be seen at the end of the bridge with a small army behind him. So you couldn't even kill an old man or a bunch of kids. Look at you, you've been turned into an armless freak. The men behind the man laughed as though he had said the most hilarious thing ever heard, while Zabuza growled in anger at the rat man. The man turned his attention to the still body of Haku. Well, it looks as though someone's already helped me with getting that little bastard back. Hey Zabuza. Zabuza turned to Naruto, who had an evil smirk on his face. I'll make you a trade. You get to kill the rat bastard if I can have the rest. What do you say? Zabuza chuckled to himself and managed to get up on his feet without his arms, which he then unwrapped the bindings around his mouth, revealing a set of sharp teeth. Kid, I like the way you think. Naruto reached into his pouch and tossed it to Zabuza, who caught it in his mouth. Zabuza raced towards Gato, who ran towards the back of the group. All the men tried to attack Zabuza, but even in his crippled state, he was still too much for them to handle. They had managed to stab him a few times in the back, but even that wasn't enough to stop him. He finally managed to catch up with Gato and slit his throat and pushed him off the bridge, which he then fell to the ground. The army was stunned at what happened, but soon got over it and decided to raid the village, only to stop when they were faced by the villagers themselves, all ready to fight them. In a frantic scramble, everyone turned to run, only to face a smiling, red-eyed Naruto. Where do you think you're going? I made a deal and I intend to collect. Naruto charged at the men with a battle cry and began to hack and slash every single one of them. Every one of the men fell at his blade as he continued to slaughter all of them, and they never stood a chance. After several minutes, only one man was left begging for his life as Naruto came closer and closer to him, and somehow he didn't get a bit of blood on his clothes. Please. Have mercy. How many people asked you for mercy before you killed them for no reason? How many women asked for mercy? Now tell me, how many did you show mercy to? No, stay back, you freak. That's what I thought. Naruto pulled back his blade and stabbed him in the sternum with the tip fang, causing him to scream in pain. The man began to shrivel up as though he was aging at an extreme rate until his skin was sucked through the fang, letting a skeleton fall to the ground. He laid the tip fang on the ground in a pool of blood which began to suck up all the blood from the fallen men, causing the blue vein on it to turn crimson, and the pale flesh began to gain some color. A red haze covered the sword, bringing in the flesh and bones like a magnet. As soon as they reached the red haze, the bone began to grind itself down into a fine powder and started to fill the cavity holes in the fangs. The flesh was burned by the haze into ash, which collected itself onto the fangs and started to whiten them. Luckily, the mist was thick enough so no one saw the massacre, and the last remnants of it was gone forever. Naruto began to feel woozy as his nails returned back to normal as everything else did, and the red haze around the sword had disappeared along with the flesh and fangs that surrounded it moments before. His sword was back to normal, all except the seal, which stayed the same. He turned to see the body of Zabuza and walked forward and lifted him, dragging him while he was on his shoulder. He had reached everyone else and laid Zabuza next to Haku on the ground. I'm sorry, Haku. I guess I won't be seeing you anymore. Not where I'm going. As Zabuza lay dying, it began to snow to everyone's surprise, and Team 7 saw Naruto bowing his head in respect while saying a small prayer. The next day, the bridge was finally done and everyone in town had come to say their goodbyes to all of them. Inari was jumping up and down in excitement about how Gato would no longer plague their lives, and in respect, both Haku and Zabuza were buried next to each other on the hill overlooking the village. Thank you all so much, we'll never forget you. Team 7 simply waved goodbye and headed back home. Wait, we need to name the bridge. You're right. Now let's see. I got it. A name that inspires courage in all our hearts. We will name this bridge in honor of one of our greatest heroes, one who gave us hope when there was none to be found. We will call it the Great Naruto Bridge. The whole crowd burst in cheer over the name of their new bridge and agreed that no matter what lies ahead, they would never forget what that boy had taught them all. Later that night, it was pitch black, where the only light came from the full moon. A hilltop with 2 graves was the only thing present at the moment. A tall, dark figure approached the grave sites and spoke a small prayer for both of them. The figure stared at one of the graves in silence for a while until the figure began to chuckle lightly to himself. I told you one day that mouth of yours was gonna get you in trouble, and I would be there to see it. I always knew that you would say the wrong thing to the wrong person sooner or later. Ironic that the brat was that person. Chapter 11. Let the Chunin exams begin. Well, Kakashi, if I didn't know better, I would think you were trying to pull one over me. Kakashi was speaking with the Hokage in his office about the report he had written about the mission he and his team finished just a day ago. The wrinkled man awaited for Kakashi to reply, who just took a step back with his hands up in mock surrender. I assure you, Hokage-sama, I'm not trying to trick you. That's what really happened, honest. The old man raised an eyebrow on his face, showing much skepticism in his face. After a few moments, he let out a sigh and placed his favorite pipe in his mouth. Kakashi had eased himself back into his normal posture and awaited to see if that was all. The Hokage read over the report one more time, just skimming through it to see if there was anything else that he might have missed, and then addressed Kakashi. Well, I'm glad that everyone made it back without any major injuries. This is definitely the most interesting sea mission report I have ever had to read in my many years as Hokage. Yes, well? Is there anything else you need from me, Hokage-sama? Actually, the Chunin exams are coming up and all Jonin senseis are to report back here in 2 hours. Just thought I should tell you while you're here. Kakashi was slightly taken back when the Hokage told him that the Chunin exams were coming up and that he wanted him to report back in a few hours with the other Jonin. He bowed his head to the Hokage and exited from his office in order to meet his team. Team 7. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura awaited for Kakashi on a small bridge just near the training grounds. They had just come back yesterday and already Kakashi wanted to increase their training regimen to the next level. Sasuke was leaning against the railing and was just spacing out thinking about nothing in particular. Sakura was leaning over the railing watching the current of the stream take away the fallen petals from the trees and observing the fish swim around without a care in the world. Naruto was hanging from a large wooden sign that was at the other end of the bridge, currently doing chin-ups to pass the time. Yo! Kakashi had appeared in a puff of smoke on top of the wooden sign and also on Naruto's fingers. Son of a get off me! Whoops! Kakashi jumped off the sign, landing on the bridge and Naruto let go then started to nurse his already swollen fingers. Kakashi rubbed the back of his head as Naruto gave him an evil glare. Sorry about that. Anyway, I wanted to tell you all that I have to go to a meeting with the other Jonin senseis about the upcoming Chunin exams, so we won't be training like I planned. The Chunin exams? Why would you have to meet about that? It's not like we're going to be in it. Actually, Sakura, you are. Nanny? That's right. I'm going to nominate you all to be in the Chunin exams. Sweet. This will be like a walk in the park for us. Not so fast, Skippy. Just because I'm nominating you, that doesn't mean you're guaranteed to pass. As a matter of fact, it's most likely you'll all fail. Well then, why the hell would you nominate us? Because there is still a chance that at least one of you will become a Chunin, and I want to see who is the best out of the three of you. Wants to see who's the best. That has got to be the most obvious trick I've ever heard. Cha! Only a complete retard would fall for that. I'm gonna become Chunin first. No way dope I am. Please, I'm way stronger than you are, so it's obvious I'm gonna win. I'm surprised that you passed the graduation exams, let alone become a genin. Everyone knows that I can kick your ass any day of the week. And how many of those people don't live in your head? Why am I not surprised? Well, I gotta go somewhere before the meeting, so I'll see you all tomorrow, Johnny. Kakashi disappeared in a sudden puff of smoke, leaving his team behind to do what they wanted for the rest of the day. Sasuke walked away from the rest of his comrades, leaving Naruto and Sakura to themselves. Konoha. Both Naruto and Sakura started down an alleyway, wondering about the upcoming exams and how challenging it was going to be when Naruto felt the presence of someone else following them. He looked over his shoulder to find a 1-foot-tall brick wall laying in the middle of the alley. Get out of the box now, Konohamaru, or I'll kick your ass all the way to the academy. The box began to glow, then exploded in front of Naruto. A cloud of dust began to settle and the sounds of coughing fits could be heard. There on all fours was Konohamaru without his helmet, but instead a strip of black fabric tied around his forehead, and behind him was a red-headed girl with the same kind of fabric and a boy with a runny nose. I see your skills are good as ever, boss, but how did you know it was me? Because no one else is stupid enough to think that disguise would have worked. Who are they, and why do you all have pieces of black fabric tied to your heads? I'm Moegi, the sexiest kunoichi in kindergarten. I'm Udon. I like algebra and science. And I'm Konohamaru, Konoha's #1 ninja. And together we are the Konohamaru Corps. So what do you think, boss? Do you realize how badly I wish to kill you all right now? All three of the little children gazed in horror as Naruto began to close in on them. They all ran down the alley as Naruto continued to chase them. Konohamaru was in lead and didn't pay attention to where he was going until he collided with another living person. Konohamaru gazed up to see he had ran into a ninja with purple face paint and a black outfit with a cat-eared hood. He reached down and grabbed Konohamaru by the front of his shirt, easily lifting him to eye level. You should watch where you're going, punk. Let me go. Why? Kankuro, stop it. You know that he'll be here at any minute, and if he catches you fighting, dash. All the more reason to do this quickly. A blonde-haired girl with her hair tied in 4 pigtails looked at her teammate with a worried expression and quickly looked around to see if anyone was watching them. Konohamaru continued to struggle against his assailant, who just laughed as he watched. "Hey jackass, why don't you pick on someone your own size?" Kankuro turned his attention to the newcomer who had insulted him. He saw a spiky-haired blonde child with an orange coat and damaged chain-link shirt who was glaring at him. As Kankuro studied the boy's face, he happened to look at his eyes and saw something that only one other person he knew of possessed. He froze with fear on the inside, putting on a smirk so that his fear wouldn't show. He slowly put Konohamaru down on the ground, then stared at Naruto with the same cocky smirk on his face. "Well, I am in the mood to play around for a bit. So if you know anyone who could give me somewhat of a challenge, I would greatly appreciate it. I'll give you all the challenge you need. No one attacks my student and gets away with it." "You? I thought you said I should fight people my own size, not someone who's barely taller than their own student." Naruto bared his teeth at the ninja, showing that he had struck a nerve. He hated when people would comment on his size, and he let nobody get away with it without punishment. One time when he was 7.5, he tried to take Samehada to train, but Kisame caught him before he could even grab the hilt and told him that he was too much of a shrimp use it properly. Naruto became enraged when called a shrimp, and before Kisame knew it, Naruto had kicked him in the groin rather hard. Though he paid for it later on, he had sent the message to his sensei loud and clear. Naruto had taken a step forward towards the painted ninja, who grabbed the wrapped bundle he carried on his back. Just as Naruto was ready to spring forward, a rock hit him on the head. Everyone looked up to see Sasuke sitting in a tree tossing a pebble in the air. "Dobe, cut it out already, we don't want to make a scene. Up yours, team. I was doing just fine before you showed up." "I doubt it." "Hey, who are you?" "I'm Uchiha Sasuke." He then crushed the stone in his hands, reducing it to dust. "Well then I guess I'm gonna have to teach a lesson to both of you. Kankuro, that's enough." Hanging upside down from the branch next to Sasuke was a red-headed boy with a giant gourd on his back. He had dark rings around his aquamarine eyes and what appeared to be a red mark on his forehead that was kanji for love. Kankuro stared in absolute horror as the redhead stared back, showing absolutely no emotion whatsoever. "Gee, Gaara, They started it and I dash. Enough. I don't care about who started what, but for you to fight while visiting another country? That just shows how much of a disgrace you are to our village." The boy had spoken with no emotion whatsoever during his lecture, that it just seemed that he was either bored out of his mind or possible robotic. The boy reappeared in front of the blonde-haired girl, which startled her enough to make her jump. "And why did you not stop him, Temari?" I tried to Gaara, but he wouldn't listen." "That is no excuse." He turned his attention to the group with a stoic expression on his face. "Please excuse my teammates for their stupidity and any trouble they caused you." Everyone just stared at the newcomer with curiosity, while he just stared back with absolutely no emotion. His teammates stared at him with a mixture of fear and curiosity, trying to figure out what he was going to do next. The boy just blinked and turned around to walk away, surprising both his teammates, who held the exact same shocked expression, then quickly followed after him. When they were about to exit out of the alleyway, Sasuke had stepped forward with a question. "Wait, who are you guys?" All three of the strangers turned back to face Sasuke. Two of them gave him a rather annoyed look, and only one had an indifferent expression. The one with face paint was the first to speak. "And why should we tell you?" "Well, you were rude to us, so I think you at least owe us your names." The face-painted ninja looked as though he was about to say something very rude to Sasuke until he caught the redhead staring at him, which immediately caused him to reconsider what he was about to say. "Fine, if you must know. I'm Kankuro. And I'm Temari. Sabaku no Gaara. I'm Uchiha Sasuke. And I'm Dash. I don't care." Before Naruto could retaliate back with a smart-ass comment, all three had exited from the alley, leaving him with his mouth hanging wide open. Both Moegi and Sakura were busy fawning over Sasuke, going on about how cool he acted, and Udon was in awe as he said out loud to no one in particular about how awesome Sasuke was, which infuriated both Naruto and Konohamaru. "That Sasuke is so cool." "No, he isn't. The boss could totally kick ass." Damn straight. I doubt it. I bet all those things Konohamaru said about you are lies. Konohamaru was about to yell at Udon to take everything he just said about Naruto back, but he was beaten to the punch. Naruto grabbed Udon by the collar of his shirt and lifted him to eye level. Why, you little snot-nosed runt? You want to see what I can do? Then meet me in 1 hour at the training grounds and prepare to be amazed. Udon nodded in fear and Naruto dropped him on his ass. He quickly scrambled to his feet and all 3 of the Konohamaru Corps ran away from Naruto, all of which couldn't wait to see what he was going to show them. Sakura shook her head at Naruto with a tired expression and Naruto simply waved goodbye, telling her he needed to go into town for something. Kakashi. Kakashi was again in the Hokage's office, but this time with all the other Jonin senseis and several other Chunin. All of the Jonin were slightly confused about what was going on and awaited for the Hokage's answer. I know you all must be wondering why I have called this meeting. Well, I'm sure you must have noticed all of the foreign ninja around Konoha. So I am happy to tell you that the Chunin exams are going to be held here in 1 week. A murmur was heard throughout the room as all the occupants were excited about the upcoming exams and to watch all the promising young genins at work. Now I would like all of the Jonin senseis who would like to nominate their teams for the exams to step forward. 4 of the Jonin took a step forward and began to nominate their teams. I, Sarutobi Asuma, nominate Team 10 for the Chunin exams. I, Yuhi Kurenai, nominate Team 8 for the Chunin exams. I, the handsome Mato guy, nominate Team 11 for the Chunin exams. I, Hatake Kakashi, nominate Team 7 for the Chunin exams. Ah, Kakashi. So it is true that you finally have a team of your own. They must be dash. I wonder, did I leave my stove on? I'm pretty sure I turned it off. I know I turned the knob, but I'm not sure if I heard that little clicky noise. I think it did, but I don't want to come home to find the place on fire like last time. Most youthful student with true power. So what do you say? HM. Sorry, did you say something? Curse you, my eternal rival, and your coolness. Alright, well, it seems that all of the rookie teams are going to be in the Chunin exams. This is going to be interesting. As the meeting was called to an end, everyone left except for Kakashi, who had to ask the Hokage a question he meant to ask before. Hokage-sama, I was 1 dash. No need to ask Kakashi. I've already got it covered, so there's no need to worry about anything. Kakashi just stood there for a moment, slightly confused, but trusted the Hokage and left without a word. Konoha. Naruto was walking down the streets of Konoha while ignoring the dirty looks that were being thrown at him by the villagers. He stared at each store until he found the one he was looking for. He entered a weapon store and examined the racks of weaponry, seeing they were all high quality. May I help you? Naruto turned his attention to the counter to see a girl in a Chinese shirt and had her hair tied into 2 tight buns. He quickly walked up to the counter to see that she had what appeared to be some ash on her face, most likely from a furnace that was probably in the back of the store in order to make the weapons. I was wondering if you maybe had some armor like the one I'm wearing? Mine has a slight gash. She looked closely at the damaged shirt with a speculating eye. That must have been quite something to break this. This is some of the best quality I've ever seen. So do you have anything like it? Well, we do, but it isn't going to be cheap. I could just repair this instead. I mean, it'll be cheaper. Money's of no concern. Besides, it about time I get a new set of armor. Also, I was wondering if you carried seals. What kind are you looking for? I'm not sure what they're called, but you put a number on them and they each weight your own body weight times that number. Oh, I know which kind you're talking about, but again, they're not exactly cheap. Again, money's of no concern. The girl bent down under the counter out of sight, but Naruto could hear her moving things aside and searching through boxes. She came back up with a stack of identical seals. These are 75,000 ryo each. So how many do you want? Just 2, please. After taking out 2 seals and placing the rest on the floor, she took out a little bronze key that was connected to a metal chain that was hanging around her neck like a necklace and went around the counter to a wooden cabinet. She placed the key inside the lock and twisted it, swinging the doors open. Naruto caught a quick glimpse inside of the cabinet and saw several scrolls on a small rack, and beautiful silver serrated-edged dagger with a complicated blue seal at its hilt. She quickly locked the cabinet again and brought back a set of chain link armor. This is the best quality chain link we have and costs 500,000 ryo. Naruto's eyes widen as he examined the armor, admiring the magnificent gleam the metal gave and the superior quality that made his shirt look like a piece of shit. This is beautiful. It must have taken a long time to make. I'm surprised you noticed the difference. I know what you mean. I'm sure that anyone else would have, though this was exactly the same as mine, but I assure you that I know quality when I see it. Naruto reached into his pants pocket and pulled out a white trimmed scroll. He opened it on the counter, then bit his thumb to swipe a tiny amount of blood across it, causing a puff of smoke to appear. After the smoke cleared, it revealed a frog wallet exactly like his Gamachan, except this one was about the size of his head. He snapped it open and inside was bursting with money and another scroll with a pale blue trim and the Konoha insignia. Oh man, I forgot about him. He took out the correct amount of money along with the scroll and paid for his new items while leaving his old armor at the shop so that they could repair it and sell it to someone else. Before he left, he also purchased a pair of black leather wrist straps so that they would cover up the tags completely when he put them on. He headed towards the middle of the village, towards the Hokage's building with the scroll in his hand. He entered the building and went straight to the directory. Inside the lobby was people bustling about in order to get their work down or to give/receive missions. Naruto went up the spiraling staircase until he was at the 3rd floor and went straight down a hallway, entering the door at the end. He entered a room with a long table at the back of the room with many people seated behind it that were either writing on pieces of paper or handing money to other ninjas. On the wall above the men were giant posters with names on them, in which some were crossed out, and on each poster was a hidden village's mark. Naruto quietly walked up to one the men who was currently writing something down. I'm here to collect a bounty. Please state your name, bounty's name and rank. Uzumaki Naruto with 1 Rokusho Aoi. B rank missing Nin of Konoha. Please show proof of said ninja's demise. Naruto opened the scroll, bit his thumb, swiped it across the scroll for it to reveal the head of a green-haired man with a Amige Cure Hitai 8 wrapped around his forehead. The man looked up from his paper to inspect the head more closely in case of forgery. Once he was finished inspecting it, he opened a red bingo book to said ninja's page. Time of death, please. Let's see, I think around 2 years and 3 months ago, but I forgot about him until now. Thankfully, he couldn't rot while in the scroll. Indeed. Now do you have said item that this ninja stole? Yes, I do, and might I add, it is quite the piece. Pity I never got to use it. Naruto handed over what appeared to be the hilt of a sword to the man who took it and gave him 124,000 ryo for the ninja's bounty. Naruto took his bounty with a quick thank you and looked up at the clock above the doorway to see that he had only 15 minutes to get to the training grounds. Training grounds. When Naruto reached the training grounds, he could see Konohamaru and his friends were waiting for him. Konohamaru greeted Naruto with an enthusiastic wave while his friends both held equal expressions of excitement. Naruto approached the 3 children and pulled out the 2 seals that he bought from the shop earlier. What are those, boss? My new weights. But those are just pieces of paper. True, but when I put a number in the little circle, they will weigh that number times my body weight. Really? Would I lie to you? Naruto took out a small cylindrical object from his pocket and screwed the cap off to reveal a paintbrush, and with it, he painted the number 4 on each tag. Once he screwed the cap back on, he blew on the ink to dry it faster. Then he wrapped one on each of his wrists and covered them with the wrist straps. Naruto then formed a ram seal and felt a familiar pressure return, except only to his arms. Well, now that's over, what do you want to see? Show them that move you taught me. No, the last thing I need is for that kid to spray mucus and blood all over me. I know. Naruto slowly raised his arms due to the new weight on them and slowly began to form some hand seal. He aimed at a nearby training post in the middle of the field, and once he was done, he took a deep breath from his nose. As his cheeks and chest puffed out, he quickly turned his head 15 degrees to the right and fired. Suidan no Jutsu, water bullet technique. The sound of a cannon firing could be heard all over the training grounds as a compressed ball of water spewed out of Naruto's mouth, passed the training post and knocked down a full-grown tree. The three children stood in silence as they stared at the splintered remains of the tree that was now reduced to a stump. Suddenly, all three of the children burst in applause. Wow, that was so totally awesome. I told you that boss was the best. He's the greatest ninja ever. As Naruto left with the Konohamaru core trailing behind him, a figure climbed out of a pile of splintered wood. The figure was a man with a mask and an Amigakure Hittite implanted in his hat. Holy crap, that was some jutsu, and he seemed to know I was here the whole time. Do you believe me now, Irika? Hi Kakashi-san, he's really is ready. Trust me. He's been ready long before he came back to Konoha. 1 week later, Team 7 was in the academy heading towards room 301 for the first part of the Chunin exams. As they climbed up several flights of stairs to only see a huge group of genin standing around a door guarded by 2 other genin. Please allow us to enter, so we may take the exams. Get out of my face, freak. The genin with a bandage across his nose pushed another genin in a green spandex suit and had a bowl-cut hairdo. As Naruto examined the 2 genin guarding the doors closely, he saw that they were using a henge. Before he could tell his teammates about the 2 imposters, Sasuke began to speak out loud to everyone in the hallway. Nice try, but do you honestly think we would be fooled by that simple genjutsu? Everyone in the hallway turned to face Sasuke with either amazement or curiosity. Sasuke held a smirk while Naruto felt like whacking him upside the head. Go on, Sakura. I bet you noticed it before any of us. Huh. Oh yeah, well I did notice that this was the wrong floor. Great team. Just tell everyone about it, so that way we have even more competition. Dobyu probably didn't even notice that genjutsu at all. Actually, you're right about the genjutsu, but I was too busy noticing that the genin guarding the door are actually those 2 chunin that are always stationed at the village gates. Everyone had turned their attentions to the genin at the door with confusion and anger. Both of them were frozen in place as they were stunned to find that the blonde-haired kid had not only seen through their jutsu, but now they were the targets of over 100 genin. They quickly turned to each other with a nod and then ran as fast as their legs would take them, far away from the angry mob. As they watched the 2 imposters run off into the distance, the group of ninja began to disperse with grumbles of how much of a time waster that was and went off to find the actual room 301. Just as Team 7 was about to go into search of the room, they were approached by the same genin who was pushed by the fake. He had a green spandex suit on with his hiatate wrapped around his waist like a belt, a bowl-shaped haircut, both arms wrapped in bandages, and had a pair of extremely thick eyebrows. That was very impressive how you were able to see through their jutsu. Thanks I guess. The boy turned to Sakura with a very serious expression that it scared her a little. He suddenly took a step forward and held her hand. Will you please go out with me on a date? No! His face suddenly fell in disappointment as Sakura backed away from him and hid behind Naruto. After a few seconds, he quickly turned his attention to Sasuke. You are Sasuke Uchiha, are you not? Who wants to know? I would like to challenge you in a match of skill. You came over here just to fight the team? Do you have no manners? I mean, you just don't go up to someone and challenge them to a fight without even telling them your name. Ah, of course you are absolutely correct. Please forgive me for my rude behavior. I am Rock Lee, the beautiful azure beast of Konoha. He suddenly jumped back a step and gave a huge smile with a thumbs up to complete this good guy pose. They all stared at Rock Lee like he had just sprouted lobsters from his ears, and he just kept smiling. Sasuke was the first to recover and he stepped forward. All right, we got time until the first exam, so why not? Yash, follow me downstairs and we shall see who is the better ninja. Lee headed down the stairs towards the academy's throwing range, which was completely abandoned due to all the students having the day off because of the Chunin exams. Once they had reached their destination, Lee quickly slid into his fighting stance by standing straight with one arm behind his back and the other arm bent upwards in a spear-like appearance. Sasuke charged at Lee as fast as he could while Lee stood his ground with a small smile. Sasuke threw a punch which Lee just dodged by moving his head slightly to the right, and he ducked under Sasuke to deliver a kick. Sasuke saw the kick coming and raised his guard, but somehow the kick seemed to go right through his defenses and hit him right in the cheek. As Sasuke raised himself from the ground, he saw Lee in the same stance as before. Your Sharingan is formidable, but it is only a tool, and a tool is only as good as the one who is wielding it. You may be able to see me, but that won't help if you can't keep up with me. Sasuke charged at him again towards Lee, who still stood his ground waiting for him to come closer. Suddenly he disappeared from sight and was launched into the air with a kick to the chin by Lee. Kagebyo, Leaf Shadow Dance. Lee reappeared behind Sasuke in mid-air, much to everyone's surprise. His wrappings came loose by themselves and left a flowing trail. Now it's time for one of my best attacks, so behold my dash. Suddenly an object whistled through the air and embedded itself along with Lee's wrappings into the wall. Lee was jerked back onto the ground and Sasuke simply fell on his back. Upon closer inspection, the mystery object turned out to be a bright red pinwheel, and the sudden noise of a loud pop was heard to reveal a giant tortoise with a Konoha Hyate tied loosely around its neck. Lee, how many times has Guy told you about not using that jutsu? Ah, please forgive me, sensei. Sasuke got up from the ground and returned to his teammates with nothing but a bruised ego. As they continued to watch Lee getting lectured by a talking tortoise, Sakura turned to Naruto with a question. What's the deal with the tortoise? Is it possible that it could be his sensei? I don't think so. I never heard of animals teaching ninjas before. I present Konoha's self-proclaimed beautiful green beast, Mado Guy. A puff of smoke appeared on top of the tortoise, which cleared, and everyone saw a man who looked like a giant version of Lee in a strange pose with a gigantic smile. Hey there. Life treating you good? Guy-sensei, please forgive me, I didn't mean 4-. Idiot. The man threw a punch that connected with Lee's jaw, sending flying backwards and landing on the back of his head. Guy quickly ran to Lee with tears in his eyes, and Lee stared up at his sensei while bowing. Oh Lee, my youthful student, I'm sorry that I hit you. Can you ever forgive me? Guy-sensei. Lee. The two ninja embraced each other in a bone-crushing hug with tears streaming down their faces. The background quickly changed to a sunset at a cliff by the sea with the waves crashing upon the shore. All of Team 7 were petrified by this image, with deeply disturbed looks present on their faces. I've fought rapists, murderers, and deranged psychopaths. I've seen the effects of starvation, unthinkable torture methods, and things that no sane person could think of. But that was the single most disturbing thing I've ever seen. Agreed. Ditto. When the man reeled Lee from his arms, he turned his attention to Team 7. He walked up towards them and gave another huge smile that made his teeth sparkle. And you must be Kakashi's students. Well, I'm sure he's already told you all about me by now. No, he never told us about anyone in a green spandex suit. Huh. Are you sure that he didn't mention me? I'm pretty sure we would remember him talking about someone like you. Curse you, Kakashi. Damn your cool, hip attitude that you're known for my eternal rival. Okay. Well, good luck with that. We gotta go. See ya. Team 7 slowly backed away from the hysterical green man, and when they reached the stairs they ran up them as fast as they could towards room 301. Room 301. They had managed. He reached the correct door to see Kakashi standing in front of them. He looked up from his orange book to greet his team. Well, it's nice to see you all make it. It's almost time for the first exam to begin. What took you? We had a run-in with this guy in a green spandex suit. You mean Guy? Don't worry about him, he's harmless. Sorta. Kakashi stepped aside to let his students enter the room so that they could finally take the exams. Naruto slid open the door to let his teammates through. As they entered the room, they saw hundreds of people cramped into the room talking amongst themselves, and they were approached by Team 8 and 10. While everyone was talking to each other, nobody noticed Naruto tensing up until the last moment when he yelled at everyone in the room. "All right, listen up, bitches. I came here to do two things: chew bubblegum and kick some ass. And I'm all out of bubblegum." "Naruto." Sakura quickly put her hand over his mouth while putting him in a headlock. Everyone in the room glared daggers at the rookie Nin while Sakura tried to apologize for his behavior. A tall gray-haired genin with glasses approached them with a small smile. "Well, with a statement like that, you're definitely going to be popular. What's it to you, Four Eyes? Hey, relax. I'm on your side, guys. Besides, I got something I think you'll all like." He reached into his back pocket to pull out a stack of blank cards, and then he placed them on the floor right in front of him. "These cards hold stats on every ninja in this room who is participating for the exams. Who are you and how did you get those? Where are my manners? My name is Kabuto, and as to how I obtained this bountiful collection, when you've been in the exams as many times as I have, you learn a few things about people. How many times have you tried to pass? Let me see. They hold the exams every 6 months, so this is my 7th time that I'm trying. Wow, is it really that hard? You have no idea. These exams are on a whole different level. So those cards, they have info on everyone? That's right. Everyone in this room. Let me see: Rock Lee, Sabaku no Gaara, and Uzumaki Naruto. You already know their names? Well, that's no fun. Here's Rock Lee." He placed the card on the floor and started to spin it with his middle finger while applying chakra. A picture appeared showing Lee's face along with a hexagon with a red arrow. "Rock Lee. He's about a year older than you, but this is the first time he's taken the exams. Teammates are Hyuga Niji and Tenten. No last name given, and his sensei is Mado Guy. Has absolutely no ninjutsu or genjutsu skills to speak of, but his taijutsu is off the charts. 34 D missions and 12 C missions. Not bad." He placed the card back into the pile and pulled out another. He repeated the same process as the first one to show a picture of a red-haired boy. "Sabaku no Gaara. That's strange. I don't seem to have much info on him. Only thing I have here is that his teammates are his brother and sister and that. Whoa, 37 D missions, 25 C missions, and 1 A mission, all without a scratch." Kabuto took the card and replaced it with the final one. "And finally, 1 Uzumaki Naruto." When Kabuto added his chakra to the card, Naruto's picture appeared. His picture showed him smiling a great big smile, but not in a warm, friendly way. He had a huge predatory grin on which was made even more intimidating due to his whisker marks, making it look like he was some sort of carnivorous creature that just spotted a wounded animal. Also, his eyes were wide open, giving off the feeling like he was some insane lunatic. Everyone involuntarily felt a shiver go up their spine, giving Naruto a self-gratified feeling of accomplishment. "Pretty creepy looking. Okay, Uzumaki Naruto teammates are. Well, he's yours, so I guess you only want the stats. Hi. Sneaky. Okay, his taijutsu levels are pretty good, speed is somewhat above average, ninjutsu is incredible high, and control is alright. His genjutsu skills are almost non-existent, but these cards don't cover everything, so I'm not sure what else he could do. That's good enough, I guess. Interesting tidbit about him. Apparently, he was believed to have died at the age of 6 when a small group of villagers threw him into a river. The whole group was shocked to hear that, but Naruto instantly grew suspicious about Kabuto, as he knew he shouldn't have known that. He has been spotted roaming the countryside for those 6 years, and was trained by none other than Dash. Naruto quickly snatched the card from Kabuto before he could finish reading it and ripped it to pieces. The group was about to yell at Naruto for doing that before the rest could be heard until a man entered the room who wore a long black leather coat and a bandana. "Alright, everyone, shut the fuck up and sit your asses down. I'm Marino Ibiki and I will be the proctor of the fist exam. I'm glad to announce that the Chunin exams have begun." Everyone went to their seats to find what they had to do. As Kabuto was leaving for his seat, a hand gripped him tightly on his arm and jerked him back to come face to face with Naruto. "I don't know where you got your information, but if you tell anyone about what was on that card, I will rip your tongue out, so it will be the last thing you ever say. Got it? Sure, I mean we all have things that we don't want people to know. I'm with you 100% on that, buddy. Naruto gave him one last glare and let him go so that he could go to his seat. Unknown to Naruto was once he turned his back on Kabuto, a small smile appeared on his face, and he reached down into his pocket to pull out another blank card. Good thing I always keep a spare. Chapter 12. A snake in the grass. Everyone in the room had sat themselves down as they waited for the proctor to tell them what the first exam was. The proctor was tall and dressed in a long, black leather jacket and had a black bandana covering the dome of his head. His face was riddled with nicks and cuts, also a more noticeable scar going down his upper lip. He looked at the genin in the room with a sneer as he tried to see who was trash and those that actually have some talent to speak of. All right, you slimy piles of shit, for your first test I've devised something special. That statement immediately grabbed Naruto's attention. In his experience, whenever his sensei had something special in store for him, it would usually involve some grueling task of physical endurance which would leave him temporarily scarred. So naturally he was excited. The first test is so grueling. Yes. So mind-numbingly painful. Yes. So inhumane. Yes. Something that would drive even the most advanced of ninja to insanity. Yes. And that something is. Yes. A written test. Fuck. Now shut up and listen to the rules for the test. Several chunin passed out papers as the proctor set out telling everyone what the rules were. To say that they were confused would be an understatement. All of the rules contradicted each other, and if one teammate failed or was caught cheating several times, then the whole team was disqualified. As Naruto read over the paper, he quickly became worried. Okay, let's get started. Question 1. If Ninja A is hiding in the growth of a forest and is 32 m away from Ninja B, who throws a steel shuriken with the density of 1.2 at Ninja A, who also retaliates with an iron kunai with a density of 2.4. When will the shurikens from Ninja C reach both of them? Where the fuck did he come from? How the hell am I supposed to know the answer to that? Unless I'm not supposed to know it but find someone who does. Fuck. Once Naruto figured out the true meaning behind the test, he knew that he was royally screwed. The only information-gathering skills that he knew of was to beat the shit out of people, and if they died, go to the next person. Though that seemed to be one of the worst things for a ninja to be taught, it was actually extremely effective in the field, but there was no way he would be able to do it without being caught. As Naruto started to silently panic to himself, he suddenly got the idea of trying to answer them to the best of his abilities. Okay, for question 1, it's obvious that the answer is high-grade explosives. Naruto continued to answer the questions on his test while the rest of the ninjas in the room continued to answer their tests by cheating. Sasuke had his Sharingan activated, copying the movements of some other genin's pencil. Sakura was able to answer the questions without a problem but was the victim of Ino's jutsu. Tenten was using wires to control a panel of mirrors attached to the ceiling of the room which reflected the answers to Lee, who was wearing his hiatate around his forehead. Kiba was using Akamaru to peek at the other tests while Shino was using a fly. Alright, now I'm pretty sure that I got this wrong. Why did I put the same answer down for each question? Calm down, Uzumaki, you can do this, you just need to concentrate. Gotta concentrate, gotta concentrate, gotta concentrate, gotta look at that fly. No, I need to concentrate on my test. Thankfully, I have plenty of time. 5 minutes, you miserable sacks of meat. Fuck. Excuse me, but can I go to the bathroom? Ibiki stared at the face-painted ninja with a sneer for a few seconds. Finally, he turned to one of the chunin at the side of the room with a nod, who just walked over to the ninja with a pair of handcuffs. Fine, but you will be escorted by one of the chunins to the bathroom. Of course. And if you don't make it back for the final question, you and your teammates will be disqualified. Understand? 100%. Kakashi, Kurenai, and Asuma were sitting in the sensei's lounge where they were discussing their own teams. Kakashi was listening to Asuma as he told them about how that after every training session he would have to take his team to the Korean barbecue restaurant due to the persistent nagging of Chuji, when Kurenai interrupted his story with a question. I wonder who's in charge of the first exam this time? Both men stared at her with a surprised look for a few moments due to her sudden question. When they finally came to Asuma was the one to answer her back. Well, I heard that this year it's being run by Ibiki. You don't say? Already it seems that our students have their work cut out for them. Why? Is he really that bad? Asuma turned to Kurenai for a moment in confusion but quickly realized the problem. That's right, you just became a jonin not too long ago. Ibiki is a complete sadist. He doesn't need to perform any sort of physical torture, not his style, but instead he attacks the mind. He likes to put those he interrogates in a no-win situation, then he just waits until they destroy themselves. And he's in charge of the first exam? Kakashi was listening to their conversation and decided to add his 2 cents. Like I said before, it seems they already have their work cut out for them. Kurenai turned her attention to Kakashi. Just as she was about to talk, the door opened to reveal a green man. Ah, Kakashi, there you are. Hello, guy. I ran into your students not too long ago and I must say that dash. Did I go to Ichiraka's twice yesterday? I don't think so, but maybe I… No, wait, now I remember. I went to Ichiraka's for lunch and for dinner I made some instant ramen. I had ramen for lunch and dinner, so no wonder I thought I went there twice. Truly fine specimens. I'm sorry, did you say something? Curse you, Kakashi, and your hip attitude. Room 301. Naruto was freaking out and trying to answer the questions at the same time. So far during the whole course of the test, 14 teams had been eliminated, and now he only had a minute to get at least one question right. He continued to reread the questions over and over again, but it didn't help at all. The door slid open again to reveal Kankuro still handcuffed while being led by the Chunin. I hope you found your trip enlightening. Kankuro stiffened slightly for a moment or two but quickly got over it. He walked back to his seat and Naruto noticed him drop a little roll of paper at his teammate's desk, then sit in his own. A few seconds later, Ibiki called for everyone to stop writing on their tests and to listen to the new rules for the 10th question. As Ibiki told them what the rules were for the final question, they found out that all the other questions were complete crap, and if they didn't answer this question correctly, then not only do they fail, but they couldn't take the test again. This elicited several shouts of protest from many of the people in the room, but surprisingly none came from Naruto. His eyes widened momentarily in realization, then quickly went into a calm state. So that's his game. I can't believe I didn't see it before. He's pretty good. And to think I almost fell for it. As Ibiki continued to lay down the rules, he gave them the option of leaving and trying again next time. Several minutes passed, and one by one people raised their hands to quit, but this time Naruto was completely confident in himself. Suddenly Naruto felt a little tug in the back of his mind, a kind of tingling sensation that gave him the impression of being followed or something bad was going to happen. He turned around slightly to see Sakura starting to raise her hand in the air, which he realized that she was raising it for him. He knew that she must have saw him freak out during the test and wanted to save him the embarrassment. So thinking quickly, he came up with a plan and started to raise his own hand. As he raised his hand, he felt several eyes lay upon him in surprise. When his hand was raised as high as he could reach, it quickly came down, slamming onto his desk. Shooting up from his seat, he stared straight into Ibiki's face with a confident smirk. If you think I'm gonna give up just because of some stupid question, then you got another thing coming, Scarface. I don't care if I can't take the exams every again, cause I've been through worse, you jackass. Everyone stared at him with newfound confidence. Ibiki scanned the room for a few moments, and once he saw that all of the hands stopped raising, he decided to end the first exam. Well, if that's everyone. Now the 10 question is… Everyone sat on the edges of their seats awaiting for the final question. Ibiki waited a few moments just to torture them a little, and finally he began to speak once more. You all pass. Naruto sat back in his seat with a victorious smile while he listened to the sudden outbursts from some of the other genin. While Ibiki was explaining the relevance of the 10th question, a ball smashed through the window and a banner was raised from nowhere. Alright maggots, I'm Mitarashi Anko and I'm Dash. Early. A woman around 5 feet 5 inches with purple hair that was tied into a spiky ponytail in the back stood in front of the classroom. She had a long tan overcoat with a fishnet shirt, a tan miniskirt, and a pair of blue ninja sandals. Ibiki was staring at her from behind the banner with an exasperated look on his face, as she smiled sheepishly with her hand rubbing the back of her head, causing Ibiki to sigh with frustration. She quickly turned to face the classroom with a smile, only to have it replaced with a puzzled look. Then she started to point at a few genin, counting in her head for a few moments. "Hey Ibiki, what gives? There's 78 of these maggots left. I guess you've lost your touch. Or maybe they're just good. Nah, that can't be it, but don't worry, when I'm through with them, more than half of them will be long gone." Anko turned towards the classroom once again with a sadistic smile that sent shivers down most of their spines. Naruto, on the other hand, never noticed this smile, as he just discovered that her fishnet shirt was see-through and she wore nothing underneath it. Unfortunately, Anko saw this and quickly came up with a plan to deal with him. "Alright you maggots, I'm the proctor for the second part of the exam, and I want you all to report to Training Ground 77 in 1 hour. Everyone got up from their seats and turned to the door. As Naruto exited the room, he suddenly felt a slap on the back of his head. He turned to see who was stupid enough to hit him and saw Sasuke with a tired look on his face. "Why are you such a idiot, Dobe? Up yours, team. Besides, someone had to show that jackass he's not as scary as he thinks he is." Sasuke only shook his head and walked away from Naruto towards the training grounds. As Sakura exited the room, she immediately felt a hand lay gently on her shoulder, grabbing her attention. She turned around to see Naruto smiling warmly at her, then suddenly leaned over to whisper in her ear. "Thanks for that back there. I really appreciate you wanting to save me the embarrassment." And before Sakura could answer him back, she suddenly felt him kiss her lightly on the cheek and walk off towards the training grounds. Sakura stood frozen on the spot with a slight blush and her hand raised, touching the spot of her cheek where Naruto had kissed her. For several moments she stood stock still, and thankfully for her no one was there to see her just standing there like some idiot. Finally she got to her senses and quickly decided to join the rest of her teammates. Training grounds. A huge mob of genins huddled themselves in front of a giant forest that was cut off from the rest of the grounds by a long chain-link fence with several gates in them to allow people in. Though the group was considerably smaller than when the exam started, but there was still 26 teams left, and none of them looked like they were pushovers. There was a small wooden stand in front of the group in which Anko was standing with a pile of papers in her hand. She scanned across the group until she found Naruto and let a small smile appear on her face. Once she was ready to get her revenge on him, she quickly handed the papers to the nearest genin. "Alright you maggots, before you can go through the second part of the exam, you need to sign these waivers." An anxious genin in the crowd quickly blurted out a question to Anko. "Why do we need to sign a waiver to take the next part?" "These waivers are to make sure that in case you die, then Konoha won't be blamed." A murmur went throughout the crowd as they heard Anko tell them that they could be killed in this part of the exam. Several people didn't even care about that threat, as they were already used to the idea of being killed, so it didn't really faze them. As Anko watched the genin sign the waivers, she decided that they weren't scared enough quite yet. "Once you're done signing the waivers, you're to hand them in to retrieve a scroll. You will either get a heaven or an earth scroll. Once you get your scroll, you are to report to your assigned gate. The point of the exam is to retrieve the other scroll from one of the other teams and not open your own scroll. Unfortunately, other teams are not the only thing you have to worry about. You'll also have to worry about giant animals, man-eating plants, and venomous insects. That's why Training Ground 77 is also known as the Forest of Death." Almost all the genin quickly became worried, as they knew that they might not survive this test. Naruto, on the other, just rolled his eyes and began to talk out loud so everyone could hear him. "Ooh, so scary. The Forest of Death. Couldn't you think of a more original name?" Suddenly a kunai whizzed past Naruto, who had dodged it, and quickly pulled out a kunai to block one that came near his neck. All of a sudden he felt someone lick his cheek with their tongue and then grab his crotch. "Ooh, a tough guy, eh? I like tough guys, they're usually the first ones to go. And if I ever catch you staring at my tits again, dash." Suddenly Anko's hand squeezed around his groin very tightly, causing Naruto to bite back a pained groan. "I'll rip these right off of you." Everyone saw and heard what was said, and every single of the Kanochi present had approval written all over their faces as they agreed with Anko, and all of the males had subconsciously moved their hands over their own parts and had pained looks on their faces, even Gaara. Naruto still bit back a groan of pain but managed to apologize, and Anko released her grip. After that, Naruto fell to the ground in the fetal position while holding his jewels. "Serves you right, Naruto Baka. Damn dope. That had to hurt, huh? What the fuck do you think, team?" After Anko had her fun, she went back to the stand to face the crowd once more. Everyone watched Anko as she continued to tell them what the second part of the exam was, and that they only had 5 days to get to the tower in the middle of the forest. Naruto had just gotten up from the ground and limped over to the booth to bring in his waiver. The man at the booth just gave him a pitiful look and gave him a white scroll with the symbol for heaven. Naruto limped back to his team with the scroll, where Sakura snatched it from his hand and glared at him. "I said I was sorry. That's not the point." Soon afterwards, the group entered into their assigned gate and readied themselves, as the rest of the teams entered into their own gates and waited for the starting signal. Suddenly a red light went off on top of each gate, along with a siren went off, unlocking every gate, allowing each team to rocket out into the forest. Forest of Death. After a few minutes of running through the forest, when Team 7 decided to take a break to formulate a plan, they stopped in the middle of a small clearing and sat on the ground in a 3-man circle. As Team 7 started to try and come up with a solid strategy, Naruto got up from the circle. "Hey Dobe, where do you think you're going? If you really got to know, I need to take a leak." Before Sasuke could snap at him, Naruto disappeared into the bushes. After several minutes, both Sasuke and Sakura began to worry a little, so they both decided to see what was wrong. Just as they stood up from the ground, a body came flying through the bushes and slammed itself against a tree, falling on its head with its legs sticking up. The figure turned out to be a Amigakure ninja wearing a yellow bodysuit and a mouthpiece. The bushes began to shake once more, causing both Sasuke and Sakura to turn around with kunai in hand. Suddenly Naruto appeared from the bushes with one of his hands keeping up his pants. "Son of a bitch tried to ambush me." A groan could be heard coming from the ninja as he started to come out of his daze. Naruto walked over to his body to reach into his weapon pouch and pulled out a earth scroll. He walked over to his team to show them as the other ninja fell over and stood up on his feet. Suddenly he was lifted up by his shirt and slammed against the tree for the second time to see Naruto glaring at him. "I understand that you're just trying to pass the exam, but to try and sneak up on someone while going to the bathroom is a bit too much." He then tossed him to the ground and watched him scramble away into the bushes once more. Naruto turned back to his team with a bit of a smile. "Well, that was pretty easy. We already got both scrolls, so now we need to get to the tower, right? I guess even you can do something right once in a while, Dobe. Up yours. Well, anyway, I think I should carry both scrolls." Naruto turned to Sakura, who already had their heaven scroll out, and handed it to him. Just as he gripped it in his hand, Sasuke snatched it from his hand and stuffed it in his pouch. Both Sakura and Naruto turned to Sasuke with surprise, and Sasuke just grabbed the earth scroll from Naruto's other hand and stuffed it with the other scroll. "It's better if I held onto both of the scrolls." Naruto wanted to tell him off so badly, but at the last moment he decided that it would have to wait because now they had a tower to reach. Once they climbed up the trees surrounding them and jumping branch to branch for several minutes, Naruto couldn't help but wonder what the rest of the teams were doing. Team 8. It's a good thing those guys had a heaven scroll, or else that would have been a complete bust. Indeed. Well, I just hope they'll be okay. Don't worry, Hinata, I'm sure they'll be okay. Right, Shino? They lost a lot of blood due to the leeches, but they should be alright if they get medical attention soon. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino were traveling throughout the forest towards the tower as they finally gotten both scrolls on the first try. Kiba and Hinata were talking to each other when Shino stopped short in front of them. Just as Kiba was about to ask him what he was doing, he raised his hand for silence, then laid himself on the branch with his ear to the ground. He was silent for a few moments, then raised himself off the ground, staring out into the trees. Kiba, tell me if you smell anything unusual. Kiba just did as he was told and lifted his nose into the air. After several sniffs of the air, he caught a whiff of several different scents that surrounded the area. He quickly differentiated the scents from the plants and from several animals until he was left with at least 6 that were human. Yeah, I smell at least 2 other teams coming from the west. Hinata, can you see how far away they are? Hi! Hinata faced to the west where Kiba pointed earlier and closed her eyes in concentration while forming a single sign. Suddenly, her once pale blue eyes became near white with several veins forming near her sockets. She continued to stare in the same direction for a moment when she closed her eyes again and turned to her teammates with her eyes back to normal. There's exactly 6 of them, but one of them is fighting the other 3 by himself. I say we check it out and see what the competition's like. Maybe we can take out both teams so there's less of it. Kiba, maybe we should just dash. I agree with Kiba. Both Hinata and Kiba turned to their teammates with surprise written on their faces, and Shino answered their question without even waiting for them to ask. The more we know about our enemies, the better prepared we will be. Without even waiting for them, Shino ran off, leaving both teammates momentarily stunned but swiftly caught up. They ran for at least an hour until they came down to the ground and quietly settled themselves among the bushes of an opening. In the middle of the opening stood 3 ninjas from Amigakure, with the biggest and meanest of the 3 stepping forward. On the other side was a ninja covered with face paint, wearing a black outfit with a cat-eared hood and a wrapped bundle on his back. One of his teammates was a girl around 15 with 4 blonde pigtails. She wore a purple skirt with a matching top and had a giant iron fan strapped to her back. Finally, the last member appeared to be the youngest of the 3, had a head of short red hair, dark rings around his eyes, and a giant gourd on his back. Hey short fry, why not just toss your scroll over here and I might allow you to live? The AIM ninja began to chuckle, as did his teammates, as they continued to watch Gaara just standing in the middle of the field with his eyes closed. Kankuro began to chuckle, causing the AIM ninjas to stop their own. What's so funny? The idea of you thinking that you could stand a chance against Gaara. I find that hilarious. The AIM ninja just growled at Kankuro and reached for the umbrellas on his back. Once he had all 3 umbrellas in his hands, he threw them into the air, which they then opened up and floated on the air currents. He jumped back a few feet and started to form a couple hand seals. Ninpo, Juro Senban, Ninja Art, Raining Needles. The umbrellas began to spin faster and faster until several thousand needles shot out of them and made their way straight towards Gaara. As the needles flew through the air, Gaara continued to stand in the exact same spot without moving a single muscle when all of the needles smashed themselves at Gaara, kicking up a cloud of dust. Whoa, you guys see that? That big guy just obliterated that little guy. Team 8 had seen the whole thing and couldn't believe how quickly it ended. Thankfully, Kiba's little remark was in a whisper, so they hadn't been caught. They continued to watch the fight when Kiba suddenly felt a tugging at his shirt and saw Akamaru hiding in his coat, shivering in fear. What's wrong, Akamaru? Kiba, what's the matter with Akamaru? I don't know, but something's really got him spooked. That's why. Team 8 turned their attentions back to the fight to see, instead of a skewered corpse, a giant wall of sand in the shape of a gourd surrounding the red-headed boy. The AIM ninja wasn't just confused by this phenomenon but also enraged. He once again formed a few hand seals, allowing his still airborne umbrellas to spit out a few remaining needles towards Gaara, only for them to be stopped by a small section of sand. The sand protects Gaara from harm, and he's the only ninja that can command the sand to do whatever he wants. You made it rain needles. I got an idea, how about we make rain blood instead? Suddenly the AIM ninja looked down at his feet to see he was ankle-deep in sand. Gaara raised his hand in a shape similar to a claw but sideways. Several pillars of sand in the shape of hands wrapped themselves around the ninja's body, tightly ceasing all of his movement. Sabaku Q, Desert Coffin. He then raised his hand up, causing the sand to raise into the air as well, with the ninja still inside. Once he was about 10 feet into the air when Gaara clenched his hand into a fist. Sabaku Soso, Desert Funeral. Suddenly, in the blink of an eye, the sand that imprisoned the AIM ninja imploded, spewing out sand mixed with blood and guts. As the gore continued to fall from the sky, the other ninja stepped back in fright, and Gaara just held up one of the umbrellas that fell from the sky in order to keep himself clean. The other team put their scroll on the ground while Gaara began to speak to them. He died quickly without feeling any pain. The sand crushed his heart so he wouldn't. Whatever, man. Jay, just take the scroll and go. Sorry, but there isn't nearly enough blood. I'm going to have to fix that. Once more sand covered the ground, entrapping the other two ninja and quickly engulfing them in a crushing shell of sand. Just like before, both shells imploded, crushing both of them. The face-painted ninja stepped through the gore and sand to bend down and brush off the sand from the scroll. Just what we needed. All right, let's get out of here. As he turned to his teammates, he saw Gaara holding his head while shivering. Temari rushed over to him and tried to calm him down from his blood-induced fit, but was simply backhanded by him. Just when she was about to go back to calm him once more, she felt a tightening grip around her throat. Kankuro witnessed Gaara attempting to strangle Temari with his sand, and upon this Kankuro rushed forward to save his sister. Gaara, let her go now. Surprisingly, Gaara did as he was told, allowing Temari to back away, taking in several deep breaths as she attempted to reopen her airway. Kankuro quickly grabbed Gaara by the collar and glared at him while Gaara returned his gaze with an bored expression. Damn it, Gaara, why can't you listen to us for once? I'm your older brother and Temari is your sister, so will you just do as we say? Gaara just slapped away his hand like it was nothing and continued to stare at Kankuro with an expressionless face, but Kankuro could see a hint of anger in his eyes. We may be related, but I've never seen you as my older brother nor Temari as my sister. Be warned that the next time you get in my way, I will kill you both. Gaara then turned his arm towards the very same bush that Team 8 was hiding behind, causing them to tense slightly. As sand began to gather around his hand, all of Team 8 had to fight the urge to run away, and finally Gaara's hand closed shut into a fist, then reopened to show a cork in the middle of his palm, allowing him to seal the gourd on his back. Temari quickly became worried and tried to calm him down for the third time. There's no need for that, Gaara. We're all on the same team, we just want to look after you, that's all. Right, Kankuro? Why, yeah, we just want you to be safe. Gaara just stared at them with a dull face and then turned his back on them. I don't need your protection nor your pity. I would be worried with your own safety rather than mine. Gaara then jumped into the trees, leaving Kankuro and Temari to themselves. After giving each other a few looks of worry, they reluctantly went after their brother. Team 8 slowly came out of the bushes to get a closer look at the carnage. Hinata gripped Kiba's jacket with a horrified look on her face, while Kiba embraced her with disbelief at the gore that used to be ninja. Shino, on the other hand, crouched down to pick up some of the sand. How could anyone kill someone so ruthlessly? I don't know, but there's something wrong with that kid. There's a problem with this sand too. Both Kiba and Hinata turned to Shino, who was just getting up from the ground, letting the sand slip through his fingers. He turned to his teammates with the sun reflecting off his sunglasses. There's a massive amount of chakra flowing through this sand. Why is that a problem? My insects tell me that it isn't human chakra, that's why. Kiba's eyes widened as he heard his teammate tell him that it wasn't human chakra flowing through the sand. Are you saying that kid isn't human? Well, I guess that makes sense, but then what is he? No, that boy. Gaara is in fact human. But if he's human, then how come there's a different chakra in his sand? The only thing that I can think of to explain it was that he possessed two different chakra sources in his body. After Shino's explanation, Kiba could only think of one thing, and that was to never be anywhere near that Gaara as long as he lived. All of Team 8 walked off from the site in hopes of reaching the tower and not to encounter any of those Suna ninjas on the way there. Team 7. Naruto and his teammates were running along the ground as quickly as they could, with Sasuke in the lead, followed by Sakura and Naruto coming up from the rear. They had been running for at least 2 hours, and so far they hadn't even seen any animals, let alone enemy teams, and they all felt like they had this exam in the bag. Suddenly Sakura felt Naruto push her into Sasuke, pushing both of them to the ground. When they both turned around to see what was going on, they saw Naruto being blasted by a powerful gust of air, destroying most of the trees surrounding them. Thankfully, due to Naruto's actions, Sasuke and Sakura were able to dodge the brunt of the attack, but they were still blown away from the site. After a moment, Sakura got up from the ground and looked around the damaged site to try and find her teammates. A rustling in the bushes was heard to show Sasuke coming out of them. "Sasuke-kun, what happened?" "I don't know. Where's Naruto?" "Ugh. I'm okay." Naruto stumbled out of the bushes with a weak smile and several cuts. Sakura had relief written all over her face, while Sasuke was just indifferent. Naruto limped his way over to his team with the same smile on his face. "Well, that was definitely unexpected. It's a good thing you pushed me out of the way, or else we'd all have been blown away. I couldn't let you get hurt. I mean, you're my teammates after all." Sasuke was still indifferent, but couldn't help but to feel that something was wrong with this situation. He turned to Naruto, who still had a smile on his face, and that continued to unnerve him. "Well, if everyone's okay, then we should get to the tower." "Okay, Sasuke-kun. Hopefully we'll be the first ones there. Wouldn't that be awesome, Sasuke?" Sasuke's eyes narrowed suddenly, and within a second he punched Naruto in the gut, quickly followed by an uppercut to the chin. Naruto stumbled back in pain, while Sakura was stunned by this sudden attack. "Sasuke-kun, why did you hit dash?" "That's not Naruto, Sakura. Since when has Naruto called me by my actual name?" Sakura understood what Sasuke was saying, and she knew that Naruto always called Sasuke team. Suddenly they heard a soft chuckle coming from Naruto, who was staring down at the ground. The imposter Naruto slowly lifted his head to show that his eyes had become a golden color with black slits resembling that of a snake. "Kukukuku. So you saw through my disguise that easily? Well, I guess I should have paid closer attention." His voice had become colder than his usual voice and sounded more like a hiss than anything. His body suddenly morphed to show a feminine-looking man that had a Kusagakure hiatate and was a few inches taller than they were. He wore a beige robe with a purple rope tied around his waist in the shape of a bow. "Who are you and where's Naruto?" "I wouldn't worry about him. I've made sure that he will be greeted by a special friend of mine, and there's no need for my name." Both Sasuke and Sakura pulled out a kunai from their pouches in their hands. The Kusanine chuckled lightly, and before either of them knew it, both Sakura and Sasuke were frozen in their spots, riddled with fear. He casually reached behind his back to pull out 2 kunai. "Kukukuku. Is there anything sweeter than seeing one's prey frozen with fear? I can practically smell your fear all the way from here." Sasuke tried to move but continued to have trouble with even the most simplest of movements. The Kusanine took his aim and lazily threw the kunai at the petrified genin with a simple smirk. Surprisingly, Sasuke was able to take the kunai that was in his hands and stab himself in the leg, enabling him to snap out of his fear-induced trance and getting himself along with Sakura out of the path of the kunai. "Interesting, using pain to overcome fear. What a clever boy you are." Sasuke hid himself and Sakura behind a tree in order to catch his breath. He moved his hand towards his leg and quickly pulled his kunai out from his leg. Sasuke was shaking slightly and felt as though he was about to be sick. Suddenly he felt Sakura tighten her hand around his shoulder, shaking it violently. When he turned around, he saw a gigantic snake around the size of a building looming towards them. He quickly jumped out of the way with Sakura when it came down, destroying the branch they were on previously. As all of this was going on, Sakura couldn't help but wonder. "Where's Naruto?" "Naruto." About a half a mile away from Sasuke and Sakura was the impact site of where Naruto had crashed from the rushing wind. Naruto lifted himself off the ground and started to survey his surroundings. He saw several trees were knocked down and huge amounts of broken rock. As he began to dust himself off, he heard a loud hiss coming from behind, and when he turned, there was a giant snake staring right at him. "Oh, sure dash." The snake launched itself straight at Naruto with its mouth wide opened and quickly snapped shut, swallowing Naruto whole. The snake began to slither throughout the forest with a satisfied look on its serpentine face. On the inside, Naruto was struggling from all of the snake slime that was covering his body and the constricting muscles that were crushing his body. After several minutes of struggling, his lunch came out of his pouch and began to dissolve at an incredible rate. Fuck no. There is no way I'm becoming your lunch, you scaly, oversized worm. In a fit of desperation and rage, Naruto managed to get one of his arms free from the snake's tightening muscles and formed a cross-like seal. On the outside, the snake had managed to find itself a cozy little spot in between two trees so it could digest its meal properly. The snake began to expand in size quite rapidly until a small ball formed near its midsection. The ball grew and grew until it was roughly the size of a large boulder when the snake's body could no longer take the strain and burst open, raining blood, goo, and meaty chunks from the sky. Hundreds of clones erupted from the dismembered carcass of the once great serpent and all turned into puffs of smoke except one. I fucking hate snakes. Team 7. Sasuke continued to evade the snake as best as he could, but it was proving to be difficult. On top of that, the mystery Nin seemed invincible. Every punch he threw at him was either evaded or did absolutely nothing. Sasuke had managed to hit him with a surprise attack with mini-bombs, but that only slowed him down momentarily. Finally, he managed to get both scrolls from Sasuke and destroy them. Sasuke quickly looked around to find where the Kusanine was until he heard sudden movement coming from behind him. The Kusanine was standing on top of the serpent's head with a sickening smile. It seems as though our game ends here. The serpent opened its mouth as wide as it could with a deafening hiss. Sasuke couldn't move as the snake came closer to him when he swore he heard a whirring noise in the air, signifying a rather large object was traveling throughout the area extremely fast. Just as the snake was about to reach its objective, a red blur came out of nowhere and flew upwards, slicing off the snake's upper jaw right at the eyes. The serpent fell to the forest floor dead, with the Kusanine jumping off just in time, landing on a branch. Everyone followed the red blur as it arched its way back like a boomerang, slicing straight through several trees like they were nothing. The blur flew in a complete circle, then straight into a raised hand, catching it like it was nothing. A figure could be seen on a branch above, looking down at everyone with a pair of red eyes, a fanged grin, and a giant pulsating sword made of red flesh and glistening white fangs. "It looks like I made it just in time to save your ass, team,"